We're going to first call the roll. I'll talk a little more about the order today.
All right, roll call. Councilmember Soria. Absent. Councilmember Carbasi. Is Absent. Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Redefeld. Here. Vice President Maxwell.
Present.
And Council President Esparza.
Present.
Thank you.
Clerk, any announcements?
So I have received no changes to the agenda, but we do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi interpreters available through Zoom, and closed captioning, of course, is available through the city's website, and in-house we have Amelia, our Spanish translator.
Clerk Jones.
Oh, you know what? There actually is a special meeting on the agenda for today. We have a- So the special meeting is a conference with real property negotiator regarding 809 East Olive Avenue. Those are all the announcements, and Amelia would like to let the people in the chambers know that her services are available.
Hola, muy buenos días a todos y bienvenidos. Esta junta se llevará a cabo en el lenguaje de inglés, pero tendremos interpretación simultánea en el lenguaje de español disponible en persona. Si gusta escuchar la junta en español, por favor encuéntreme atrás, hacia la izquierda, para poder entregarle un dispositivo. De igual manera, si gusta participar en la porción de comentario público, hágalo con libertad, ya que también habrá interpretación disponible. Muchas gracias.
All right, thank you. Just for the sake of, since it's not just budget hearings, we have the special closed as well. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any opposition to approving the agenda? Seeing none, approval of the agenda passes 6-0. So we're going to do here today, in terms of the order, I anticipate the police department budget will take the longest. So we're going to go ahead and take airports first, put our new director on the spot. Then we will briefly take on the special closed session. And following those two items, we'll get into the meat and potatoes of today, which is PD. And welcome to the entire brass of our department here this morning. Good to see you all. So that's the order we'll head in. And City Manager, anything else before we get started?
No, just apologies for the late arrival of the PowerPoint presentations. Unfortunately, there was a power outage in downtown, and the budget office has been completely taken offline, so they had to come here to City Hall to get all of their materials and have access. So apologies for the short notice on the PowerPoints.
That also explains the very high temperatures in here this morning. Yeah.
We think that's what turned the chillers off too. So they're on now, and it is starting to cool down. So hopefully, it feels a little pretty good in here, I think, because no windows, but it's working as hard as it can.
Well, we're no strangers to taking heat, right? This is we all made it up here. All right, Henry, you want to come on down for your first budget presentation? Time to get baptized.
You're going to point it to my desktop, and it takes a few seconds, and you're going to go left and right to go front and back.
Left and right, okay. Good morning, Council President and Council members. Henry Thompson, Director of Aviation, here to present the Airport Enterprise Department FY23 operating and capital budgets. Before the budget discussion, I would like to share some information that I think will be helpful in providing some context to the slides that we will be looking at. As your new Director of Aviation, I have had an opportunity to get well acquainted with our airports here. We have two airports that are each on their own gems of airports, and they add significant value to the city and to the region. I'm happy to share that the airports are in good financial position thanks to a strong recovery from COVID-19, and we've competed well for grant funding. FAT is outpacing airports in the region and across the nation as in respect to restoration from the downturn of COVID-19. You may recall back in March of 2020, airports across the nation lost as much as 96% of our business, our passenger business, literally overnight. Well, we've come a long way since then, and we've recovered nicely. And again, here in Fresno, we've recovered much better than most airports in the region and most airports in the nation. Currently, of the more than 500 airports in the nation that offer commercial air service, FAT is in the top 100 airports. And that really speaks to the significance of the airport here in Fresno. We compete very well within the top 100 airports in the nation. It also speaks to why the airlines are interested in Fresno. FAT will see more than 2 million passengers come through the airport this year, and this will be our new record year, surpassing pre-COVID-19 levels. And in FY23, we're expecting even more growth, and that's what our budget will reflect. In preparing our budget, we go to great lengths to understand our market. We consult with our airline partners on the level of service they will provide and the number of seats that they will place in our market. We also discuss the rates and the charges that we will place upon them in the coming year, which will drive our budget, and they do pay a majority of the cost of operating the airport. We also review travel trends, we review market performance, how we're handling our existing service, and we also take a look at airline strategies to see if there's anything there that's going to impact our service level here in Fresno. The airport's FY23 budget seeks to address our growth, capital development, and the need for internal staff to support all of that activity. And with that, we'll move on to our prepared slides. Okay, the operating and capital overview. The airport's proposed an FY23 operating budget of $167 million. I would like to draw your attention first to the total expenditures line, $167 million for FY23. From a trend perspective, when you look closer at FY21 actuals and FY22 estimated compared to FY23, what you see is our capital cycle at play. FY21 reflects the beginning of the design and the construction for the parking garage. FY22, you'll see more of the completion of the parking garage and some other capital projects in there. And so we come before you in FY23 with a $167 million budget to support our next capital investment, and that's the terminal expansion project, which will be kicked off in this budget year. Get it right. Okay. In our operating budget, personnel costs, you will see, are increasing by approximately $2.2 million over FY22 estimate. And that's due to a request for 23 additional positions at a cost of about $1.2 million. The remaining amount is for salary increases and benefits. On the non-personnel costs, you'll see an increase of about $2.1 million. And included in that are contractually obligated increases. We have PG&E increased costs for the airport, and then increases related to inflation, supply chain, everything's more expensive to purchase. And finally, we also have some professional service agreements that are in that budget as well. Interdepartmental costs will increase by approximately $386,000, and that's due to just higher overtime costs, reimbursement costs for our firefighting services and police. In our capital budget, you're seeing personnel costs increase by approximately $1 million for $2.2 million budget. And this is related, again, to our capital program coming online. So this is where we hold the salaries for our project staff that can be reimbursed through the capital program. Non-personnel costs are $128 million. And again, this is where you're seeing that capital program come into play. We have $96 million we're budgeting for construction of the terminal expansion project. There's another $12 million in there for the initial phase of that, which is the aircraft ramp where the terminal will sit. That's about $12 million. And then $2.5 million is budgeted for design of our primary runway reconstruction project. And much of those projects that I just described are grant funded, so we'll have some support there. And then in the capital budget for interdepartmental costs, again, this is a placeholder for overhead charges and variable purchasing costs, vehicles, et cetera. Okay, went too far. Okay. Airport revenues are projected to be $215 million for FY23. Airport revenues come from three primary sources: operating revenues, grant revenues, and capital use revenues. In respect to operating revenues, the airport's performing very well in FY23. With the increase of passengers, we're seeing improved revenues for passenger facility charges, concessions, parking, rental car fees, and then we have our airline fees that are in there as well. Capital revenues, we're anticipating $70 million for revenue from the bond sale proceeds, and that's for the terminal expansion project. And that budget will be reduced proportionately based upon the amount of infrastructure funding we receive for the terminal expansion project. So we're anticipating the need for $70 million, but we expect that to go down because we have applied for $70 million in terminal infrastructure funding. And then grant revenues, we're competing very well in FY23 and anticipating approximately $40 million in grants that are already programmed, and we'll continue to pursue other grant opportunities that come up as well. Okay, our FY23 budget expansions, as I've mentioned, 23 permanent full-time positions at a cost of about $1.2 million. We also have some aging IT infrastructure that needs to be upgraded at about $512,000. The other significant cost is increases in contracts for our federal inspection service. There's just a higher cost for them to operate. We've got more passengers coming through the international operation, so we're seeing that cost go up there as well. And then our parking operator contract costs are going up because we added the parking garage last year, and so there's additional scope of work there. We're also requesting consulting services agreements for air service, marketing, and financial support services, as well as strategic planning for the airports as well. And so in total, that's $3.8 million in expanded costs we seek in FY23. Okay, budget priorities. The airport's focus will be on safety, security, and customer experience as the highest priorities that will drive our vision and our budget. And these priorities are important because without us addressing these key areas, we really don't have a reason to have our doors open because we cannot operate as an airport. So safety, security, and the customer experience will be our focus. We will be managing our growth by balancing the resources that are needed to develop the airport with those resources that are needed to operate the airport. And then we will also ensure that the airport operates in a financially responsible manner. As I've shared, the FY23 budget begins to add resources to support our passenger growth, the complexity of the airport, and expansion needs. So we've got increased costs related to contractual agreements that support that. We've got increasing staffing resources that are needed. We've got to replace aging infrastructure and equipment. And then we're executing a major capital expansion program. And then finally, the airport's FY23 budget reflects record revenues due to increased passengers, flights, and associated activities. These increased revenues support the FY23 budget we bring before you today. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thanks, Director. We're going to do public comment first, and then we'll bring you back up for questions and comments. So at this point, I'll open public comments on the Aviation Airports Department. So if you're in the chamber and would like to speak on this particular department, please fill out your yellow card, bring it on up to the clerk. If you're on Zoom, feel free to raise your hand, and we will call on you on Zoom. First up on Zoom is going to be Eric Payne.
Good evening, council members. Eric Payne, Executive Director of the Central Valley Urban Institute. A happy hello, and as we celebrate Juneteenth this weekend, but moving into discussions relative to the airport district, I'd like to welcome the new director to our community. We're so excited to see him as a visible leader in the city's administration, and congratulate the mayor on such a great hire. We've heard really positive things about his leadership on the Central Coast. And so we would like to share in his enthusiasm with elevating the two airports and recognizing FAT as a regional leader and an international partner with its flight service. But we don't see the same sentiments from Chandler Airport, and so we're hoping to see more from this administration to get it to be the pristine jewel that we know it can be, with some of the unique opportunities that that airport can offer, whether it be its dining and cuisine as an asset, or looking at we've started to see some innovative flight programs with youth come out of the Chandler Airport, which is something that we love because we think that our educational partners are such an asset and create a unique nexus to the neighborhood, but also looking at expanding some of the flight airway at that airport. I know that that's something that previous airport directors have looked at and tried to focus on. And so we hope that as we look to make it a unique destination for homeowners that maybe have a small aircraft, or looking at other educational opportunities at that airport. And then also increasing the beautification of that airport. It can be a bit of an eyesore relative to its entryway, And we think that there could be some unique opportunities with ARPA funding to really give it the desirable beautification that it could be.
Eric,
And
Eric,
so
we're
I'm going to pause there and
Eric.
say thank you.
Yeah, hey, appreciate you taking the time, but we're gonna move on. We're over time. Okay. Let's see, I have a couple yellow cards here, and these yellow cards are for a different department. I don't see anybody else on Zoom at this point. So, oh, we have Lisa Flores on Zoom.
Excuse me, I had to swallow my Cheerio this morning. Real quick, it would be really nice if you had a better development plan for Chandler, because I could see it as a more as of a growth opportunity as an executive airport. And also too, the physical structure is a beautiful structure. You know, and more dining opportunities out there would be fabulous, because I love going to West Fresno to dine. And so having more of those opportunities out there would be a great benefit to somebody like me, because I like dining on the west side, because they really do have the best food, guys. You know, District 3 all the way. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Any further folks on Zoom? Seeing none in the chamber, seeing none on Zoom, we'll go ahead and close public comment on airports. We'll come back up here to council. So the first person we have punched up is Vice President Maxwell, followed by Councilmember Chavez.
Good morning, Director.
Good morning.
Hey, thank you for your first presentation. Nice to see you here at City Hall, and appreciate the comments made by the speaker that was just on. I do really value having the airport in District 4. It has been known as one of our crown jewels of the district, as well as the surrounding area. I think often gets overlooked as one of the major economic development hubs for our city. And I think folks will see a large investment into that entire neighborhood in this upcoming budget. But I did want to ask you about a couple of ongoing improvements at the airport, nothing directly related to your slides. But I know that the airport has been working on creating more space for local food vendors, that there's been an ongoing process to get some local food vendors in the airport. Can you speak to those, please?
Absolutely. That is an area where some improvement is needed. And so the airport will be going out with an RFP for a new concession program in the coming weeks at this point. And we will seek to bring in some improvements for the offerings for food and beverage, gift and news as well. So we'll have a number of options, and that will include possibly a brewery type of operation, a sit-down restaurant, grab-and-go snack type of operation. We're hoping.
Is that RFP just for the vendors, Director?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you speak to, I know a couple months ago you had a few of your staff in here talking about construction upgrades to accommodate for more locations?
That's correct. That program will provide for expanded concessions within the airport, and it will also account for bringing in new operators in the expanded terminal as well.
Gotcha. As far as a timeline, do you know when we could expect some more folks to be moving in and selling goods at the airport?
Yeah, the way it moves, we have to issue the RFP, we have to award it, and then there's construction that goes into it. So I would estimate we're probably about 12 months away from seeing new operators at the airport.
Does that include the revolving business RFP that went out?
Revolving?
We put out an RFP, I think, a couple months ago to have a local vendor or a couple of them coming in and out of the airport.
We did. We put out an RFP for a food truck type vendor,
right.
Specifically to support our nighttime food options. We really didn't get a lot of response from that, unfortunately. And so we're going to continue to look, for interested vendors to come in and provide that service, but the response was not that good.
That's why it's back on the agenda, I take it?
Well, what's on the agenda will be the RFP for full concessions.
Okay. My only other question, Director, is about the noise abatement program that you run. Can you speak a little bit about how much money a year we have to give out on that program? How much have we given out since you've assumed your new role? And what kind of communication efforts we're doing as a city to let people know about those dollars?
Yes, so we have a full noise abatement program where we have a staff member that works with the community on helping them understand the options that are available to them. And this program's been in place for many years, actually, and I don't have the exact number of homes, but I can get that for you that we've already insulated. But it's in the millions of dollars that have been invested. It varies from year to year. You know, it could be $4 million, it could be $6 million. It depends upon what's available in any given year. But we do have quite a few more homes to insulate. We have an item before the council now to insulate 60 homes in the next year. And then we'll just continue until we address all of the homes that are in the impacted area around the airport.
Okay, I'd like to go ahead and just formally request a memo from administration outlining over the last couple of years how much money we've had in that fund, how much we've expended, and the main means of communicating with folks about the availability of those dollars.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Director. Appreciate your time this morning.
Councilmember Chavez, followed by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Director, welcome.
Thank you.
Appreciate your presentation. As we see here by your slides, that thank you for not reading verbatim, as one of my colleagues does not like the word for word. My questions relate to the international terminal that we're currently undertaking. So just for the benefit of the public, what would you say is our anticipated or estimated timeline for construction and us being fully operational?
So the initial phase of the expansion will begin in August timeframe. And from there, we're probably looking at 24 to 36 months before the full project is complete. Now that timeline will get refined as we get closer and we get work started, but 24 to 36 months is the window we're looking at.
All right, and with regards to what we have for capacity right now, as you're probably aware, the mayor and I had a chance to fly out to sign a sister city agreement with Guadalajara, which, as you know, the flights are usually sold out completely. And so I think that's a great opportunity for us to capitalize on that international designation. But I want to hone in on another equally important designation, the port of entry designation. So what does the city actually need to do in order to secure that here in the foreseeable future?
So right now, we have port of entry status through the SFO location for the Federal Inspection Service. And what that means is that they're providing staffing for Fresno through their SFO staff allocation. Having Fresno designated as a port of entry, fully supported on its own, is probably a multi-year process that we'll have to go through with the federal government. And they're probably going to be looking at the level of activity that we have coming through the airport. The number of international passengers that we have now is significant and it's growing, but they're probably going to want to see even more passengers before it supports a standalone location.
Have we actually formally submitted our request for that?
I'll have to get back to you on that. I'm not sure if that's been done in the past. It's not since I've been here.
And then with regards to capacity right now, and I understand the concept you just described with SFO is kind of our umbrella. How many custom officers do we currently have there at the airport right now?
I'll have to get back to you on that number.
And in that same memo, Director, I'd like to know what our capacity is right now, given those custom officers that we currently have in place under SFO, and then what that would look like when we do have the international terminal in 24 to 36 months for the city of Fresno's airport.
Absolutely.
All right. Those are all the questions I had, Council President. Thank you, Director.
Councilmember Arias, followed by Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Council President. Director, as you know, one of the many signals of having an international airport is multiple language signage and welcoming messages. Have you been able to achieve that at our airport yet?
Not within the past 6 months, no, but we have looked at it, and we're going to be looking for those opportunities to improve the signage as we begin to design and expand into the new portion of the terminal. We'll need to make sure that it's all consistent, so we will be looking at that.
Okay, so are you assuring me that there will be multiple language signage and welcoming messages?
I'm assuring you that we are going to look at it, absolutely.
All right. I don't want to make it a direction or an action of the budget, but we just received a few $1 million of Arpa funds, and for me, multiple language signage is a basic element of an international airport. We don't have the resource excuse anymore, so I'm just wondering what would be the holdup.
Well, and I apologize, it's not a resource, it's a signage standard, an airport signage standard that we're going to need to look at because there's a lot of messaging that we have to display within the airport. So I'm committed to making sure that we meet the appropriate standard and that we address the need for multi-language.
Now that the garage is complete, is there any plans for a mural on the garage? I know just a big cement wall seems to be unattractive and doesn't go with the entrance of the airport. Are there any plans to make those visual improvements?
Absolutely. In fact, we just met with the Fresno Arts Council last week, and we are partnering with them to do an artist call to come up with some type of design element for the side of the garage there. At this point, we're not sure if that's going to be, a mural, a mosaic, sculpture, but we are partnering with the Fresno Arts Council on that.
How would you fund that? From the airport resources, or would you need another outdoor?
No, it'll be funded through the airport, and if funding is available from remaining funds on the garage, that's where it will come from.
Okay. Just make sure it doesn't have any reference to Jerry Dyer. The airport garage was built before him. He just happened to enjoy the fruits of the labor. Thank you, Mayor, for showing up today. A little late, but he showed up. Director, what's the update on the updated Airport Commission flight pattern study? As you know, I think when we first met, I brought this to your attention that the last Airport Commission study expanded significantly the flight pattern for both airports, therefore eliminating the ability to do high-density housing in 50% of the city. Is there any update on when that study is going to be revised?
Yeah, that's currently with the Caltrans Department of Aeronautics. I can get you an update and an overview of what that's looking like.
Okay. Do you anticipate a date when it would be ready?
I couldn't speak to that at the moment.
Okay. If you can just circle back with me for that.
Absolutely.
I'm sure you've been able to visit Chandler. Some people have spoken to it, and I brought it to your attention early on. I know Greg Barfield's well aware of the lack of, how would I say, conditions of the exterior of the airport. Chandler has some of the worst frontage roads in the city. They're crumbling. They have been for more than a decade now. Are there any plans to fix those frontage roads of the Chandler Airport?
Absolutely. We're taking a look at Chandler, from every aspect of its operation. We started with a cleanup of the neighborhood back in April. And I think that did a lot to improve the frontage. And we'll continue to partner with Public Works and other agencies to make improvements where needed on the frontage.
I appreciate the commitment, but I like to see stuff in the actual budget, and I don't see any resources dedicated to repaving and reconstructing the frontage roads, which are a hazard at this point. Do you need us to make a motion to direct the airport resources, or is there money in the airport budget to do that?
So again, Chandler has a lot of needs, and we're really going to have to prioritize those needs. It didn't take a short period to get to the condition that it's in now. And so we do have money in the budget to begin improving the facility at Chandler. It is going to have, everything's going to have to be prioritized. The safety issues, the security issues are going to have to be the priority, and then the improvement of the facilities will follow that as well.
Well, budgeting for us is our city's prioritization process. And before you go and upgrade, hangars that are mostly used by private airplane owners, or make other aesthetic improvements on the site itself, or add more police to the site, I like to see a real commitment to repaving the frontage streets that are used by the residents in that area and by the airport primarily. Assistant City Manager, would you need to make a motion to direct those resources, or can we come back with an actual plan?
So I think Henry said it best. It's safety and security to the airport, which is primary, and that's where he has to spend his money. And he will blend that ancillary stuff around into that plan. So you don't need to make a motion. We definitely hear you, and we're working on making sure the safety, security is taken care of.
So safety and security is a very broad, area. I'm specifically asking for the repaving of the frontage roads that are and have been a safety hazard for the area for decades. Is that in the plan or not?
We most definitely are going to look at that. We have to inspect those areas, and a portion of that work may be city public works. So we are going to have to partner with them to identify what the needs are and address some of that as well.
Director, I'm very keen to words, looking into it, evaluating a prioritization. All that tells me the answer is no. And I've been waiting for a long time. The airport got millions and millions and millions of dollars of Arpa funds that can be used for this purpose. You are clearly expanding your personnel by 23 bodies across all realms. I want to know specifically for the highest polluted sector in the city and the worst conditioned neighborhood airport, are those streets in the frontage going to be repaved this year in this proposed budget?
The answer is not no. That is not what I said to you. The answer is I don't have the depth of the need at this point, and we're going to have to identify funding and where that funding comes from.
Councilmember, can you let us get together offline? And it sounds like there might need to be a non-airport funding source to go along with the airport portion.
Sure. As long as you know, City Manager, that if we don't find a real commitment by the time we adopt the budget, then we would make this a budget motion, either in the Public Works Department or in the city's general fund. I mean, this is, we're talking, how much have we received in CARES Act and ARPA? $80 million-ish for the airport?
27 million, and all of the airport's funds were directed for specific purposes, so we would not have been able to use it for frontage roads at the airport.
Director, what's the status of your assistant director? Have you filled the position yet? Do you intend to do so?
We're recruiting now. We've engaged an outside recruiting firm, and we've started that process. So I anticipate it's going to take a few months, but I'm very excited about the prospect of getting someone on board as soon as possible.
Okay. I noticed on your 23 positions, you had 3 public safety officers. Is it fair to say that those are police officers?
That is correct.
And you need 3 additional to the what's the current staffing level that you have?
So currently, we're relying upon a model that is dependent upon more part-time officers than full-time officers. The existing model is not efficient. We're meeting our current needs, but it just doesn't operate as efficiently. And so what we've done is we've engaged an outside consultant to help us identify what the appropriate model is. I expect that that will be a model that begins to rely more on full-time permanent police officers rather than part-time police officers. And so what we're proposing in the budget is to begin that process of adding in full-time permanent resources. And so we're requesting 3 positions in this year's budget to go with the other positions we have.
And as I understand staffing, when you transition from part-time officers to full-time, you also have to then account for when they're out on long-term medical leave, absent, training, have COVID, then overtime becomes an issue. What's your proposed budget to anticipate to cover overtime for these 3 full-time positions? Because they will be out.
Correct. Again, I am anticipating that we'll have the results of a consultant's report that comes in the first part of the fiscal year. That's going to help us better define exactly what our full complement of officer needs to be. I don't want to speculate on what that is until we've had the benefit of information from our consultant.
And would this be your own officers, or would they be reporting to our police chief?
These will be airport police officers.
Reporting to U.S. Director?
That is correct.
And what's the rationale for 0.75 FTE of custodians? Why not make them full-time? Don't you need them full-time like you need full-time officers?
We absolutely do, and all of, or most of the positions in our budget are designed to begin to take us to full-time status. So all of those are full-time positions that you're seeing there, including the custodian positions.
Councilmember, they're full-time, but we, once again, to not have over salary savings, we budget them for 3/4 time because by the time we hire them and get them on board, it's not 12 months. So we try and make sure that we're not over budgeting for positions that we know are not going to be full for a full 12 months. So they are full-time positions, but in this fiscal year, we think it's going to take us a few months to get them on board.
So following that rationale, the airport public safety officers are funded for full-time. So are the administrative clerks and the laborers and dispatchers. No, dispatchers are 0.75. So why do we fund half the positions full-time and the other half 3/4?
I think we look at realistically when we think we can actually get people on board. So if we have active lists that we have to pull from, then we tend to be able to get those people on board quicker. If it's a brand new recruitment where we're starting from scratch, then we don't have an active list, then we know it's going to take us a little bit more time. Once again, it's an effort to not over budget and then have a situation where we have large amounts of salary savings, and we do that throughout the city, not just the airport.
Understood. Director, how much of your ARPA funds did you utilize, or any of your city, your airport budget, to pay off debt? I see that the current debt for the airport is still $6.4 million.
So we did utilize, let me see here. Mary, do you have that number? Okay. And how much was that? 3.4. Okay. So of the 27 million that we received through all of the COVID-19 programs, the CARES Act, specifically permitted the use of that funding for debt service. And so we did spend $3.4 million of that towards debt service.
And of the ARPA, does it not allow for debt service to be utilized for debt service? I mean, at the end, they were basically substituting resources, so.
We utilized the grants for debt service where we needed them at the time. So we're paid up on our debt service at this point.
Is there any reason why you're not trying to pay off the remainder $6 million in debt?
So I'm not quite sure where you get the $6 million.
It's page B as in boy 23, debt service appropriations are budget at $6,441,000. It's a decrease of $41,000 compared to the amended budget. What I'm trying to understand in general, Director, is we just built the garage. We got an influx of federal one-time money. We're about to expand the airport.
Mm-hmm.
This seems to me like the time to pay off debt prior to us taking on. Your budget recommends a significant expansion of ongoing personnel costs. Why aren't we spending more of this one-time money onto paying debt that would alleviate some pressure in future years?
So we're absolutely using the funds to pay out debt service where we're able to do it. We can't pay it all off. Right now, we have an existing debt profile of about $70 million with the garage included in that. Much of those of that debt is supported by passenger facility charges, or in the case of the rental car debt, by CFC charges or customer facility charges. And so we don't have enough of that revenue to pay the debt service off.
Understood. Your budget does account for an increase in utilities of $413,500. Is the airport planning to be any more aggressive on solar to manage future utility costs beyond what we've done?
Absolutely. Our existing solar field needs to be upgraded, and we have a vendor who's going to engage us on upgrading that facility, and I hope to have that back in operation by the end of this year. If that occurs, then we should be able to forego some of that increase in PG&E costs. We also have solar that's coming in a later phase to go on the top of the garage facility, and then also in the surface lot as well. So there are other solar elements that are coming online in this fiscal year that should help us.
My last question, Director, on your budget is, you are probably the largest landlord we have in the city in terms of a department. You own quite a bit of assets that are leased out. Have you done an updated assessment of those leases to make sure that the taxpayers are capturing, current market value versus the same thing that we've been charging, hangars for 25 years?
Yes, I believe that we are, but we will be conducting a review in this fiscal year to validate that.
And that would include Chandler Airport, correct?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Director. And
thank you.
Well done on your first time up.
Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Council President, and good morning, Director Thompson.
Good morning.
I just have a couple of things to point out and maybe to clarify. I think most of the questions that I had have been addressed by my previous council colleagues. But first, I do want to thank you guys for the new pet relief station. I know that it was an issue that was brought up some time ago from my office, and so I know that a lot of airports have gone in that route, so I'm glad that we actually have expanded. I know that we had sufficient space before, but we've done a better effort to address our pets when they travel, so thank you. I haven't had a chance to use it, but I'm looking forward to having Buddy use it when he travels with me. Also, just wanted to touch base back on the expansion on the international terminal. Does the current budget reflect, and I may have missed this, any increase in cost due to some of the inflation or the supply chain issues?
We're not seeing that at the moment, but we are pretty far off from construction and the ordering of materials and things, but we are not seeing that at the moment.
So is the timeline that I heard earlier, what is the August 2022 timeline then?
The August 22 timeline is to build the aircraft parking ramp that the terminal sits on. So that's kind of the enabling phase to begin to construct the terminal, is we have to build the ramp first.
Okay, that's the first phase of the construction. So does that mean that the entire international terminal will be constructed and finalized within the 36-month period, or is that a longer period?
No, that's the entire program at this point, and there's multiple phases of the program. The ramp, the aircraft parking ramp, is kind of the kickoff of the project, and then we began to expand the security checkpoint. And then there's the baggage system that has to be built out, and then the terminal construction. So multiple phases, some of it occurring concurrently, and as I mentioned earlier, that timeline will get more refined as we start to roll out those phases.
Great. And you mentioned that we are going after a $70 million federal grant, but if we don't get it, we would have the bonding capability to finish out the entire project.
That is correct.
Okay. When will we find out if we're getting the
We're
federal
literally
grant?
expecting to hear something within the next few weeks on the first phase of infrastructure funding. So hopefully very soon. And we are hopeful that we will compete well, given that the timing of the infrastructure funding and the fact that we have a shovel-ready project, we should score well in that respect. And it all just hinges on what other airports out there have planned as well.
Okay, perfect. I did notice also on the airport's budget, page B22, there is an amount allocated for professional services related to financial and a strategic plan. Can you maybe go a little bit more into depth as to what is the plan for? What are the intended outcomes or goals that we have?
Absolutely. So for strategic planning, we plan to bring in an outside consultant to help us understand, strategically what we should be doing at both airports in our market. We've already identified that safety, security, and the customer experience are our priorities, but we're going to need a little bit of help to kind of bring that together cohesively into a vision that we can communicate very clearly, and which is going to help us drive the operation.
Okay. Is that a year long, or when will you guys begin this planning?
As soon as we're able to get the RFP out on the street, it's fairly important, I believe, so that we can communicate clearly what that vision is. So as soon as we're able to do it, we'll get it done.
Okay. And then question on the hiring of our public safety officers for the airport. Is it a separate process from the hiring for our police department? Are they in tandem? Do we prioritize airports over kind of broadly city police hiring? I'm just trying to understand how that works.
So all hiring goes through city personnel. It is, our police officers are a separate classification as the City of Fresno Police Department. And so we go through our own internal hiring process that's separate from Fresno PD.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Just wanted that for clarification. I think those are all the questions that I have for now. Thank you so much, Director.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bredefields, followed by Councilmember Carbasi.
Hi, Director.
Good morning.
You've come from Santa Barbara, right?
Yes, directly.
So one of the things that I'm wondering, I'm a private pilot. I have a lot of friends who are private pilots. Used to be that we had at Fresno Yosemite several schools. We had Maisie, which I believe was a Part 141 flight school. That's not in business anymore. There really isn't any ability to rent planes or get training. Chandler, I believe, has a school, do they not?
Yes.
Okay. But mostly people have to now go to Madeira if they want to get any kind of flight training. I mean, I think the interest is always bringing new people into the aviation industry. And for a large city like Fresno, we don't really have any flight training available short of Chandler, which is a very small school, or go to Madeira. You come from Santa Barbara. Did they not also have flight training and availability to rent planes and things like that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I've flown into Santa Barbara. Obviously, it's a beautiful airport, great place to fly. What would you say about that? Is there anything, I know you're new and just arrived, but is there any plan or ability to try to bring a Part 41 flight school and the ability for members of this community who love aviation to fly?
Yes, absolutely, and thank you for bringing that up. I definitely think there's opportunity there, particularly at Chandler, to develop that type of activity. We're already in discussions with Fresno Unified, who's going to be launching a program to teach high school kids how to fly. And so that's kind of one area that we're looking at. But there's the capacity there to add more flight education training type of activity at Chandler. And that's where I would encourage that as we began to improve that facility. In fact, that's one of the things I think we need to kind of reinvigorate the airport, bring it back to life, is to get that activity going.
What about at Fresno Yosemite? I mean, I've flown out of both. I prefer Fresno Yosemite because I like the control tower and I like speaking to somebody there because they're overseeing everything. Obviously, to me, it feels safer. It would seem that Fresno Yosemite would be the place to try to, I mean, including Chandler, as you outlined, but bringing a top-notch, and I know that it's not really the role of a municipality to bring these kinds of training facilities in. But I'm wondering, as we try to bring airlines in, why we also don't really make it a priority to try to engage the community to become involved in the aviation industry. I mean, it's a very expensive thing, as we well know, and I know, but it would seem like it really would be something that would be a benefit to the community, benefit to the city, benefit to the aviation industry, and I think at Fresno Yosemite.
Yeah, at Fresno Yosemite, we do have some of that activity that's occurring at the airport itself. And then we also have, training activity from people flying from elsewhere through the airport. Not an area that I would encourage intensive growth of that activity at Fresno Yosemite, just given the change in the activity that we've seen there with higher performing jet aircraft, more mainline aircraft, the F-15s coming in and out of there. When you start mixing that activity, at a certain point, you're creating a potential hazard in that. So I think there's, again, ample growth at Chandler to do much more of that and still do some of it at Fresno Yosemite, but not encourage that growth of that activity.
Well, I appreciate that. I learned to fly out of Honolulu International Airport, and we had F-15s flying in there and big jets landing all the time. So I would respectfully differ with you on that. I think it's actually a great place to learn, because you've got the control tower, and they're supposed to keep everybody separated, which they do a great job of doing.
Yeah, and that's one of the opportunities we have at Chandler is to try to get the air traffic control tower back active over there. But we've got to get that activity built back up and before we're able to do that. Okay. So I do understand the difference in the experience.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Absolutely.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Thanks very much, Director. I just have one question. You've mentioned FAT Forward, so you're undergoing that process. Have you identified an assistant director to assist in operations and expansion of that?
Again, we're entering the recruitment phase for an assistant director.
Okay.
And I hope to have one on as soon as possible. I need him yesterday, so we're working on that process.
So, Councilmember, let me just,
yes,
he's being mild-mannered. We have gone out 3-4 times, and we have now engaged a third-party specialist to go and look for someone special in this industry for not only his number 2 person, but also for his chief financial person also. So he's doing it all right now. And so we are desperately trying to get him some additional help in the right spots.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burfield. Thank you very much.
All right, seeing no other council members punched up, that will conclude your presentation.
Great.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, so in keeping with the order that I announced at the beginning of the meeting, we're going to take on the special closed session, followed by coming back out here and then doing the last item on the budget, which is the police department. City Attorney, you want to read off the item?
Yes, in closed session, we will be hearing conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, J&A Mash and Barrel LLC versus Superior Court of Fresno County, and also conference with real property negotiator regarding 809 East Olive Avenue. We would not expect to have any reportable items after closed session. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'll take public comment on the closed session agenda. If you're on Zoom, feel free to raise your hand if you want to speak on the closed session agenda. Okay, all the cards I have here in the chamber are for different department, different subject. So at this point, I'll close the public comment for closed session, and we will re-adjourn as soon as we're done back there. Going to resume the public portion of this meeting. As we have done with every single department thus far during the budget hearings, we're going to hear the budget presentation from the director, in this case the chief. Then we'll move over to public comment on that department. Then following public comments, we will come up to the council for questions, comments, etc. So with that, Chief, go ahead and take us away.
Good morning, and thank you very much for this opportunity to present the budget for the fiscal year 23 for the Fresno Police Department. Thank you, Council. I want to thank the administration for working with me and being so supportive throughout the year, and also as we try to figure out a budget. I also want to thank my staff. A lot of them are here. They've really been the ones that have put this thing together as far as the budget, the needs, the assessments, all the programming in it. So really, I have them to thank for this day and this great opportunity. And I also want to thank everybody who showed up here to express their thoughts and ideas. I think that's very important as we figure out the largest budget in the city and how we're going to serve our community for them to be present. So the actual estimated expenditures for the fiscal year 23 will be $233,900,000 total. $220,451,300 will come out of the general fund. The personnel budget includes an increase to the general fund. Keep in mind, personnel budget is about 80%, just slightly over 80%. That's very typical of large police organizations. It is 13.4 million additional for additional 37 sworn positions and 25 professional staff, and I'll go over those in detail here in a little bit. This will bring the full-time equivalent, the impact to the budget at 875 sworn positions, but that actually brings it up to 888 positions and 380 professional staff, bringing the total to 1,255 employees for the Fresno Police Department. Now, compared to fiscal year 18, we have added 74 sworn positions and 101 professional staff since 2018. So the increased costs are obviously the new positions, step advances, contractual obligations, and MOU raises, which the council approved in the last few months, pensions, health and welfare, and workman's comp. Now, for fiscal year 23, the non-personnel costs include an increase of $2.9 million above our fiscal year 22 estimates to the general fund. Now, again, these are for contract obligation growth, basically contracts that were locked into that are increasing. Officer recruitment, new employee equipment, an increase in training budget, information and technology upgrades and enhancements, repairs to our regional training center, an increase in legal services, an increase in utilities, expansion of ShotSpotter per contract approved by this council, and $5.9 million in the increase of overhead and maintenance for our southeast station, our newest station. Our fiscal year 23 proposed ID charges include $1.4 million, or an increase in $1.4 million for the replacement of 120 vehicles, 12 new vehicles. The decrease and increase in fiscal year 19 and 20, respectfully, was due to the conversion of the funding for public safety fleet division. Basically, that budget, that money was taken out of the police department, given to fleet, and then back. So that's where you see the variance in those numbers. Okay, the next slide is the actual estimated revenues. So for fiscal year 23, the revenue is will be $22,772,200, which is an increase of $5 million from fiscal year 22. Now, this is due to increased grant funding and contract law enforcement services. I can tell you that in my career, I've never seen so much available funding from the state and the federal level. So this has given us opportunities to apply for more funding, and we've been able to get some of those grants, and I have a list of those if you want them. The general fund also lists or reflects the reinstatement of several programs, including the Student Resource Officer Program in middle schools for Fresno Unified and Central Unified, FACS police officers, meaning 1 supervisor and 5 officers dedicated to our FACS transportation service. By the way, the last year we recorded 4,500 calls for service that related to our FACS buses, and that's why there's a need there. Also, this budgeted in is the new street racing and impaired driving unit. I'll give more detail on the need for that and what that entails. And our CSO Park Ranger program, which is an impact to the budget of $1.4 million. This includes 20 CSOs that will be dedicated as park rangers in vehicles and equipment. The enterprise revenues have increased over the past 5 years due to the increase in the use of contract law enforcement services. So you see an increase in that simply because there's been more opportunities for police officers to work at various locations, paid for by those locations, by those businesses through the police department. Okay, for our fiscal year budget expansions, these are additions, how we're expanding in both equipment and personnel. As I said earlier, an additional employees as far as the Metro Bike Team, which will be expanded, our street racing unit. This includes 20 CSOs who will work as park rangers, and our school or our Student Resource Officer program in the middle schools, and also FACS. In addition to that, we're going to add 5 dispatch positions, and I'll explain a little bit more about the need for that in my presentation. So a total of 37 sworn and 25 professional staff. This is going to be an impact of $2,887,300 in the general fund, $962,000, a little bit over that, coming out of Measure P. The new vehicles that I talked about earlier, this is 120 replacement vehicles, 60 for patrol, 45 unmarked, 15 motorcycles for the expansion of the street racing unit, and 12 new unmarked vehicles. A new de-escalation vehicle, I'll explain that later in my presentation, and 31 new additional vehicles, 6 for FACS, 14 for school resource officer program, and 11 for street racing. Also 5 CSO Park Ranger e-vehicles, utility vehicles, and 5 Ford hybrids, so 15 vehicles there. The cost of the new vehicles is $1,117,000 for replacements, $626,400 for new, $58,700 for the de-escalation vehicle, and $401,500 for the CSO Park Ranger program. New information technology and communication equipment, the total of $250,000. These are all very necessary upgrades that enhance our cybersecurity and also really replace different hardware that should have been replaced years ago. Continuing our budget expansion, other contract agreements such as prisoner processing. This is due to the Fresno County's master fee schedule going up. That's going to be an additional $40,000 per year for us. The ShotSpotter contract, we were able to delay some of the expenses of this contract for a couple of years. This year, we're going to need an additional $630,000 to keep that contract going. That is something that the City Council approved previously. Property and evidence room, basically our lease is going up $7,700, and our Northwest Policing District lease is going up $2,700. Legal services, we have not been able to keep up. We are asking for an increase of $75,000 there, bringing the total to $400,000 per year. Utilities, this is basically PG&E rate hikes and things like that, and it's going to impact us $115,000. Also, we are focused on a mental health triage, creating some type of a triage in our dispatch that will be able to assess the calls for mental health and crisis services. Really what we're trying to do is we're trying to satisfy one of the 73 recommendations from the Police Reform Commission, which says that basically when a person is in crisis, we should not have an automatic police response. It should be professionals who can handle that type of need versus police officers every time. We have $395,000 in Arpa allocated for the Regional Training Center. These are much needed upgrades that we need to do, and I'll list them here in a few moments. But basically, we've been in that Regional Training Center for the past 12 years, and we have not done hardly any maintenance that equates to the maintenance we want to do this year. The track is getting worn down. There's other systems. Our targeting system does not work properly, and we need a new one. Basically, we have about 10,000 students that come through there and a lot of training. This year, after COVID, after we opened up, we're on pace to break last year's record. We're bringing in a lot of other police officers, not just from California, but from surrounding states to our regional training center. So it is very important that we keep up with those upgrades and enhancements. Moving on, $60,000 for officer recruitment. We had $50,000 last year, which resulted in a very successful recruiting season. The money in this account will be used basically to continue promoting the Fresno Police Department and to find and identify and recruit the best candidates to come and work in our city. Officer equipment, $522,000. This is everything from a police belt to guns to radios. All this is very, very expensive, and we have to equip our police officers. And this is focused on our new officers that we're bringing on the department. We're proposing our training budget to go up to $100,000. Our FTO premium pay, $36,000. This is relatively low, but basically we don't have enough corporals who at this point work as our field training officers. So we've implemented a new system that will pay $300 a month for those officers that are training new recruits. Our Metro bike unit, to equip them, will cost $97,000. Our street racing unit will need $120,000 to be equipped. Axon, $30,000 for a new recording system to be able to download videos, download reports. And this is going to be a pilot program to see how it works. If it works well, we plan on expanding this to all 5 districts. Equipment for the Fresno Unified and Central Unified School Districts will be $153,000. The fax officer equipment will be $65,000. Officer radios, $693,000. And equipment for our CSO Park Ranger program will be $95,000. Okay, moving on to our budget priorities. Since I've got here in January 2021, the 2 main priorities really have not changed. It's been community safety and community trust. Our bottom line, number 1 priority is to make a safe community, create a safe community, a community where people will feel safe, going shopping, sending their kids to the park, just relative safety throughout the city. But also we have to build trust along with that. It's not just about enforcement, it's about building relationships throughout the city. 2 ancillary priorities in that is to reduce the fear of crime throughout our city. We want people to feel secure. We don't want them to fear going outside. And also to increase quality of life issues, little things like graffiti and getting your car vandalized and small burglaries, property crimes. Those also have to be a priority in order to increase the quality of life for our community. So building trust. We want to build trust in the community through more effective communication. That's why we are enhancing our Metro Bike team. Not only are we enhancing our Metro Bike team, but effective today, we have district safety teams that are now being deployed at every district. Now, this is important for the council because anytime that we get a phone call to our POP officer or there's some type of issue going on in the community, these are the teams that are going to go out there and solve it. Instead of having 3 people, we'll have 8 there. This group of or this team will be able to do everything: investigate crimes, use the POP system to address certain issues, but also be there out there seeing in the community. Effective immediately, we are assigning police officers mainly on 2nd shift, but we also know that we may have to flex them on occasion to work special holidays or special events going on in the community. So every day that our 3 areas of focus will be actually 4. Will be downtown, the Tower District, El Dorado Park, and also Kings Canyon Boulevard. That is effective today, and I have a memorandum that I submitted to the city manager detailing how we're going to use that. But we also know that the engagement from our bike officers are very, very important. When a patrol officer is busy on a Friday or Saturday night going call to call, they don't have that opportunity to engage with the public on a daily basis. That's important. It's important to engage. It's important to communicate. It's important to explain. In my experience as a supervisor, 80% of our complaints are misunderstandings. The public doesn't understand why we're doing what we're doing. And it's important to take 2 or 3 minutes to explain that. We can better do that with our bike teams. And I can tell you that our Metro Bike team that we have right now, which we're planning on doubling, I have the stats if you want to see them, are incredibly effective, very proactive. And part of the reason why they're able to solve crimes, other than the fact that they're hard workers and they're tenacious, is because they know everybody. They know everybody in the downtown area. They have contact with them on a daily basis, and that's important. So we want to continue that through our bike team, through the deployment, but also priority number 2, increasing community support through partnerships. I am very big on that. We have a lot of great organizations in this community. Some of them are represented here today. I can name a few: our Police Activities League, EOC, Barrios Unidos, Live Again Fresno, Boys and Girls Club. they're already doing great work in the community. So instead of the police department trying to create its own program, and we do have them, I believe it's important to identify those great partners in the community and support them and partner with them to make our community better. So that's something that we want to continue doing. And I have a list of long examples, which we can talk about, but one that I really want to highlight today is, we have a Chiefs Advisory Committee that is put together, is made up of juniors and seniors from every high school in the Fresno Unified School District, and we meet twice a quarter. And basically they can ask any question that they want from the police chief. And I can tell you that it's probably been the most thought-provoking, deep questions I've ever been asked by this group of kids. And it's important to build that relationship. But what they want is they want to build a relationship with their police department, and they want to feel safe. And that's something that we plan on continuing on throughout the years with that partnership. Priority number 3 is to continue using technology. We've been very successful in the city in using great technology to help us lower violent crime. And I'm happy to say that effective today, our numbers are a reduction in homicides of 30% from last year, and a reduction in shootings of 25% from last year. Also, the year before I got here, the year of COVID, we had a dismal clearance rate for homicides, 38%. 38%. I mean, that is beyond horrible. But we built that back. And last year we were at 73%. Huge improvement. Right now we're at 92. 92% of the homicides have been solved. And that's not anything that I've done. It's something that my teams have done. Our investigations teams, highly trained professionals. I get compliments from all over the state on this team. And they're working hard to bring justice to our community, to bring justice to the moms, sisters, brothers of people who have lost their lives in this community. So we're doing much better. We have 26 homicides to date. We had, I believe, 34 or 36 this time last year. So much, much better. Now, what helps us also in the reduction of homicides is obviously our various systems of technology, ShotSpotter being the biggest one. ShotSpotter's been able to help us make 100 arrests in the last couple of years. So far this year, of the 218 shootings that we've had, over 100 of them have been picked up by ShotSpotter. So it's a tool that it continues to help us solve violent crime. Also, our real-time crime center is something that we're looking to enhance. I have a meeting later on this week with a vendor to help us basically come in and bring some needed software so we can bring this up to speed. And by the way, a national trend nationwide, a lot of different police departments are doing this, is they're opening up their own real-time crime centers so they can have a hub of information and cameras so they can quickly respond to, investigate, and apprehend suspects during crimes. Moving on to priority number 4, to provide the mandatory training for our officers, including de-escalation, implicit bias, perishable skills, interview interrogation. When we reassign somebody to a position like child abuse or homicide, they can't simply just go in there. We have to train them. We have to equip them with the information, with the skills that they need to perform a good job. So that takes money and it takes schools. De-escalation, implicit bias, all perishable skills. We have to continue training in those. And our budget hasn't been able to sustain that in the last couple of years. So that's why I'm asking for $100,000 more. It's an investment in the professionalism of our police department. Number 5, we're committed to recruiting the most qualified candidates through the recruiting unit to develop new ideas, innovations, to get the best pool of candidates. Some of you may have seen this last year, the Fresno Police Department signed the pledge for 30 by 30. That means that the goal is to, by 2030, for our police officers on the police department to make up 30% of our workforce. They are underrepresented right now at 12%. And we have a lot of great talent, female talent, who would like to be a part of this police department, and we have to encourage that. But we've also done a lot of different things, such as Skill Bridge program. We were the first agency, large agency in the West Coast to use the Skill Bridge program. This is a program where we partner with our with the military to get military members who are about to leave the military and bridge them to another profession, this being law enforcement. So we were the first agency. We're no longer the first agency. Once they saw what we were doing, there's a lot of agencies who are also doing it. But it's a great pool of candidates to get military members who want to live in Fresno, who want a career in law enforcement. And right now and I have the stats to show you as far as our numbers and our recruiting stats, which I'm very proud of. I'm mostly proud of my team in there, Deputy Chief Phil Cooley and the rest of his team members who have worked very, very hard. Today, we have 83 police vacancies. Okay, but we have 32 police officers training in FTO. That brings us down to 51 vacancies. 51 vacancies. Okay, I can tell you that right now in my academies, we have 82 people in our police academy who are going to graduate here within the next year, and I'll give you the numbers very quickly. We have 22 that are graduating in July. We have 38 who graduate in October, and we have 22 who graduate in December. Okay, that means that even if we add the 37 positions that I'm proposing in this budget, by this time next year, we may be the only large police agency in the country that is fully staffed. And that is a fact by the numbers. So to say that, that I'm proud of my recruiting unit is a gross understatement. I can also tell you that our attrition rate has slowed down, 2.75 per month, meaning that in the next year, we're gonna lose about 33 people, give or take. But that has slowed way down from 5, 6, up to 12 per month that we were experiencing last year. I think that's good for the police department. I think that's good for our city. Moving on to priority number 6 is obviously equipment is very, very important, but the national standard across the country is to make sure, I guess I haven't been doing this. The national standard across the country is to make sure that we have body-worn cameras for all police officers. And I can tell you that right now we have 622 body-worn cameras on our first responders. Now, that doesn't just include patrol officers, that also includes various members who are on task force, SVB TAC, and whenever we make entry into a home, they also have body-worn cameras. So we are definitely ahead of the curve on that, but cameras are expensive, and that's why we need the additional funding. Priority number 7, establishing an impaired driving and street racing unit. I can tell you that the 3 biggest complaints for me, and I'm gonna just go on a limb and say that they're probably the 3 top complaints for you, is violent crime, homelessness, and street racing. So we definitely want to address the street racing issue. So 38% is the increase of fatalities since 2018. They're going up. We had 42 in 2018, and we had 58 in 2021. Meaning that more people are dying out there on our streets. And a lot of the calls that we respond to, 50% of the 16,000 complaints for traffic issues, 50% or 8,000 of them were related to street racing. It's a big, big problem. And that's why I'm glad that the mayor is supporting this expansion of our street racing unit. Their job will be to go out there and investigate and get information when these street racing teams are coming to our city to create a dangerous environment in our community and to get ahead of it and to break these things up. I have the stats, if you like them, on the impact they made last year, and it's very significant. Various arrests and a lot of tows, and that's important. When you take somebody's racing vehicle away for 30 days, that leaves an impact. So this unit's going to be really focused on that, but also impaired driving. I mean, we had a lot of other fatalities that were not related to street racing, and we have to address those too because that's really what our community is asking us for. Priority number 8, the reinstatement of the Fresno and Central Unified School District student resource officer programs. I've talked about that here or previously in the presentation. This is something that I was asked this exact same time last year by both the school districts, and they wanted them back last year, and we were not able to do that. If you recall, 12 months ago, we were in an all-hands-on-deck approach trying to lower violent crime. And we're in a much better posture, not just in violent crime, but also in our numbers in recruiting. So now we're able to, using a tiered approach, add police officers back to the middle schools. The contract was just approved last week by the Fresno Unified School District, and I have not heard about the Central Unified School District, but I anticipate that one will be approved as well too. Okay, moving on. Priority number 9, to reinstitute the partnership with FACTS. As I said earlier, 4,500 calls for service last year that related to some type of a FACTS issue that has to be addressed. We've been using contract law enforcement services to provide this, but we like to have a full-time unit that does nothing but focus on our transportation system and our FACTS buses. So that's something that is being prioritized this year. Priority number 10, to provide the necessary equipment to the officers to protect and serve our community with the purchase of radios, ballistic vests and plates, body-worn cameras, firearms. One of the issues that I found when I got here to Fresno was the fact that none of my police officers actually had the plate carriers out there on the streets to protect themselves when there's an active shooter situation with a high-powered rifle. Okay, they're wearing vests, but these vests are not going to stop a .223 round or a .308 round. This is something that I instituted in my previous police department because it was necessary right after the 5 officers were shot and killed in Dallas, Texas, and we made it a priority then, and we need to make it a priority here. So part of the budget is to give every patrol officer, they will be assigned to the vehicle, so every vehicle will have that vest that they can throw over and protect themselves. And that's part of this equipment purchase that I'm asking. Priority number 11, establish a mental health triage program. We are looking into a new communication center to merge police and fire dispatch. The plans are in the works, but another thing that we have to also concern ourselves with is the calls for service for crisis needs, and this is something that Vice President Maxwell has brought up before. Are we being efficient right now in how we take those calls in? Are we providing the best service? Are we providing a timely service? And I can't say yes to those questions. So this is a good step forward to implement a triage system of dispatchers, highly trained clinicians who will assess the call. And when it is a call where public safety is not an issue, basically there's no weapon, there's no violence, it's basically a person in crisis to send a clinician, to send a professional, to send a paramedic, and it does not have to be a police officer every time. So this gives me $600,000 to start looking into that. I can tell you that I have a trip planned to Denver, Colorado. They have a program there called STARS. The Denver police chief is a good friend of mine. He's going to allow us to go and visit their model. They've been using this since the pandemic, and it's been a very successful model. So I'm not into reinventing the wheel. I'm into doing the research and finding out the best program that might fit us, tweak it to meet our needs, and then implement it here. So that's something that we intend to do here in the next year. Number 12, purchase a de-escalation vehicle to respond to critical incidents. This is very, very important. Our crisis negotiators are some of the best in the state, and they've been highly successful the last year in diffusing situations. What they do is they get to the scene of a barricaded subject or any other individual who is threatening their own life or the life of others, and they set up communication. Right now, we have to borrow a truck, and we have to borrow a trailer, and we have to go drive the truck to where the trailer is and drag it over to wherever the scene is, and that's not efficient or effective. So this vehicle is going to be a standalone communication vehicle with all the communication equipment we need to establish communication, build rapport, and de-escalate the situation so we can get that person out safely. And we have been very successful in doing that. Number 13, recruit emergency services dispatchers. Every year, we get 996,000 calls to our communication center, so just under 1 million. Okay, 434,000 of those are calls for service where we actually have to dispatch somebody out there. The state standard for answering a 911 call within 15 seconds should be 95%. We're at 75%. That's not nearly good enough, and we have to get better. We need to fill the positions that are vacant right now, but adding staff members is also going to be important. They're getting burnt out, quite quite frankly. They're working long hours. It's a very, very difficult job. Any time that any council member wants to go down to dispatch, we'd be happy to take you down there. I couldn't do that job. I know that for a fact. And yet, these men and women do a great job of just multitasking and trying to get the right service, whether it's police, fire, ambulance, to that location very, very quickly. But we certainly need help in that. Priority number 14, to acquire replacement vehicles, to replace vehicles that have reached their end of life. I had my team do an analysis, and I can show you that here in a little bit, as far as the vehicles that we have. And I can tell you that we keep them a long, long, long time. Sometimes we should really deadline the vehicle, but we go ahead and keep it another year just so we can have an extra vehicle to be able to respond to calls. So that's what we're doing here, is we're replacing the vehicles that have to be replaced. But we're also adding vehicles to things like the Park Ranger program and other vehicles that we need for to do our jobs. So that basically concludes. I know that was kind of quick for such a big budget, but I assumed that there would be a couple questions, maybe 2 or 3. So I'm ready for those now. Or Council President,
More than 2 or 3, Chief. But again, in keeping with the design we've had throughout the budget hearings, I know you were tied up in the trainings, but we're going to do public comment first, and then we'll bring you back up. I anticipate, based on the number of cards I have, that might not be till after lunch. I think public comment will probably take us there. So appreciate the presentation. I have several cards here in the chamber. Again, if you're here in the chamber and would like to speak with respect to the police department budget, please fill out a yellow card, bring it up to the clerk. We'll make sure you get the opportunity. And if you're on Zoom, go ahead and raise your hand. So we'll go ahead and kick it off. We have 2 minutes and lots of cards, so I will hold you to your 2-minute mark. If you're in the chamber, you can tell when the first beep goes off, that means you have 1 minute left. When the 2 beeps go off, that means the time is up. So first here in the chamber, first speaker is going to be Mona Cummings.
Hello. Thank you. So I'll go ahead and get started. My name is Mona Nyanduro Cummings, and I am the CEO of Tree Fresno. I also live in District 6. Our mission of Tree Fresno is to transform the central San Joaquin Valley with water-wise trees and increased green space. We specialize in the planting of urban trees in communities defined as disadvantaged per Cal Enviro Screen. Disadvantaged neighborhoods experience more than their fair share of unemployment, low educational attainment, poverty, lack of access to green space, and environmental pollution. Many studies have shown that this cocktail of conditions creates stressors that can lead to poor success rates and significantly reduced lifespans. Today I'm here to express my support for city funding for Advanced Peace. I want to point out that my experience with Advanced Peace has been very thorough. Advanced Peace has become partners with Tree Fresno and the Fresno Metropolitan Black Chamber of Commerce in the Green Team Youth Ambassador Program. This education and workforce development program, funded by CAL FIRE and in part by the Supplemental Environmental Project through CARB, increases awareness of the value of urban trees across the city and the community, and to present opportunities for employment in tree-related fields. This year, I've worked closely with members of the leadership of Advanced Peace, every single one of these gentlemen and their fellows. I've learned of their work in bringing increased levels of peace to our most disadvantaged communities in Fresno as a whole. And what I believe is that it increases peace in Fresno and on all areas of Fresno. It is my belief that in addition to investment in policing, there should exist meaningful investment in community-led approaches to reducing gun violence. Earlier this month, our Green Team graduated nearly all the members of the Advanced Peace Leadership Team who were offered 100 hours of educational sessions and outdoor environmental work, and each met these qualifications, and many of their fellows also met these qualifications.
Thank you, Mona.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Clerk, are the lights back there working? I didn't hear the double beep. When was it? Okay, I guess I'm just going deaf. Usually I can hear it. So I'm taking a look at these yellow cards. I've gotten a few different requests. Most of the cards do say Advanced Peace. One of the requests I've received is from the mayor who would like to say something. So we'll rewind, come back to, and we'll make that part of the police department presentation if you want to say a few words. Then we'll resume the yellow cards.
Thank you, Council President. Yeah, I did want to share with you some thoughts after having a number of conversations with some of the folks involved in Advanced Peace or supporting Advanced Peace, meetings that we've had in the last 2 weeks internally with the police department, with Parks Department, with our Office of Neighborhood Safety and Community Engagement, and the city manager. And it pertains specifically to what Advanced Peace does, as well as other organizations in our city that do incredible work in either preventing gang violence or intervening in gang violence. And so that is the very reason why my budget contains $950,000 for violence prevention, although it is housed in the Parks Department. In addition, and that is specifically for violence intervention in our city and prevention. In addition, we were just notified about a week ago that we're receiving another $1.8 million from the California Violence Intervention and Prevention Program from the state. And as part of those dollars, $300,000 is being set aside to provide street outreach coalition training by the Urban Institute, and that is to intervention specialists who go out into the field to do exactly what some of the workers of Advanced Peace have been doing. The remaining dollars are for going to be provided to other prevention work. That includes our Fresno Summer Nights events as well as Camp Fresno. I did want to talk about a proposal that we have developed and bringing forward, and I've already shared this with some of the folks that are here today. But that proposal is for grant funding to be passed on to various organizations in our community under a City of Fresno model that allows for standards and expectations to be developed for groups that are going to be involved in intervention work in our community. And the organizations that can apply for this are community-based organizations or their fiscal agent, which would include EOC, who is currently the fiscal agent for Advanced Peace. But this model is going to be established to create accountability, training, policies, measurables, so that we can withstand any of the audits that are going to be done by the state and federal government, since these are state and federal dollars. And the goals of the Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative are to, 1, expand the capacity of violence interventionists, especially those serving communities of color. 2 is to interrupt cycles of violence and retaliation to reduce the incidence of homicide, shootings, and aggravated assaults. 3 is to invest in prevention efforts for youth and young adults and mitigate the impact of adverse childhood experiences and trauma. And so those are the things that are going to be looked at in terms of the goals, and grant funding will be awarded to projects which do one or more of the following. Number 1, increase the number of violence intervention workers who respond to gang-related violent incidents in our community. Similar, very, very similar to what the folks in Advanced Peace do. 2, provide workforce development and opportunities to formerly incarcerated and justice impacted individuals through mentorship, through mentorship. And so this is in addition to the $7.4 million that the city of Fresno received from the state to implement our workforce development program. And all of you know, council, that we target individuals for employment and training, remove barriers for child care, transportation, and getting folks employed. We're going to be hiring over 110 of those in the city of Fresno. Folks that have been touched by the criminal justice system, folks that have been involved in gangs, foster care or foster youth who are timing out of the system. Those are the ones we're targeting for that. So very similar to this program. 3 is to engage at-risk youth in structured, trauma-informed recreational programming and mentorship. 4, provide stabilization services and case management to reduce barriers to housing, unemployment, banking, and other essential resources that enable an exit from the cycle of violence. 5 is to respond to traumatic events, to provide conflict resolutions and alternatives to retaliation. And we most often refer to this as hospital-based settings. When there's an incident, a shooting that occurs, interventionists go out to the scene, go out to the hospital for the purpose of heading off any future conflict. Obviously, the first thing we want is intervention specialists to prevent the first shooting, but if they cannot, then to prevent the retaliatory type incidents. 6 is to deliver individual or group therapeutic interventions by licensed clinicians. And then 7th, provide safe passages for youth to disrupt and influence the gang culture. And then last is to provide innovative services that meet the goals of the initiative. And so the eligibility and funding, CBOs, community-based organizations, will be eligible to apply for the grants that we're going to be provided to them. And again, there's no restrictions on who can apply. And prevention and intervention services are going to be key. And the funding will last through June 30th of 2024. And we are going to be releasing calls for proposals for these organizations, as I said, which would include EOC, should they choose to apply, which I'm sure they will. And that will begin on July 1, 2022. So the release for a call for proposals, and then we'll also provide any technical assistant workshops that people may need in order to apply. And then August 5th, the proposals will be due, and then funding will be awarded shortly thereafter. So I did want folks in the audience, as well as council, to know we have been developing a plan and a process for the $950,000 as well as the $1.8 million that we have as well, and any future funding that may occur. Again, for the purpose of setting forth standards and expectations, so there are no issues that come about as these efforts.
Mayor, if I may ask you the question of the alpha in the room, do you intend to fund advanced peace in the upcoming RFP that you described?
I fully anticipate that EOC will submit a grant, and I don't want to taint that RFP process, which I could do up here very easily. Yeah. But I am very confident that EOC is going to submit a grant for the intervention work that's been done under advanced peace.
So let me ask you a non-RFP question.
We're going to do questions and comments after the presentation.
Yeah.
I think that was an important question to ask.
Yes.
You support advanced peace?
Miguel, don't. I know. You know I support their work.
Okay, that's
advanced peace. Let me just say publicly,
yeah.
Advanced peace intervention specialists have done some great work out there. I know for a fact.
Thank you.
They've stopped shootings. I know that for a fact.
All right. When I get these one-off requests, I have to exercise a level of judgment, and I didn't know if you're going to throw water or fuel on the fire with all these cards here, so I think it worked out. We'll resume. We're going to resume. We're going to go back to public comments. Second card we have is Professor Kapoor. Welcome, Dr. Kapoor. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning and peace to all of you. I am here in support of advanced PACE. I just was given this thing, so I would like to share that I am in support of that. In view of the time, I have written some comments. I will go very quickly. I just heard the mayor's statement, which I think I need to look a little bit more closely. Didn't get a chance to know everything about it, but I want to say a few words about the advanced PACE. In my opinion, advanced PACE is a very advanced concept and very innovative program committed to reduce and eventually eliminate gun and gang violence in Fresno. After reading a lot about advanced PACE and meeting with leaders like Aaron Foster and trusted leader B.T. Lewis, whose article appears in Fresno Bee today, an excellent article with a lot of good suggestions, which I hope you will consider that. I have arrived at a conclusion that advanced PACE is an effective non-violent alternative to address the problem of gun and gang violence in Fresno. The program has earned the trust and confidence of the community and relies heavily on the cooperation and input from various segments of our community. Its approach of trust building and direct engagement with those who are at the center of gun violence is commendable. The program is still in its stage of infancy. I would label it as a pilot program which needs resources, understanding, and cooperation from the Fresno City authorities. It may have some trouble spots and mistakes which can be ironed out through dialogue, negotiation, and discussion. Please do not throw the baby out of the window along with the bathwater, as the saying goes. I personally believe that the advanced PACE is engaged in peace building and conflict transformation in our community. They are peacemakers, and blessed are the peacemakers.
Thank you, Dr. Kapoor. We appreciate your time.
Yeah. So I really support.
Dr. Kapoor,
give
we're
them
over
the
time.
peace. Give them
Next
the chance.
up, we're going to have.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Reverend Tim Kutzmark.
Hi, I'm Reverend Tim Kutzmark from the Unitarian Universalist Church of Fresno. We heard the police chief say that the police budget priorities are community safety and community trust. We've just heard the mayor say that advanced peace stops shooting. So to defund advanced peace is to eliminate community safety, and it is to eliminate community trust, because advanced peace is able to communicate with folks on the ground, saving lives, stopping shootings that the police officers, clergy, and other perceived authority figures could not make, because these are community members working within the community. My hope is that Pastor B.T. Lewis doesn't have to do a memorial service for a young black man who dies because we have defunded advanced peace. My hope is that Pastor DJ Cryer won't have to do a memorial service, a funeral for a young person who has died because this city has decided to defund black lives. Not say Black Lives Matter, but say defund black lives. I wouldn't want that on my conscience.
Reza, you are next.
You don't want to try the last name?
Mande? What was that?
I'm just kidding.
You want me to read your last name out?
Yeah.
All right, here we go for the public record. Sorry, Reza.
That's okay.
It was too personal. Reza Nukamenish.
Good job. Council President, Council, Mayor, Chief, I can't believe that we even have to have this conversation. We as a city have failed, whether it's the city, the police, or community organizations, to curb or reduce gun violence in any significant way. And then a program with a proven track record was brought to Fresno with massive community support. This program, with a track record of significantly reducing murder and gun violence in other cities, was fought for in this city, and since it began its efforts, has been able to show a significant decrease in gun violence in the spaces that they work in. It's as if this city is a restaurant. We're running a business here. And we have a terrible reality that we're wasting too much food and food cost is way too high. And there's a consultant with a proven track record, not only to lower those food costs, but to minimize waste. This consultant will save us manifold what it will cost us. This consultant will make our restaurant a more productive and efficient business. And we're arguing whether or not we should spend an insignificant portion of our budget on this consultant. That business will fail, just as it always has. We would be foolish to not bring in a program that could save all of us. Support Advance Peace. Thank you.
This card doesn't have a name. All right, so Reverend Simon Biasel.
Morning, council members. I want to talk about the coalition that is supporting Advance Peace. Last week, you received, each of you, a letter from, signed by, I think, 28 faith leaders here in our valley. That number has increased close to 40 now. These faith leaders are not just the radical leftist faith leaders that you know and love, but it's a wide group of faith leaders through across faith traditions represented by each one of your districts. And this group of almost 40 faith leaders, both pastors, executive directors of nonprofits that serve our community, we disagree on a lot of things, but what we all agree on is how effective Advance Peace is. The coalition of faith leaders is symbolic of the coalition in our community that supports Advance Peace. Diverse perspectives, diverse views coming together, supporting Advance Peace. I served on the Police Reform Commission. That is another coalition of people who have come together calling on this city to support Advance Peace. No disrespect, but this coalition has never asked the mayor or the city of Fresno or the police department or the parks department to come up with something like Advance Peace. We don't need the city to do this. The community is already doing it. This council approved back in December $950,000. Ironically, the same amount of money it costs the city every time that there is a shooting here in our community. That $950,000 should be going to EOC today. Not in some grant program. They don't need to reapply for it. That money is designated for Advance Peace. Send it to them today. Thank you.
So the blank card that I had, there was a group affiliation. Someone from Rising Star filled out a card without a name. Just because you work here doesn't mean we should assume we know you.
I apologize.
You have 2 minutes, Reverend.
I apologize, President, to all of the council persons, to our management team and our staff. God bless you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity today. I made sure that I'm off the city's clock on today so that I could come here and spend my personal time in front of you to advocate for Advance Peace. The importance of Advance Peace is that it reaches deeper into our Black, African-American, colored, Negro community than any other gang prevention program that we have ever had. And our children need Advance Peace. Because every time we get thrown into another program, we get watered down by terms like people of color. And we get thrown into rooms with people of color. And when you do that, the black emphasis and the emphasis for our families and our community gets watered down. And that's what we don't want to happen. We need a gang prevention program that focuses on our community. It reaches deeper than any of our other gang prevention initiatives because they actually deal with the children, the people in our community that are involved in activities that they should not be involved in. It's a bold approach, but I want to encourage you not to throw this approach out. It's still in its infancy. It needs opportunity to learn how to walk. You know, when you learn how to walk, you fall down a few times. It needs the opportunity to get its legs under it, do whatever it takes, meet with people, hold people accountable. We're not asking you to allow people to slide on behaviors that are not appropriate for people that represent us, but we're asking you to not throw the baby out with the bathwater, but to save it. You can form a task force that will help us to save advanced peace. I think that was my time.
Thank you, Pastor.
All right.
Appreciate it. All right. Next up is going to be Gloria Hernandez.
Hola. You know, I'm really surprised at Dyer because here he is, like the typical bully that he is, taking away something, a toy, from a group that's actually playing good, playing fair, and trying to make it his own, just like bullies. So I support advanced peace, but I really wanted to talk about the issue of the crisis center. Yeah, we did ask for a lot of stuff under the police commission. My concern is that here they're pushing something down our throat, and we advised them 2 years ago. We said, you got 2 years to go on this contract with the county to work a public program. Bring the public together, bring the consumers together, bring the professionals together. All they did was field trips, and that was it. And then they throw something down your throat. I'm really concerned because they're asking for $8 million for a new 911 center. Right now, the feds and the state are looking at in California, AB 988. There might be some money coming down the line for crisis call centers. So why are we doing like what Brand did? Didn't apply for the fire money? So you need to look at that. We need to dialogue on who will be in control before we start funding it. The summary that I saw is that they're going to look for an agency. So why are we funding it now? Why aren't we looking for the agency now? Why aren't we including public people? You need to go back and look at our reform commission. The development of this plan didn't include either set of the commissioners, both the first set and the second set. The plan only covers 18 hours a day for one person to be there. I advocated real strongly that all the dispatchers should be trained, cross-trained on identifying calls, so that way, one, they become more professional, and two, they earn their money. The third thing I wanted to say is we gave Dyer a lot of money back in the
Gloria,
day for alert warning
We appreciate you
system,
coming down to speak
and
this
they
morning.
didn't defund it.
But we're going to move on to the next speaker. Thank you, Gloria. So the next speaker we have in the chamber is going to be Mr. Andy Levine.
Good morning, Council President Esparza, Mayor Dyer, Council. Thank you for your time this morning. Thank you for hearing us out on this important issue. I woke up this morning and I, like most people, I'm not gonna lie, I opened up Facebook right away and I had a 2-year memory of us advocating for advanced peace before you all 2 years ago, I believe today, at least that's when I posted it. And I believe it was exactly 3 years ago today that we advocated for you again and it was denied. But 2 years ago today, I was incredibly proud of our city and our community in in following the model and best practices of what we know works, what has saved lives in other cities, dramatically saved lives. And I was proud of us for taking on that model and bringing it to Fresno. And I've been honored to be on the Advanced Peace Fresno Advisory Committee for the last probably close to 2 years, and just been inspired by the staff, the leadership of Fresno EOC, which I'm incredibly grateful for, of their resilience through this moment, and inspired by the staff in updating us regularly on how they were already saving lives. Frankly, they are ahead of schedule. They are just completing their first cohort, and as you heard even from our mayor, we know that they have already saved lives. And so I'm urging you to continue the funding for Advanced Peace, to not bring it back. We need to continue to move forward. Let's not take a step back. I'm speaking to you today as a resident, but I also am mindful that in my new role as trustee on the school board, we have a lot more that we need to do as a school district, as a city, as our systems. We have failed our most vulnerable children and students and young men specifically, but Advanced Peace is creating opportunities and backfilling where we have failed, and I am urging you, I am imploring you to do the right thing and to continue the funding for Advanced Peace so we can continue to save lives today. Thank you so much.
I'm going to move over to Zoom to grab a few folks there. Then we'll resume the yellow cards. So on Zoom, we have Lisa Flores. Welcome, Lisa.
Welcome. Let me get my glasses on real quick here. I want to talk about what happened to me last Wednesday, June 15th at Roding Park, and also to call that you do not increase the police funding at all after my experiences. Last Wednesday, I pulled up dog park, right? I've been running a dog group at a Roding Park for over 10 years, representing over about 150 people for the 2 groups I run. So I showed up a half an hour early just to check it out and get my dog super tired. You know, there were 2 cop cars there already pulled up on the grass, running over, the pipes, sitting there for half an hour, nothing. Then all of a sudden, 3 cop cars, SUVs, just pull up. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? Am I in the middle of something going down? Do I need to get my dog park people out of there? No, it was a homeless cleanup where there were no homeless. So I'm like, that's what I'm assuming. So I'm asking a cop on his way out as people are leaving. And oh, by the way, the pub drove by. They didn't even stop. They didn't even engage. They didn't even look. And, as one of the police officers was exiting and leaving, I was asking him what was going on. And he said, well, he didn't say anything. And I said, well, come and talk to us. And he literally said, and I'm quoting you, I can't because I'm afraid your dog will bite me. 3 small Chihuahuas in the Fresno PD are afraid? Seriously? So he came walking around the fence, and when he saw that I was videotaping, because, I don't know what's going on, and I'm going to make sure that me and my people are safe, and I'm asking him what is going on, he literally said, I don't have to answer this. Why are you videotaping? I'm just doing my job, turned tail, and walked off. Now, in that interaction, that gentleman violated Government Code 19068, courteous treatment of the public. And,
Lisa, I know you couldn't see the timer, but we're over time now. I'm sorry. We're going to move on to Kimberly Mccoy.
Good morning, Council President, Council Vice President, and other council members. I would just like to say that this portion of the budget hearings is very important, and to limit our comments to 2 minutes is very hard to do when we have residents in the chamber and on Zoom who would like to make comments in regards to this. But let me start with saying, hello, my name is Kimberly Mccoy, Project Director with Fresno Building Healthy Communities. On the last day of budget hearings, community members finally learned why 44% of the general fund goes to the police and not to them. It's clear that this allocation of the general fund would just be another way to continue business as usual within our police department. Imagine if this 44% was allocated more effectively towards the community. Better engagement, better green spaces, thriving arts and cultural districts, housing for all, better land use practices, reliable and safe public transportation, and COVID-19 relief, our community still so desperately needs. We could do so much more than what this entire budget reflects, but the police gets 44% of our city's money. I imagine a different Fresno than what this budget offers us. It's also dangerous to create the Park Rangers program under the police department while using Measure P dollars. Park Rangers are not police, period. Imagine what can happen if parks have 44% of the budget. Park Rangers will be properly trained to engage with the community, not act as law enforcement. And let's recognize what that 44% should be doing if it's going to the police. Programs like Advanced Peace have done what the police can't seem to do alone. They've made our streets safer. They've provided resources to get education. They have created opportunities that help turn community members' lives around. For lives of violence to lives of dignity, community members now have the chance to reach their full potential. And I just feel that it's very, very disrespectful for them to have to apply for a grant that was for money that was already allocated to them. They have the trust of the community residents. They have the trust of our community. So that's why they're very, very successful. Numbers do not lie.
Thank you,
If the
Kimberly.
city plans to keep the 44% allocated to
Kimberly,
police, why
we're over
can't we
time.
fund
We're going to
Advanced
move on
Peace?
to the next speaker on Zoom, but thank you. The next speaker on Zoom is going to be James Mendez.
Hello, I'm James Mendez. I'm a retired physician and I live in Mike Carbasi's district. I come to the City Council asking that you continue financial support of Advanced Peace as part of the city's commitment to reduce gun violence. I'm also aware of the opposition of the police department and the chief and their concerns regarding Advanced Peace, but I do not believe the error of one Advanced Peace member should result in the throwing out of the whole program. I've been a supporter of Advanced Peace since 2018. Advanced Peace is an evidence-based program. Several studies have shown Advanced Peace is effective in reducing gun violence in a number of cities, including Fresno. And I would just ask that you continue the $950,000 funding of Advanced Peace through the EOC and demand more frequent accountability regarding the work they are doing and ongoing vetting of the neighborhood change agents that they use to see if they are being pulled back into the gang life. Again, Advanced Peace uses direct intervention with those most likely to commit shootings, and these individuals are at high risk of falling back into gang violence. Thank you very much for our time.
Okay. Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Brandy News Villegas.
Hello, thank you and I agree that definitely need more than 2 minutes for things that are life and death situations. The police need to be focused on what they are needed for, and there's a lot of money that is going that's going to police department that's not necessary or could be in better programs. I support Advanced Peace. I'll get back to that. The HEART team police is not a good use of resources. When it was announced, it was promoted as being different than before and compassionate response to unhoused encampments. This is a lie, as it has been exactly the same, which is cruel, ineffective, and a waste of our taxpayer money. It costs $10 million you're proposing $10 million for HEART, and what are you getting for it? It's the appearance of doing something by displacing people from the area. Many people do outreach, including local advocates, social workers, cahoots, that do not need a police presence with them. What they've been used for is forced displacement. They have been we've been witnessing, and the unhoused have witnessed them treating the unhoused like criminals. They have literally justified moving elderly and disabled without shelter as they are, quote unquote, breaking the law. That is the focus, is on the crimes. This is not solving any problem because they're simply moved so they'll be hit by the HEART team again. We need police to respond to things happening to the homeless, such as stabbings, that happened this past week, rather than needlessly doing encampment sweeps, which makes people more vulnerable as they're separated from people that are safe to them. Instead of losing their belongings and moving, often in poor weather that affects their health and their safety. If we meet their needs in a stable way, we don't need law enforcement. And I ask that money go to things like tiny homes, that goes to mental health professionals, that goes to training everyone in first aid that works with the unhoused. Regarding the mental health triage, I am concerned as well that it only covers 18 hours a day, and that the reform team has not been involved in that, and ask that 911 operators be trained, and also that in the process of finding a team that you that there is real community engagement and that you listen to the community rather than going with what we want. The Police Commission has programs that they have suggested, and there is...
Thank you, Randy. We're over time. Thank you. We're going to come back to the chamber, kind of alternating back and forth. Next in the chamber, we have Crescente Avendaño.
Hello, Council President, Council members. Name is Crescente Avendaño, and I'm here as a resident today. I've lived in Fresno for most of my life, and it's really upsetting to be here again, advocating for a program that we have seen that works. I also have the honor and privilege to work alongside young people across California. Last week we had a mental health summit where young people really talked about what they wanted. And everything that young people want is what Advanced Peace is offering. Advanced Peace offers young people, residents always pushed to the side. They offer them to be seen. They offer them to be understood. And they actually are preventing, right, what we have been seeing. When residents ask for safety, they're actually not talking about adding more police on campus or in our communities. Communities are actually asking for healing. Communities are asking for resources. Communities are asking the city, ourselves, our systems to really look at the root causes of what is causing things that our communities were handed from the beginning, whether they be Black, they be brown, whether they be folks of color. We know there is a different treatment depending on what neighborhood you are in and you grow up in. So today I'm asking the City Council to actually support Advanced Peace. And as we think about the mental health supports, also think about who are the healers or mental health practitioners that you're looking at, because we know not all of them actually support and help communities of color, particularly when they're Black, when they're Indigenous. Thank you.
Next in the chamber is going to be Noel Johnson.
Good morning, Council. I am Noel. I am a member of Fresno EOC. I actually work in our Young Adult Services program, so I get to a firsthand look at Advanced Peace and the work that they do. And might I say, today is the National Observance of Juneteenth. I can't find a better way to honor my ancestors than to be here to support a program that is proactive in the prevention of violence. Police are very reactive. We don't need any more reactive. We need proactive organizations, and we have one that's been here fighting to show that they're doing it. The proof is in the community. You say you're here for the community. Our community is telling you what we want. We want Advanced Peace. They're doing the work that you want them to do. They're doing it. Don't let one bad seed ruin a great foundation, a great program. I get to watch these young men. I do outreach and recruitment for my program. I'm the first face they see when they come into our program. We see a lot of broken, hurting, angry young men who transform their lives in this program into successful, productive young members of this society. We support Advanced Peace. Don't defund them. We need them.
Excuse me, Council President. I just wanted to make an announcement real quick. We have relaxed parking again today. So thank you for reminding us, Gloria. But yes, we have relaxed parking in and around City Hall today, so there's no need to worry to feed your meter. Thank you.
All right, next speaker is going to be Aaron Foster.
Good morning. I still think it's morning. Been here for a while. I remember a person in my community told me that if a picture paints 1,000 words, it's the imagination that tells the story. They told us to reimagine public safety. Advanced Peace wasn't just thrown at us. We went and did research on the best fit for Fresno. We came up with a system that's absolutely working for the people we engage. Advanced Peace is not a black program. They gave us an assignment to deal with black people in the very beginning, to prove that it works. And after a year, we were supposed to expand this program into our Hispanic communities, but we didn't wait a year. We've been working hand in hand with our Hispanic community because we're dying at a higher rate together than any other two groups of people in our city. So the misconception is that I don't see what would be wrong with it if it was, but I just want it clear that we work with anybody that's in need. We don't turn away nobody, and we work in collection with those. The second thing is we don't give away money. Since Advanced Peace has been up and running, we only have 3 people who are eligible to receive stipends. So just to dispel those things, and again, 2 minutes is a short time for me to say everything that I want to say, but what I can say proudly and boldly and facts is Advanced Peace is actually working to not only stop gang violence, but to heal our community. Because when we speak of mental health, I think that everybody that I engage, I know that everybody that I engage is suffering from PTSD in some form. I don't want to go over my time, but I would love to have a different platform where I can speak into everything that Advanced Peace does. Instead of just the one thing, we have to first, again, stop the bleeding. That's what Advanced Peace was selected to do. But we have to heal our community, and then we have to have a sustainable outcome. So reinventing things and coming up with new ways to do what we already are doing is a real big slap in the face.
Next speaker is going to be Alfredo Gonzalez. Alfredo.
Good morning. My name is Alfredo Gonzalez. I work with Fresno Barrios Unidos. I'm a crisis intervention worker. I'm just here to say that, like Aaron said, this is not a black thing, this is not a brown thing. It's everybody, it's the city. And if we don't have Advanced Peace, I can't do my job. Why? Because last year, everybody knows there was one shooting that caused the riot at Fresno High, the Bolero shooting. That was black and Mexicans fighting with each other. We were able to get in there and stop the violence because it would have got out of hand. It's not the only time that's been able to do that. We've done it multiple times where this city could have went up in flames. But because of the work that Aaron Foster and Advanced Peace do, it allows me to do the same work at Barrios. And together, we've been able to limit the violence in this city, and we're going to continue to limit the violence in this city so long as the city backs us and backs Aaron Foster and Advanced Peace. It's a program that's proven to work, and law enforcement, the church, nobody can go into these communities and do the work we do. I know that for a fact because I went to prison at the age of 17. I had double life for murder as a gang member. I did 24 years. I've been out nearly 4 years, and I've done more work in the last 4 years with Advanced Peace in conjunction with them and together than the city could ever do with law enforcement because these communities don't want to hear it. Kids like me won't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. Only people like us can go into these communities and speak to these kids and show them that there's options aside from the violence that they're going through. They don't have to throw their life away like I did. I believe that Advanced Peace is a program that maybe have flaws, but at the end of the day, it's doing more good than harm, and the city wants it. And I know that because other cities around the valley have called me to ask if we can go into their communities and try to limit the violence there. Thank you.
Next here in the chamber is going to be Ruben Espinoza.
Hello, Council President and City Council members. My name is Ruben Espinoza, and I'm here to speak up in support of Advanced Peace because of their proven work in gun violence prevention that has been plaguing the youth here in Fresno and other places nationwide. I also want to speak today about the police budget. The budget is a moral document. It shows us who and what we prioritize and value. An equitable One Fresno begins with the city budget. Currently, police department takes up 40% of the general funds alone, while the Parks Department only gets about 6%. Think about the message that sends to the young people and community members who have been historically disinvested in and left behind. The mayor stated himself that the crime has decreased, but still wants to use the already bloated police budget to put cops back on campuses. It doesn't make sense. If the tragic events in Uvalde have shown us anything, it's that we cannot continue to rely only on police officers to prevent crime or even stop it in its tracks. So why do we keep giving them the vast majority of our finite resources? Since the Arpa hearings, families have been sharing their struggle to provide during this global pandemic, sending their kids in hand-me-down clothes and worn-out shoes, while the city gives $153,000 to Fresno PD for shiny all-new equipment and police uniforms. Our youth deserve investment. Our youth deserve to be prioritized as well. One thing that I have learned working with young people and in the community is that they are the experts of their lives. They are the experts of their needs, and they have these solutions that we all are looking for to fulfill those needs. In order to be a true, inclusive, and equitable One Fresno, we must pull those voices who have been most marginalized and pull them into the center. We need not only to invite them, but to reserve a seat for them. I ask that the city look at this budget with major scrutiny and team up with the community to plan how we want to use our funds, to think about how we can use some of this money to reallocate it for the benefit of those who are most struggling, for the youth who are falling behind. So thank you.
Thank you, Ruben. Next, here in the chamber, we have LaCandice Judge.
Hi, my name is LaCandice Judge. I am the coach of a local group called Drip Squad. We work basically with Advanced Peace and helping kids that grow up in our community. You either have to have academics or you become a sports person to kind of get out the hood. But with what we're trying to do with a group of other parents are trying to give them a different outlet, which is dancing, singing, rapping, poetry, whatever. And working with them gives us the platform because, we don't have it. And working, just like I hope you guys really reconsider in keeping this program alive because like my fellow sister Noelle said, we're trying to prevent the police having to come out. If we have these programs and have these different things for them to do, we won't need extra cars. We won't need extra anything because we'll already be having it taken care of. Thank you.
Next is going to be Des Martinez.
Hi, how are you doing? I came here to speak on behalf of Support for Advanced Peace because when I had my safe camp, as you guys know, and I know a couple of the people up here know, that I made multiple phone calls to the Fresno Police Department for help when known gang members were jumping our fences and putting guns in people's faces. We had elders there. We did have other associated people there that outside individuals wanted to come in and harm. But the Fresno Police Department did not come and help us. We begged. I know some of you have seen and heard the amount of gunshots that were going around my camp at night while we tried to sleep. Advanced Peace, I reached out to them. They came. They stopped the violence that was going to happen to the individuals that were inside of my camp for safety. They did that. The Fresno police did not, and you guys can run the records because I'm not lying, and I know other people up here on the panel know exactly what I'm talking about. So Advanced Peace did that. They didn't do just that. They walked the block. They secured it. They stopped known individuals setting up drug shops on the corner so we can have peace out there. They went beyond that. They brought food. They cooked. They have a guy out here, Aaron's brother. Thank you for all that food, because that man came and he cooked for the whole camp. Not only that, Aaron Foster himself came to the camp to release me because I was living there because we had no security. But he came and took my place and slept at the homeless camp so I can go home and get some sleep. Because why? Because my city did not give me any protection. Advanced Peace did that. And I am asking you guys today, I know nobody up there likes me, but I'm asking you today to go ahead and give them that money back, because that money's for them. It's not for Dyer, it's not for the police department. It is for people like Advance Peace. The community is asking you to give this money to them today. I'm asking you to give this money today. We did not get rid of the Fresno Police Department when we had the officers fired and locked up. So don't get rid of this. This is a good community thing.
Thank you, Des.
And they help me with the unhoused when nobody else wants to.
Thank you, Des.
They work all
Appreciate
over,
your
so
time.
thank you.
Next in the chamber is going to be Shen Wittenhofer. Shen? I think it's an H. Shen Wittenhofer.
Hi, good morning, Council, Council President, Council members. My name is Sherry Wiedenhofer. I'm from the Community Justice Center, and the Community Justice Center is a program that a new center that started in July 2020 after the transition of community-based restorative justice programs from Fresno Pacific University's Center for Peacemaking. The center's key evidence-based programs are VORP, which is the Victim Offender Reconciliation Program, and the Youth Diversion Program, and COSA, which is Circles of Support and Accountability, and Adult Reentry Restorative Program. And we're also engaged in community mediation and training. I also have really want to thank Mayor Dyer for his long-term commitment to the Victim Offender Reconciliation Program over the years. I don't know where he is, but I wanted to thank him for that. And also I sit at the Mayor's Faith-Based Partnership Council and have asked to be included on the letter from clergy. So, as a new Community Justice Center, we were selected in 2020 for a national Association for Community Mediation small grant. We received that grant to participate in a nationwide learning community, creating opportunities to address institutional or community conflicts around racial and economic equity. We partnered with Advance Peace. We've had a 2-year partnership, an MOU, where we've been doing joint training around restorative justice, mediation, creating peace where there is conflict. And so we are today continuing to serve as a national model now because of Advance Peace in Fresno, because of the Community Justice Center and the partnership with Advance Peace and community mediation centers across the United States that are looking at this as a model. So I want to thank Advance Peace for their faithfulness to community, for being community in action, advancing peace. And we stand with Advance Peace as a trusted community partner for prevention, intervention, and reintegration around harm and the community healing and safety that comes through it. We're grateful to be partners with Advance Peace. Thank you for your support.
All right, so we're at 11:59. I do hate to do this, but I know the mayor and part of the council has a flag raising to conduct the outside here. So we're going to hit pause for now for lunch. We'll resume at 1:30. We're going to continue public comment when we come back. Following public comment, we'll come back up to the council for questions and comments.
Council President, it is Juneteenth flag raising. I would invite the audience to show up if you want to attend the event right outside the building.
in session. Going to go ahead and resume exactly where we left off beforehand. And that was public comments on the police department budget. So again, if you were not here before lunch, if you are in the chamber would like to speak, fill out a yellow card, bring it up to the clerk, and we'll make sure you get the opportunity to speak. If you're on Zoom, go ahead and raise your hands. We'll make sure you get your time. Again, the time limit is 2 minutes today. And the next person here in the chamber is going to be Michael Kernisoff.
Hello, I'm Michael Kernosoff, Jr. I'm a math teacher at Persian Continuation High School. I was lucky enough to grow up with stable grandparents since my parents were a broken home. I saw children that have those needs met at the Juneteenth event. There was evidence, there was camaraderie, there was respect, there was caring for one another. That Advanced Peace was involved in fostering and helping develop. I saw over 20 performance arts crews, troops, rappers, dancers, poetry, spoken word, singers, for the short amount of time that I was there, enjoying and celebrating with each other's gifts and talents. I missed over half the day's performances that took place before I got there. So what I'm telling you is even an understatement already. Many peers of mine that they've experienced similar home situations, and I see them today on the street corners begging for change, and they did not get to benefit from a program such as Advanced Peace or have stable family members to refer to and to go to. I have students at my own work at Persian Continuation that come from foster homes and group homes, and then once they graduate and turn 18, they're out in the street and they got no stable family to go to for guidance or emotional supports. And I wish I had known about Advanced Peace so I could refer them there. And funding Advanced Peace is an investment in our people and the city, and it will eliminate a lot of issues that the police cannot and should not address. So I ask that whatever your intentions are, what were your intentions when you guys ran for council before you guys get that big paycheck so you could pay for your quality of life? I ask you, when you look back 5 or 10 years from now and you ask yourself why you did not fund Advanced Peace, how are you gonna feel? Please do not disservice these communities of the Fresno area and refuse to fund Advanced Peace directly. Do not fund them under the parks or under the police. I yield the rest of my time.
Next in the chamber is going to be Ron Herms. Ron? Ron, are you with us? All right. Next in the chamber is going to be Pedro Navarro Cruz.
Good afternoon, City Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Pedro Navarro Cruz. I am a District 3 resident and also a commissioner on the Police Reform Implementation Team. I'm here to voice my support for Advanced Peace Fresno. Advanced Peace Fresno is an advanced peace in our healing city. Not only is AP effective, but it's popular among voters citywide. In Fresno's only citywide representative sample survey, Fresno Speaks, the support for Advanced Peace has only increased. In 2020, the support from the program was 89% among the 7 districts, and that number rose to 93% in 2020. Voters see the need and understand that traditional policing is not effective alone. I would also like to see you all put closer consideration and some real effort into the Parks Ranger program. Placing it under the FPD will make Fresno's miss out on a real park ranger experience. The CSO model is not qualified to meet all the responsibilities of a Parks Ranger. Put it under Parks so there's an intelligent balance of park ranger qualities and community safety merged together to meet Fresno's needs. I'm also concerned about the Crisis Response Mental Health Triage Program. Why is it moving so slowly? An effective and implemented program would facilitate a more holistic approach to reducing crime in the city, since a large portion of the calls would be dispatched for those situations. It does make you question, however, if so many calls would go to this triage, how are we justifying the continued overinvestment in the police department? In order to implement the crisis response teams as best as possible, we need a sophisticated and accessible data that the public, for the public, that both details how the police are spending their time and where the crisis team can be best implemented in its initial year. As the chief shared in his presentation, we should not reinvent the wheel. Oakland recently introduced their macro program, which is placed under the fire department. Oakland has a similar demographics and needs to Fresno. We should consider that, but ultimately we need to have the public give their input, as there are a number of approaches and programs to consider nationwide. As a commissioner, I'm eager to inform Fresnans of my findings, and I hope to have the opportunity to do that. And lastly, I do want to share that there are federal and state monies through bills such as the Cahoots Act and other types of funds for emergency responders. I'd like to know if the city is missing out on any and federal dollars bills.
We're over. Thank you.
But thank you for allowing me to speak.
The next speaker in the chamber is going to be Wesley Nandoro. Wesley? Not here. Next is going to be Reverend Reagan Baker.
Good afternoon. I'm the Reverend Reagan Baker. I'm from the Big Red Church. I'm in the Tower District. Monday is supposed to be my day off, but really today should be a day off for all of us. I'm so glad we took a break, however, because I know that a flag raising has changed the mayor's heart and mind before, and I'm hopeful that it can again. I think that especially on Juneteenth, we should be remembering and celebrating that the end of slavery wasn't communicated to everyone who was enslaved in America for more than 2 years after the fact, after the Emancipation Proclamation went into effect. So then today of all days, we should at least point out where our city is still saying that we're doing one thing while there's an entirely different reality on the ground. After 2 failed attempts to get advanced peace into the budget, and then a line item veto, and then $950,000 put into the budget and not dispersed for advanced peace, your lack of support for this program has always been evident and should not be blamed on one individual. To echo and build upon the words of my friend B.T. Lewis, we need advanced peace. And for the program to work, we need community trust. And these political machinations are undermining public trust. We need advanced peace to finally set Fresno free from retaliatory gang violence that is tearing lives and families and communities apart. Chief Balderrama spoke very well about not reinventing the wheel, and we have advanced peace, and we have heard that it is working. Even if advanced peace stays in the budget, I would also like some assurance that the money that's budgeted will actually be allocated and spent in the program. People are still dying while we're playing politics with who gets to name and run a program. We and the community supports advanced peace. We need you to support it too. Thank you for your time.
I'm going to come over to Zoom to take on some folks there. First up is going to be JV Villarreal.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Cool. Hello, I'm JV Villarreal, representing Youth Leadership Institute. I'll be reading a statement on behalf of Ernie Martinez, a youth participant who wished to comment but was unable to attend today. Hello, council members. My name is Ernie Martinez, and I'm a resident from District 7. I'm writing to you in regards to the mental health triage that will be presented during the budget hearings. The establishment of a dedicated team focused on responding to mental health crises in a way that limits a person's interaction with law enforcement is a great step towards a healthier system. However, the triage does bring some questions up for me. It is not stated what the criteria will be for the dispatcher to contact the non-law enforcement entity. It is not stated how, if at all, this mental health triage would work with Fresno's departments of behavioral or public health. It is also not stated how these non-law enforcement entities would interact with those in need. Will this be a wholly clinical approach where people have to worry about being institutionalized, or can we see more of a holistic approach being represented in this triage? Programs such as Eugene, Oregon's Cahoots and Denver, Colorado's STAR program have consistently returned amazing results while supporting their communities in a people-centered way. These models staff crisis teams with either a medic and an experienced crisis worker, or medic and a social worker when appropriate. To properly serve the community, the creation of Fresno's mental health triage must be clear and transparent with the community in describing its functions, criteria, and approach to healing every step of the way. Thank you.
Okay, I have another JV Vidrail on here. If it's a different person, they can speak. Might be the same link.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes. What is your name?
My name is Cato Prado. We share Zooms, and I think we might have just had a weird sign-in situation.
No worries. Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Cato Prado, and I'm a senior program coordinator with the Leadership Institute. I'm sorry not to be in person today. Woke up with a cough. Don't want anyone to get the germs. But as a born and raised community member and as a person who's been an adult ally to youth in our city for the last 3 years, the mayor's proposal to defund advanced peace is heartbreaking. When young people that I work with across our city come to me with creative and bold approaches to safety and wellness, often in an absence of resources and with an abundance of hope for their communities, they are not naive to the fact that their elected officials have a responsibility to heal the impacts of longstanding inequities, not to create new ones. Youth that I worked with in the past with the Fresno Boys and Men of Color program, as well as the current Transform Fresno Youth Leadership Development Cohort, speak to the direct benefit of advanced peace strategies in their neighborhood and regularly come to me with stories of stress and fear in their interactions with FPD. So it is not through the police-sponsored programs, despite their named priorities, but through community-driven initiatives like Advanced Peace that we need to see direct investments continued in. In the words of one of my youth leaders when discussing the significance of local leadership in Southwest Fresno specifically, and the moves of elected officials to defund this legacy of leadership, she looked at me and said, "Why make an empty promise, waste breath, waste our time? It feels like the government people don't care." She's 14. Youth Leadership Institute supports Fresno EOC and the Advanced Peace Fresno strategy. The accountability and measurables are there. Even in such early stages of implementation, the researchers from UC Berkeley have been able to show you the success of this program. It deserves to continue as is, not to be set through new RFP hoops after such an uphill battle to see this much needed program begin in the first place. Our community has consistently advocated for approaches to community health and safety that move away from the immediately punitive and traditionally clinical. And for this reason, we also urge you to model the proposed mental health crisis and triage program after other municipalities who have funded response teams staffed by community-based healers and crisis and trauma-informed social workers and medics when needed. We demand a data-driven and community-informed process in implementing this triage program so that it is responsive to those most in need. Thank you.
Okay, coming back over to the chamber. Next in the chamber is going to be Roger Brown.
Hello, everyone. I go by the name of Syrup, work for Advanced Peace. We go for the ones that nobody want to deal with at Advanced Peace. I guess you would say the most vicious, the ones that we all have. I think we all have different, what do you say, like beliefs. Like some say, if you do the crime, you go to jail, and some believe that it's something else that's there as far as mentally. A lot of people get put, in our community, they get put in a place where you called survival mode. And in survival mode, it's more so of, you feel like you got to do whatever you have to do to protect your family. Not only protect your family, to go get them food. And they put in situations where only people that's from that area can understand. So we try to talk to them and let them know there's better resources. We are known for the unreachable. So like these events, people in our community don't really know about, so we have to, Advanced Peace has to be that bridge that come to them and talk to them and be like, man, there's city councilman meetings that you can do. Please believe that we can fight this fight, of our community being better. And it's so much disbelief. And as me being a person from the community with a big following, I try to tell them, don't worry about it. We're going to do this and we're going to do that. But then you come to a point where they have history and, their trauma get in the way. And it's our job to pick them up. And with our job being to pick it up, it's like we told them, I think things are going to be different now. Definitely with Paco. I met Paco. I felt like he was a good person in this situation. and then a lot of other things happen, and then it's like, now I feel like a liar, you know? And then it's probably, in his situation, it's probably the same. I look like a liar because I'm with a lot of people that's in the community that's doing things that people don't approve of, and I'm trying to get them. We're going to be with these type of people, you know? So just wanted to let you guys know that we appreciate you, and please just let us get this money so we can change the community.
Thank you, Roger. Next speaker is going to be Terry Shelton, Jr. Terry? Just the way the ball bounces. That was the order I got him.
Yeah, don't trip, don't trip. I was hoping Dyer was going to be here because I want to tell him, you know, if he wants to build trust in a community, he should do it with like community leaders who already support him. In this group, he's got members who support him. I had members from this group come to my house and try and talk me into voting for Dyer. Like, that happened, okay? And he's here in this room. I talked to him this morning. He still likes Dyer. The gentleman who was just up here said he likes Paco. And he likes Dyer. You know, he's good people. Anyway, I considered voting for him, and I heard him speak at men's groups, and you know, he's a good guy. I'm sorry. But he spoke up for him. But the thing is there's passionate leaders in this room and all over the city who are more than able to leverage city assets and continuing and existing the way that we have been. Folks who want the job bad because it matters to them, not because it's a paycheck. I contend we should look into the money spent on the subcontract agents for the police and the city, and where we're able to localize this and spend into smaller organizations like Advanced Peace, furtherance of opportunity to engage, like Paco, Jerry. I agree with the force needing things like more cameras. That's a defensive mechanism that will pay for itself by witnessing facts for us. They need more training. We need to get eggs out of their basket and into the hands of people like Advanced Peace. I want to know your Axon system that you're trialing. Is that going to allow you to live stream so that we can see, even on a time delay, our officers that we're paying for? Is that going to be part of your Axon system? We want to empower people with passion and vision, and let's see them coupled with administrators of their choosing, kickstarting them without having to overstand them as employees. Reverend Lewis said that you guys should create a little thing to help get them go in the direction you want them. Don't expect that you got too much authority there. You need to work with them, not necessarily them need to work with you, because the community is with them and not necessarily with you. Anyway, why build paper? Like, why stack rocks in this system? Like, straight up, like, why should they deal with you guys? You guys need to deal with them. You need them more than they need you. And thank you, Miguel Arias, for pinning Dyer down to say whether or not he supported them. I appreciate that. I was thankful to see that.
Thank you, Terry. Next up is Sakina. Sakina Hussein. Oh, she's on Zoom? Okay, so kind of we'll take you on Zoom.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, appreciate the opportunity. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Sukaina Hussein. I'm a Fresno resident and Deputy Executive Director of CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations. As an organization connected to 15,000 Muslims in our community, including the Black Muslim community, I am urging you, the council, to follow through with your commitment. You made a commitment to allocate $950,000 to advance peace. As you have heard, there is no need for a new grant process. There is no need for the city to put more barriers and more hoops for folks to jump through. There's no way that the city can replicate the work of Advanced Peace with efforts that simply look like it. Instead, we need you to write the check to Advanced Peace that was previously promised. You've heard about the 17 young Black men that have worked with Advanced Peace in 2021, but this is just a fraction of the hundreds of connections that the Advanced Peace team has made throughout the community, because they are a community-driven effort. They are not a top-down approach from the city. We don't need new creative allocations for the budget. We just want you to fund Advanced Peace and help them to continue the work that they are already doing. Finally, as you've heard a lot today, Some of the greatest and heaviest impacts of advanced peace are the ones that oftentimes the public doesn't see, and it's the hardest to quantify and put on paper. This is because the heaviest and biggest impacts of advanced peace are the incredible efforts of people like Aaron Foster and the advanced peace leaders and staff. The amount of time they have put in on nights and weekends, their 24-hour emergency response, the emotional energy, the stress, and personal devotion that this team has actually done. They have stepped in to mediate conflict on their own. They have stepped in to prevent conflict and violence personally. They have put themselves in the middle of very difficult situations for the greater good of our community and our city. There is no way you can replicate it. And we know you raised a flag for Juneteenth today. So we're asking you to celebrate and honor the community that celebrates Juneteenth. There's no price you can put.
Thank you, Sakina. We're a bit over, but thank you. We'll stick to a couple of folks here on Zoom. Next will be Caio Lopez Schmidt.
Thank you, Council, for continuing to listen to the community about what we're passionate about. And I think you can feel in this room that the community believes in the Advanced Peace Program. We believe in Aaron Foster's the leader, and we demand that they get full funding and that those funds be expediently released, because we see the impact of this day to day in our community. And we contrast that with myself growing up in this community and witnessing the war on drugs and the war on gangs, many of these efforts led by Dyer, seeing them fail our community, seeing the millions of dollars get pumped into these programs and they continue to fail. And just looking at there's waste within the police department that really needs to get down and audited. They're tripling their office supplies costs, tripling their facilities maintenance costs, tripling their clothing and personal supply costs. These are outrageous in a time where we need to be looking at resources going to what can make a difference. I see two facilities in my own neighborhood in the Tower District. The police substation on Wishon that goes unused, and there's just a empty space within the commercial strip that never has any community activity. The police chaplaincy resiliency center on Fulton and Dudley on the street where my mom lives, it's just this becomes this parking lot of police cars. And this is called a nonprofit, but really is doing a lot of advocacy for supporting funding for police department. We need to really think seriously how these resources are coming and landing on the ground in our community, and look towards resources like Advanced Peace to really make a change. Thank you.
All right, next on Zoom is going to be Adela Moreno.
Hola, ¿sí me escuchan?
Sí.
¿Sí?
Sí, sí.
Ok, pues quiero decir que pare la violencia, y la policía no apoya con eso, más bien crea más violencia. Los estudiantes no están preparados académicamente en sus escuelas, las estadísticas lo muestran, y no están haciendo nada. Familias Empoderadas hizo un taller a 35 jóvenes donde dio un taller de salud mental, y todo eso se proveyó de fondos que se juntaron para darle esa ayuda a los jóvenes. Y fue tan difícil porque andábamos buscando un espacio que la ciudad tiene y no nos quisieron ni prestar ese espacio para dar ese taller a esos jóvenes. Entonces, yo pido que haya más ayuda en los recursos que tengamos aquí, porque por eso nuestros estudiantes no están preparados y están saliéndose antes de las escuelas y nada más en las calles o en las drogas, y poniendo policías no va a resolver el problema, y queremos que den ayuda en salud emocional.
Hello, my name is Adela Moreno, and I just want to say stop the violence. And the police doesn't help this situation. It creates more. Students aren't prepared in school. And Familias Empoderadas just did a workshop, and it was for mental health. And all of the funds that were for that were done by a fundraiser. And we looked for a place in the city to be able to hold that workshop, but we couldn't find any. So we asked for there to be more help with more resources here in the city, because our students aren't prepared, and they're coming out of schools and into the streets and doing drugs. And putting police into those places isn't going to help their mental health or in other situations.
Okay, we're going to come back to public comment here in the chamber. Next speaker is going to be DJ Kreiner. Pastor, you still with us? Okay. Next speaker is going to be Tony McNeil.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony McNeil. I'm a community organizer from San Joaquin County. I actually live in Stockton, California, and got up at 6 and drove 2 hours here. So first I want to say I appreciate your time and attention today. My name is Elder Tony McNeil. I am the lead restorative justice organizer with Faith in the Valley. I led community organizing efforts for Advanced Peace Stockton. I spent 3 years leading the community trust building work with former Chief Eric Jones. I also co-facilitated procedural justice training, implicit bias training for Stockton PD, and assisted with the National Train the Trainer program. I founded the Stockton Concrete Team, which provides organizing training for formerly incarcerated individuals and non-active gang members. And I'm currently working with the city manager, the city mayor, city manager, and Advanced Peace, and Office of Violence Prevention to create community-based crisis response system. I credential myself that way because I'm here in support of Advanced Peace Fresno program and ask that you honor your commitment to provide them with the city's fiduciary support of $950,000. Also, I want to name that I listened intently today to the comments, and it appears that the entire program is being brought to question due to one bad apple. However, the police department is not defunded when their behaviors are brought to question and their budgets increase for further training and development. It's crucial that we continue to support the work and the efforts of the Neighborhood Change Associates in building and bridging relationships with individuals who are most underserved, underrepresented, and the hardest to reach. Putting this down. If we then say we're going to give $950,000 just to the support, but there's a bad apple, we should then consider doing what we do with law enforcement. Give more money to them instead of taking away. Actually, instead of giving them $950,000, why don't you increase it to $1 million budget so that they can get further training and development? Yes, I know that that's a difficult concept. However, if we invest more in those that are doing the work that is proven, it's a possibility that we might get more fruit.
Next speaker is going to be Ms. Unique Slater. Ms. Unique Slater.
Hi. Good afternoon, Council President, Council members, and family and friends. I'm Miss Unique Slater. I'm the co-owner and founder of Revive Dance Company. We are a performance-based dance company that I'm excited to say caters to all ages and helps people get the opportunity to create for everyone and express themselves and heal through dance. I'm honored to be here and to share the great things that Revive and Advanced Peace are doing in the lives of young people in the community. We have partnered with Advanced Peace recently to tell our celebration of liberation story through dance. And this past Friday, this Juneteenth performance that was led by the kids who I got to meet through Advanced Peace, it went amazing, and they're as young as 11 years old expressing themselves. What I would love to say is that we got the opportunity to meet up with them alongside a few of Revive's teachers to really see who these kids are. And they showed us in advance, right? But I wish we could do more with them, but time and budget doesn't necessarily allow us to. So with that being said, any and all support that you can invest in Advanced Peace and their community outreach would be money well spent. and I'm grateful for your time. Have a great one.
Next speaker is going to be Regina Williams. Regina Williams, you with us? Okay. Rod Wade.
Afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the time. Thought we was off today. I got up though. I work for Advanced Peace. I've been doing this work for 5 years. Yesterday marked the day that my own son was killed by gun violence, which got me into this field, which is the reason I get up every day and show up at work, so other parents and family members won't have to go through what I had to go through. It's rough for us as well as the parents who's losing, because every time they lose a person or kid, a child, it's like me losing my own child again. So the work that we do is important. We don't state enough about the other stuff that we do outside the gun violence stuff. Mr. Maxwell, you know, are associated with the TREE program, how those young men are transforming and they're eager to do that work that's committed to our community and environment in Southwest Fresno, which the air quality, I'm only learning now through the TREE program, is the worst is in everywhere. And it's only getting no better. We sitting here talking about $950,000 that was gave to us 6 months ago. So I don't understand. Why would we have to put out a application for money that was already allocated to us for keep doing what we're doing? I know for a fact Advanced Peace had a big imprint on that gun violence reduction. I know it because I'm in the trenches. I'm in the fields. I'm dealing with these people. I'm having conversations with these individuals who have a gun, and this person have a gun, and I got to tell this person to calm down while I go talk to this person to come to a mutual understanding. These are spaces that police officers, no matter how much they may want to, can't get involved in. They don't have the trust, they don't have the community relationships, and they don't have the people in them spaces to make this work possible. I don't have nothing against the police. It's a lot of work that we can't do as Advanced Peace that police officers are needed. In this space right here, what the people for the community want, we're always sitting here in these meetings to talk about what the community want. The community out there, and they're saying they want Advanced Peace. But we sitting up here talking about what somebody else want to do, except what the people want to do.
Thank you, Rod. Appreciate it. Next speaker is going to be Nathan Velasco. Nathan.
Good afternoon, council. Good afternoon, community members. Just got a little bit of words I want to get off my chest. First of all, politics can always be disputed. Numbers speak its own language, and unfortunately, instead of us celebrating the numbers that we help Fresno get, Advanced Peace has been fighting even harder to not let this community down and continue to empower them in economic and social societies. Council should also know that the city spends $2.4 million per homicide, $864,000 for every shooting injury. And knowing this component, individual understands that saving one life pays this budget alone. What's the real agenda? As I look around, I notice the different communities from all districts standing together in one solidarity. This is what I think one Fresno should look like. Rather providence for community or politics for immunity. Ethical decisions will be made by those we have put trust and power in. May God be with you in all their decisions.
All right, coming back over to Zoom. Next is going to be Ashid Kasama.
Hello, everyone. I'm Hashid Kasama, and I grew up in Fresno throughout all of my life. Thank you for allowing me to speak. There was the time that as a youth that I once may have been stigmatized and labeled as quote unquote at risk. Being the son of a single migrant mom, a widow, a brown kid from the other side of the tracks on a fixed income, which in reality means underinvested in, such as our Black and brown youth today. First off, it's a shame that on the commemoration following Juneteenth the day intended to represent emancipation, that the one group that has been emancipating, literally preventing violence and saving lives, advanced peace, is even on the table for consideration whether to be funded or not. Our youth need role models, mentors that look like them, that come from and grew up in similar and relatable environments to what they were also raised in, investing in their self-worth and strengthening their ability to create, reimagine, and transform. Our youth need mentors that we can trust, that they can feel safe around, not figures representing institutions that have historically and traditionally been designated to displace them, that have origins built from slave patrols. It is no wonder and surprise then that our youth are concerned about potential incarceration and that racial profiling and police brutality is still a hot topic and a reality for many even to this day. Meanwhile, a superficial PR stunt was conducted outside during lunch, holding hands with the same forces that have implemented the same practices that were born out of that same model, born out of the slave patrols that have lynched our Black and brown ancestors. Our so-called leaders utilizing the corporate press to propagate their agenda aren't fooling anybody. On the other hand, Advanced Peace has been building our youth up, even teaching them skills that are valuable for jobs and their future careers and self-sufficiency, solidifying their self-esteem rather than tearing them down and truly de-escalating situations. Something that our institutions consistently fail to do, as the data from peer-reviewed studies and evidence reveals, something we need. And the Parks and Recreation, when did it become renamed to Parks and Incarceration? The community was not notified. Park ranger programs should remain in the hands of the community, not be administered by an outside institution that the community does not trust. Fund Advanced Peace and keep the Parks Rangers program in the hands of Parks and Recreation. We also support the implementation of the
Thank you,
cahoots
Ashi.
model.
We're over time. Thank you for coming to speak today. Our next speaker on Zoom is going to be Cynthia Piombino.
Hi. Hello?
Yes, Cynthia,
Hello?
welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Welcome. Good afternoon. Cynthia Piombino here, Christ Helping Hands Ministry. I'm a homeless outreach worker and an advocate. I do not support Fresno Police Department taking over the Park Rangers program. I'm 100% in support of Advanced Peace. I support a crisis response team. I also ask immediately for mental health workers to go out on announced and unannounced sweeps by Fresno Police Department. We need immediately in our 911 call center, trained mental health worker, clinician, whatever position you want to call it, but mental health. We need someone to man the calls 24 hours a day so we can have that link, so we can send out mental health workers. And I hate to say this, but I know the firsthand the incompassionate treatment to the public and the homeless from the Homeless Task Force and the Heart Team. I was listening to Lisa Flores earlier, and she nailed it. I mean, my boyfriend and I, we outreach together. He's a Marine. He wears his hat because he's a proud one. You know, you would think that would maybe sway him not to be so disrespectful and rude to us. But many occasions we've been said, they've told us many things that were out of line, and we approach them in a kind manner. And something's got to change. I thought the Heart Team was supposed to be trained in compassion. Nothing has changed. I do not support the Heart Team. We need to put together a crisis response team for our community and our unhoused community. Thank you. God bless everyone.
Next on Zoom, we have Elise Elliman.
Hello. First of all, I would like to request better translation services. I'm gonna be speaking in Spanish, and I would like to request somebody doing a better job translating in English. Mi nombre es Alice Alemán, fundadora de Familias Empoderadas.
Oh,
Should I keep going, or should I wait?
Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. So if you'd like, we can translate. Emily can translate piece by piece instead of doing a summary. Yeah, give us 1 second. We have that ability. Yeah, go ahead.
Como decía, mi nombre es Alice Alemán, fundadora de Familias Empoderadas, y en esta ocasión quisiera decir que el grupo de Familias Empoderadas hemos estado abogando fuertemente por salud mental y emocional en toda el área del suroeste de Fresno. Nuestros representantes.
Señora Alice Alemán. Esa es la traductora. La razón por la cual hago un resumen es porque hablan demasiado rápido. Si gusta que haga una interpretación exacta, por favor, si puede pausar después de cada oración para de esa manera asegurar que la interpretación sea correcta.
Gracias, Lore. Tenga la libertad de pararme cuando usted necesite.
Si usted puede hacer una oración y luego ya puedo interpretar.
¿Quiere que comience de nuevo?
Sí. Can we go ahead and start the time again? I just let her know to speak in shorter phrases if she wants an exact interpretation of what she's saying.
That's fine. We always give double time too.
Thank you so
That's
much.
fine.
Siga adelante.
Mi nombre es Alice Alemán, fundadora de Familias Empoderadas.
My name is Alice Alemán, and I am the founder of Familias Empoderadas.
Nuestra organización, hecha de puros padres voluntarios alrededor del suroeste de Fresno,
Our organization is made of parents who are volunteers around the area of Southwest Fresno.
nuestros principales representantes en la ciudad es el señor Nelson Esparza, Miguel Arias, la señora Esmeralda Soria.
Our primary representatives are Nelson Esparza, Miguel Arias, and Esmeralda Soria, and
hemos estado abogando ya por mucho tiempo a favor de la salud mental y emocional de nuestros jóvenes.
we have been advocating for the mental health and the social well-being of our young ones.
Lo que quiero platicar es que hace unos meses estuvimos pidiendo apoyo para un lugar y ofrecer nosotros un programa que apoya la salud emocional y mental de los jóvenes en el suroeste de Fresno.
What I want to comment about is that a couple of months ago we were asking for a place in which we can hold a workshop to help the mental health of our young ones in the southwest area of Fresno.
Este programa fue financiado exclusivamente por padres y tuvimos la habilidad de pagar por todo el programa y graduamos alrededor de 35 jóvenes.
This whole program was paid for by funds that the parents were able to raise, and we graduated about 85 students, or young ones.
El propósito del programa era mantener a nuestros hijos en todo el suroeste de Fresno fuera de las pandillas.
Our purpose of this program is to maintain almost all the young ones in the southwest side of Fresno outside of any gang-related activities.
Ofrecer también apoyo emocional y mental para estos jóvenes.
Also offer emotional and mental health support for the young ones.
Disciplina positiva.
A positive discipline.
Ofrecer espacios seguros donde ellos pudieran expresarse.
Safe spaces where they can express themselves.
Elevar sus sueños y apoyar su resiliencia.
Elevate their dreams and also support their resilience.
La mayor barrera que encontramos para llevar a cabo este programa fue la ciudad.
The biggest problem that we confronted to be able to have this workshop was the city.
Lo único que le pedíamos a la ciudad era que nos diera acceso a un lugar público que nos pertenece como ciudadanos.
The only thing that we asked for was to let us borrow a public place, which is something that belongs to us.
Lo que nos dimos cuenta era que cada vez que queríamos un lugar nos estaban cobrando dinero por usar un lugar para la comunidad donde éramos nosotros quienes estábamos pagando por todos los servicios.
What we kept on finding is that they kept asking us to pay for a place that is for the community, even though we were providing all the services and paying for them.
Y lo que quiero decir es que deben de estar apoyando más a la comunidad y a la gente que está haciendo el trabajo, en lugar de solamente dar presupuesto a policías, que por muchos años el sistema demuestra que no funciona.
And what I would like to say is that you should be funding the community and the people who actually work for the community instead of funding the police who we have seen over the years have not worked.
Lo que quiero decir es que Familias Empoderadas va a seguir apoyando, aun cuando somos voluntarios, estamos regalando nuestro tiempo, estamos ofreciendo nuestras habilidades y estamos haciendo el extra para ayudar a nuestros jóvenes.
What I would like to say is that Familias Empoderadas will keep on helping the community and basically giving away our time and giving that support to the young ones in our community.
Fuimos capaces de graduar 35 jóvenes sin el apoyo de la ciudad.
We were able to graduate 35 young ones without the help of the city.
Imagínense lo que pudiéramos hacer si tuviéramos presupuesto.
Now imagine what we could do if we had a budget.
Lo que quiero decir por último también es que los programas que tienen en parks deberían de ponerlos gratis, los que realmente valen la pena, y no nada más darnos programas que parecen un juego o un joke.
What I really want to say is that you should fund these programs that are in parks and actually fund programs that are of value and not just a joke.
I'm sorry, what I meant is like not to fund programs at parks because they are charging us. They are putting fee on our own, but they are not really good. The good ones, we need to pay for them.
Thank you, Elise. We are now over time, but we appreciate you coming down to speak to us. Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Joseph Aquila.
Hello, council members. It's an honor to be here today. My name is Yosef Klulu. I am a rising high school senior in District 7, and I am in support of the mental health triage proposal with some necessary additions. As part of YLI's youth advocates and leaders, I've witnessed how important it is to take care of one's mental health and not just their physical health. Members of the Youth Leadership Institute have worked on expanding mental health access to Fresno youth, especially during the heat of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, still many of our adults and youth suffering mental health crises are not given the immediate right support they need in Fresno, especially during a 911 situation. Now, our city of Fresno has a chance to resolve some of these crises. With this response program, we could get hundreds of situations resolved by mental health professionals. What might look like a violent threat and needs an automatic police response might actually be just a mental health crisis that can be resolved by a mental health professional without arrest, force, or violence. Let's look at Chicago, 160 resolved mental health crises without the need of force or arrest in only the first 6 months of this response program. There are similar response programs in Oakland and San Jose and Denver. When looking to create this response program, we can utilize the models available from other cities and learn from them. However, this program will not excel without community input, 24-hour resources, and local mental health professionals, especially those from the communities that the police are established to protect. We have the models, the resources, the professionals, and the community support. Now all we need is its approval and implementation. Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Laron Ireland.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Laron, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Laron Ireland. My cousin is Roger Brown. And I've always seen him talk about these things, and I've never seen really anyone from our community articulate the numbers. In Fresno, there is 51% white people. There's only 4% black people, and I'm guessing some other race on the website was, I'm guessing it's Mexican and Latino community, which is 25%, and 10 is Asian. You're gonna pull money away that helps my community, which is only 4% of this out of 100 of the whole city. So I never get it. It's really baffling and it's disrespectful because I see you guys do all these things. I see things on the news, but I never see anything about advanced peace. I never see anything about Ms. Unique's thing going on. I never see anything, but we talk about stuff like Orosi or nothing that has to do with Fresno. And I never get it. It seems like you guys almost don't want to help us. I'm just gonna be quite honest. It's like, I'm a 30-year-old man and I don't see my people in high places, and that matters. You know, everybody in Fresno has somebody to look up to except us in high places. You know what I'm saying? Like, the last person I know that was probably on the board is Oliver Banks. Is he even still, like that's one person out of, it's very baffling. I can't, get all the words out I want to get out, but I've lived here my whole life and it's frustrating that this is even a conversation. Like, it's just baffling. That's my time.
So next on Zoom is going to be Ana Cabrera.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Ana Cabrera.
Un momento.
¿Sí me escuchan?
Sí, te escucho. Un momento. Go ahead.
Señora Ana, esta es la traductora. Si por favor puede hablar por oración, de esa manera puede interpretar de manera exacta lo que usted está diciendo.
Muchas gracias. Sí, mire, soy miembro de la comunidad de aquí de Fresno y pertenezco también.
I'm a member of the community here in Fresno, and I also belong to.
También pertenezco al grupo de familias empoderadas.
The group of Familias Empoderadas.
En el cual nos enfocamos en apoyar a la comunidad.
In which we focus to support the community.
Y sobre los presupuestos que ustedes están diciendo que quieren darle a la policía.
And when it comes to the budget that you say you want to give to the police.
Enfocarse mejor en que la comunidad esté conforme y esté segura.
It's better to focus on the fact that the community is good and sure.
Y en realidad yo tengo 30 años de residente aquí en Fresno. Nunca me he sentido segura.
And honestly, I've been living here in Fresno for about 30 years and I've never felt safe.
Porque no estamos teniendo confianza con la policía.
Because we don't have trust in the police.
¿Por qué no invertir en los parques que ya tienen, en la policía que ya tienen, preparándolos para ser mejores seres humanos?
Why not invest in the parks, just like you've invested in the police? That way they can be better humans.
Para que nosotros como comunidad podamos irnos a sentar a un parque, que haya un programa.
So that we as a community can go and sit down at the parks, for there to be a program.
Que ayude en salud mental tanto a la comunidad como a los jóvenes.
That could help with mental health for the community, but also for the young ones.
Porque en realidad yo voy y me quiero sentar a un parque, está lleno de homeless, están todos mugrosos, está algo que no representa lo que ustedes están informando a la comunidad.
Because honestly, the reality is that I would like to go to a park and sit down, and I can't because there's just so many homeless and they're dirty, and in reality, it doesn't represent what you are saying to the community.
Porque en realidad, para mí, como miembro de la comunidad, como ciudadana, que pago mis impuestos, que contribuyo para el mejoramiento de la comunidad, no tenga buenos resultados.
Because honestly, as a citizen and as a person who pays my taxes and who contributes to this community, I do not see good results.
Y en realidad, invertir en grupos que hacen su trabajo voluntario para tener mejores resultados.
And honestly, just invest in those groups who make a great effort as volunteers and that obtain better results.
Como dijo una señora ahorita, ¿para qué invertir en manzanas podridas si podemos levantar una cosecha nueva?
And as the lady said before, why are we going to invest in something that is already rotten when we can just start to plant something new?
Hay que mejorar e invertir en lo que da en realidad de resultado.
Let's do better and invest in what really is going to give us results.
Y lo importante es la salud mental de los jóvenes que vienen atrás de nosotros.
And the most important thing is the mental health of the young ones who are coming behind us.
Porque no les estamos dejando nada.
Because we are leaving them nothing.
Ok, muchas gracias por su tiempo y por la oportunidad que me dieron de expresarme.
Thank you so much for your time and the opportunity that you gave me to speak.
Okay, our next speaker on Zoom is going to be Andrea Newsom.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, perfect. So as stated, my name is Andrea Newsom. I'm 100% in support of advanced peace. It amazes me how the alleged acts of one employee has us gathered today fighting for funds that were already allocated to advance peace. The numbers prove that this works. Dyer also confirmed it works. So why are you wanting us to beg when the facts were already proven? Also, a statement was made that says city council members were threatened. If that's true, why isn't anyone arrested? Or was that just a tactic to get people to turn against AP? Taking the money to create something similar to AP isn't what the city wants. The employees know what it's like to be in their shoes. Someone you hire can't relate to struggles, gangs, or jail cells. That's something that just can't be trained. So why would anyone from the streets want to confide in someone like them? I have a 9-year-old brown-skinned boy, and I fear that in 5 years, this city will be worse without the help of AP. Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Jessica Mahoney.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I support advanced peace because how I look at it, what other program do you have to replace this kind of program? The city of Fresno and the police department have a horrible track record So what other programs is there to reach out to a community that is from like-minded community members? They want to see people that look like them and have lived experience like them. So we need this program because I don't see any other options. I don't see any other programs being replaced by this program. So I say keep it until the next budget year till you can find something better if you don't like this program. I'm not for cops in schools, and I'm not for the homeless task force. The homeless task force needs to be disbanded. It's criminalizing homelessness, making poverty a crime. Being poor, being homeless is not a crime. I go out and videotape these sweeps. It's immoral. They throw away their food, their ice chests, anything they have for survival in the heat. They throw away their bicycles. They threaten with fake criminal charges of stealing a shopping cart when they throw the shopping cart in the crusher. They do undue stress to our unsheltered residents. And the cops should not even be going after our homeless individuals. Code enforcement should not be going after our homeless individuals. If you had safe camps, safe parking lots, you wouldn't get the calls that you receive. If we had proper mental health and actual detox in the city of Fresno, we wouldn't be having these problems that the police so-called go out on these calls. Invest in mental health, invest in detox programs, and invest in safe lots and safe camps until you can do more people moving into the motels that we don't have room for now. Thank you.
All right, coming back over to the chamber. Next speaker is going to be Patrick Young.
Howdy, my name is Patrick Young. I'm a homeowner here in Fresno. I've been in this town for 56 years. I'm an Army veteran. My family's background is law enforcement. My family has a combined time in law enforcement of 37 years. I'm a very kind and reasonable guy. Oh, I'm also a retired teacher, Fresno Unified. U.S. government, U.S. history. I'm a kind and reasonable guy, and I'm also bipolar. So over the years, I've been assaulted by Fresno PD 3 times, like I can remember. I've had my head slammed in the trunk of a police car as a young man. I've been thrown to the ground near Belmont and Blackstone for running a red light on my 10-speed. I've been, let's see, what else? I've been tasered with my hands in the air, offering no resistance at all, wearing a pair of nice slacks and a man's dress shirt. Sergeant Barrios, Officer Alvarez, who then took a taser and threatened to taser me again because I wouldn't get up fast enough. My family's background is law enforcement professionals. My grandpa was sheriff of Madera County for 27 years. Look it up, Marlon Young. Fresno PD is poorly trained. Fresno PD is lack discipline. Fresno PD routinely falsifies police reports. Everybody knows this. That's no secret in Fresno. Everybody knows this. Bad officers are never fired here. I don't know of any. I've had my say. Paco, it's on you.
All right, next speaker in the chamber is going to be Nandeep Singh.
Good afternoon, Council President, members of the City Council, and of course to the community here today. My name is Nandeep Singh. I just wanted to share a few words. You've obviously heard from community, but just to provide a little bit of even a deeper context. You know, I've had the opportunity to meet Devon Bogan, the executive director. He was recently honored for the work that they're doing with Advanced Peace. And as I've gotten to learn the organization about what they're doing, of course, across the state, it's been extremely inspiring, But sort of what makes it kind of real is actually the folks here in this room and in Fresno. Aaron Foster had an opportunity to come to Central Unified recently. He was our guest speaker at the Janessa Ramirez Memorial Tribute, and just kind of sharing sort of his own story and what continues to make him passionate about this particular type of work. I've worked with people like Marcel Woodruff. We had an unfortunate incident at the Bullard Central High football game last year, but it was remarkable to actually see the way that him and the team was able to sort of dissipate something that could have gone a lot worse. And so I just want to kind of lend my support to Advance Peace. I think they're extremely a strong pillar for our community. I believe in Fresno. I believe in Advance Peace. I believe in what we're doing here today, and hope that you all will think about that. Thank you.
All right, next speaker in the chamber is going to be Tracy Robertson. Tracy? That's my last card for the chamber, and I have a few more folks on Zoom. So if you are in the chamber and haven't spoken and would like to speak, fill out a yellow card. Bring it down to the clerk.
Hello, how are you? My name is Tracy Robertson. I'm not a native to this town, but I have become a recent resident, and I can say as an outside person looking in that it's like a tale of two cities here. And you have one group of people pitted against another group of people. There are no options here for the homeless. They are almost indebted. It's almost as if there's, they have no other option than to become criminals, because there's nothing else for them to do here. There are no opportunities for them. The rehabilitation is just, I mean, it's a term, it's like a poverty pimping thing going on here, where you have these organizations that are being given money to help, and they are, in a sense, as much as at the minimum, and then they pass it on to the next group who's given money to take care of the homeless, and then when their time is up, they're constantly moving through the system, and it's just a repeat over and over again. There are often no substance abuse supportive services attached to these programs that they're mandated to go to. There's a sense of inhumanity that they're labeled with. I myself have seen somebody stripped of their clothes in the middle of the night, and then somebody just calls the sanitation department to come just clean up the mess, as though it never occurred. And the person was just there sleeping. They were just there sleeping, not doing anything but sleeping. I mean, I'm frustrated myself. I've been on both sides. I have never been homeless in my life until I came to this town. Never, and I'm shocked. I know what I'm talking about because I too have been passed from program to program to program, and when your day comes for you to get out, they don't care where you go. They don't care if you have to sit on the corner. They don't care if you have to prostitute yourself to find some place to live.
Thank you, Tracy. We're over time. Thank you for coming down today.
Okay, I just want to say it's a tale of two cities. You got to look at both sides and bring them together.
We're going to go back to Zoom now, and our speaker on Zoom is going to be Alice Vallejo.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Alice. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Hi, my name is Elise Vallejo, and good afternoon. I apologize up front because I'm not very good at public speaking, but this is important to me. I'm trying to show my kids that speaking up and voting can make a change. I do support the Peace Advance because what they're doing is life-changing. They're doing what police can't do, and I believe that they should be given the money. And I also want to speak on mental health. It's a big issue here. I have family members that deal with issues on an everyday basis, and it's not easy, but they're homeless now, and they're out in the streets because they can't get any help. They have nowhere to go, and the places that are open, they're waiting for beds. There's no openings. I mean, so there needs to be a big change, and it's long overdue. I mean, and you guys are here on our council. You guys are supposed to be our voice for us. You're supposed to do for being looking out for the well-being of all of us. And that goes for all the communities and the unhoused included. I mean, because we are at Fresno. All of us make what Fresno's supposed to be. We just need to be able to be safe and just need the help that we're supposed to be given as humans anyways. Thank you.
Our next speaker on Zoom is going to be Jason Corburn.
Hi, this is Jason Corburn, professor of city planning and public health at UC Berkeley. I'm the lead evaluator for the Advanced Peace Program in multiple cities, including Fresno, Stockton, Sacramento, Richmond, California. And I just wanted to add a little context to some of the discussions about data and impact of advanced peace. And I thank the council for having me. I'm going to be real quick. I do have a PowerPoint that I'd be happy to share, including some of the data that we've collected on the impact of advanced peace. The first thing I want to say is that the crime data that's being shared with us from the police department, has some challenges for our analysis, including missing data for a number of months in the last year in terms of victim information, and also listing a homicide, but not listing it as a 187A, which is the California Criminal Code for homicide, in the shootings data. So we get both homicide and shootings data from the police and have to reconcile this. Just want to point this out to the council as you think about the impact of advanced peace, to take some caution with comparisons and some of the crime data that's been put out to date. And I'm happy to provide details on that from our perspective at UC Berkeley. I would also like to point out that we have some specific numbers on the impact of advanced peace, as many folks have noted, including the mayor earlier today and Aaron Foster and many from EOC, that the program is really just about a year or so in its full implementation. So take that with a grain of salt. But even in about a year's time, a little more than a year's time, we have calculated that advanced peace outreach workers have delivered 277 community conflicts mediated, which were conflicts, domestic disputes, disputes over a dice game, whatever it might be. Some have mentioned in schools, 277 conflicts mediated that could have led to greater violence. They've responded to 28 shootings in the community, and response by avoiding and keeping the peace from potential retaliation. They've also interrupted 76 of gun violence situations where guns were drawn and conflict could have ensued. What we call these are cyclical and retaliatory gun violence interruptions. Again, the advanced peace.
Thank you, Jason. We're over time. Appreciate you sharing the data. Next speaker is going to be here in the chamber, and that's Stephanie Adams Mitchell.
The mother of Andrew Robert Mitchell. He was shot in a drive-by when he was 6 years old. I'm here in favor on behalf of Andrew for advanced peace. We don't have statistics, we are life, we live it, and we live it every day. The impact that advanced peace has made on the West Side, you see it. I live over there, we've lived over there for the past 30 plus years. And our issue is that I completely understand with your issues with the media and what happened. But when you look at the overall picture of it, and I understand implementing rules and regulations to put in place for it, but to actually take away the funding when they've been doing the work and they're making an impact in it without having a viable solution that's gonna make the difference in those of us that live in the West Side, those of us that live it every day, not the ones that sit up on this here and doesn't live over there and don't feel the actual impact of it, that don't get to actually see or feel or know what that feels. And I get it. I'm telling you, I actually get it. I get both sides. And Mayor Dyer will tell you, I completely get both sides of the spectrum. I understand it. But what I don't think is fair is for you guys to make from one mistake to take away their funding that's much needed. It's needed, and there's been a difference. If it had not been a difference, I can understand saying just pull it, don't worry about it, it's it. But there's been a difference, and they have the statistics to back it up. We live it, and I'm just saying to please Think about what the impact of the decisions that you guys sit up there and make. Think about the people that actually live it, that you're making the decisions for. Are you actually speaking for them when you take that funding? Are you actually speaking for me? Me, where's Aries? Are you speaking for me? Are they speaking for us when they make that decision? And that's all I got to say.
Okay, so with that, we are going to close public comments on the police department budget. And before we come up for questions, comments, etc., we are going to have one more presentation. That's from the actual vendor, given the primary topic of the day. We'll have a presentation from Emilia Reyes, the OC, who again is the vendor for the program. Emilia, if you want to come on down.
Dr. Corbin, are you still there? On Zoom. Dr. Corbin, Jason Corbin?
Clerk, is he still on?
Jason Corbin? Well, good afternoon. I hope you guys are awake right now. Council members, city administration, and the public, thank you for having us today. And thank you for allowing us an opportunity to present the preliminary data that we have right now. I'm going to wait for Dr. Corbin to come on via Zoom.
Council President, while we wait, can I make some motions for the record?
Go for it.
Can I get a request for all the vacancy rates for each department, including the proposed new positions by department? And then a motion to restore the $350,000 for the legislative interns program. And a motion to increase the Department of Public Works traffic calming program to $400,000.
Second that.
Okay, so we have motions, and we had Chavez as the second on those motions.
Councilmember, don't forget to email those, please, so we can make sure we got them down good.
Thank you, City Manager. I will do that. Thank you.
To both Henry and the clerk.
Okay, the gal in front of me just said that Dr. Corbin's on Zoom.
Okay, the floor is yours, Emilia.
Thank you. Dr. Corbin, are you with us?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. So we have the presentation in front of us right now to present to council.
Okay, some of this I presented earlier. Just to reintroduce myself, I'm Professor Jason Corbin from UC Berkeley, and we're the lead evaluation team for advanced peace in multiple cities, including Fresno. Some of the information people have been citing about the evidence of that advanced peace around the country is some of the work that we've done. This is just an overview of the evaluation that we take and the approach we use for advanced peace. So importantly, we focus on the participants or the fellows and what happens to them, the services that they get during this Peacemaker Fellowship, which is an intensive 18-month program that still is not complete for the first cohort yet here in Fresno. We measure the healing-centered kind of engagements that the outreach workers called NCAs deliver, and some of those are directly to their fellows, their participants, some are to other people in the community. The other thing I mentioned just a minute ago is the conflicts that are mediated that benefit the entire community of Fresno, that advanced peace gets in front of and in the middle of conflicts before they might turn into gun violence. And we measure the number and times of those. And then we also, of course, measure firearm homicides and assaults from the Fresno Police Department data. And we look at how that compares over a long period of time, not just the previous year, to the intervention period. Next slide. Oh, can I do this? Oh. So I just wanted to reiterate that I know there's been some discussion about the crime data and shootings and who's been impacted in Fresno. We received the data from Fresno PD, and I want to thank them for doing that. And we receive it fairly regularly, about every month, but it's about a month behind when we get it. So for example, right now we only have data through April of 2022, but there's been pretty frequent and consistent inconsistencies and missing data, which makes it difficult for us to give accurate reporting. And I want to just give a few specific examples, and pardon the numbers I'm about to show on the next couple of slides. But there's important gaps in the data, which I know make it hard, for example, for us to compute the number of African American and Latino victims of gun homicides, because some of that victim information has not been shared with us. So this is just some overviews. And again, we're in conversation with the Fresno PD and the crime analyst to ensure that we get accurate data, but we have not received updated information after a phone call with them for 2021 to ensure that we can continue to do this analysis. Next slide, please. So this is just one example that I talked about. And so these are snapshots of the data that we get directly from the Fresno Police Department. And on your left, you're seeing that on December 18th of this past year, there was a homicide. 187A is the criminal code in California for a homicide with a deadly weapon. And usually that weapon is specified, and in this case, it wasn't specified. But if on the right, you're seeing the shootings data. So this is all the gun activity in the city for the month. And we don't see a 187 listed on 12/18. So here's a discrepancy that I'm talking about. We have a shootings file with all the gun activity with no homicide listed on the right-hand side. And on the left, we do have a homicide listed. So these are the kinds of challenges we face. Next slide, please. This is the December data again, and you can see this is the homicide data we got from the homicide department in Fresno Police, but there was no victim information. So it's hard to say for sure how accurate the number of Latino, African-American, male, female, the age of victims, if we can't get that victim information. This is, again, December of 2021, this past year. Next slide, please. Again, this is another discrepancy you're seeing from April of last year. On the top, you're seeing the homicide file, and you're seeing two exact entries. Although one has a little bit of a different address. You can see East Olive Ave, number 102. The one below it is the same East Olive Ave. It has the same case number, same unspecified information in terms of race or ethnicity, both females. But below it, we have the homicide data and is only listed, the shootings data, and there's only one listed for the same date, 4/9. So these are confusing issues for us. We have to get clarity from the Fresno Police Department, whether there was two 187As or just one, I guess, with two victims here. These are some of the challenges we face. Next slide. Okay, so there was one more from April of 2022 where we had, so here, sorry, again, sorry for the numbers, but here again, we see the homicide data at the top, the long row there. And most importantly, we see a 187, again, that's the criminal code in California for a firearm, for a homicide with a deadly weapon on April 1st, 187A, and there's no homicide on the top on April 1st, whether by gun or other deadly weapon, it's not listed. So this is a question we have, why there's what seems to be a homicide listed on April 1st of this past year, but in the shootings data, but not in the homicide data. And then again, we have two homicides on April 10th listed in the homicide data. Again, exact same entry, same address, a lot of unknowns, but gun as the weapon. And then if you see very at the bottom of the slide, sorry, it's so tiny, but on 410, only one entry for a 187A. So again, confusing, sometimes missing information. We need clarity, often fairly regularly, to ensure that we can provide accurate analyses and data about what's happening in terms of gun violence in the city of Fresno. Next slide. Things that aren't confusing or that aren't under dispute from our perspective is the impact that the Advanced Peace team is having in this city. For sure, they've enrolled 17 fellows so far, again, in the program, which really just got, the fellowship really started about June of last year. They've done over 6,400 street outreach engagements, and you can see the number of hours there. These are engagements where they get out in the community, they're out in the streets, touching people, sometimes groups of people, and trying to build trust and credibility and reduce violence. And 529 is the number of times they've engaged with fellows, those 17 people. So you can see that they're pretty active, regularly engaging their fellows, giving them services, supports, healing-centered work, as we call it. Next slide, please. Again, I mentioned this a second ago. These are the conflicts. These are the real community benefits, among other things, that Advanced Peace has already delivered to Fresno. Mediated 277 community conflicts, responded to 28 shootings, and interrupted 76 incidents where guns were present between two or more parties, and they mediated and calmed down the situation. So next slide, please. What we'd like to point out is if any one of those 76 gun violence mediations that Advanced Peace has completed to date were a shooting with an injury or a homicide, these are the numbers. And on the left, you're seeing the numbers calculated by the National Institute of Criminal Justice Reform, which has calculated that it costs the city of Fresno about $1.2 million per injury shooting and $3 million per firearm homicide. So if all 76 were injury shootings, it's about $91 million that Advanced Peace has saved the city. And if they were homicides, that's $228 million that Advanced Peace has saved the city. By preventing even one firearm homicide, obviously Advanced Peace Fresno is easily covering the proposed budget item that I'm aware of that's under debate today. Now, of course, we never want to put a dollar figure on a human life, but we know that there are intense public costs to gun violence, and Advanced Peace is working, to not just heal and help the community, but they're clearly also saving the city of Fresno and the entire community millions of dollars. Next slide, please. Importantly, Advanced Peace is really delivering services to those 17 fellows and participants that were disconnected from almost every social service, school, program in the city. And you've heard that already from Aaron Foster and many others who've testified today. All of the fellows have received cognitive behavioral therapy. Almost all are receiving counseling, and 72% are attending weekly life skills classes. These are the kinds of other supports that the Advanced Peace outreach workers called neighborhood change agents are delivering: anger management, family supports, job readiness, and all kinds of supports depending on the individual and their family, housing, substance abuse, mental health, social security cards, other kinds of things like that to really get people the stability to change their lives and turn their lives around. Next slide, please. This is just a quick quote. I'm not going to read it. From one of our NCAs, one of the outreach workers, giving you just an inside view of the kinds of things that they engage with on a regular basis, the violence they put themselves in, risking their own safety to keep the peace and to keep safety in the streets and in the community of Fresno. Here's another one, another quote. Again, we collect data on an almost daily basis, weekly basis of logs of activity of the outreach workers, all their engagements, who they talk to, where they go, the hours that they spend, and they keep notes, detailed notes, much like a social worker would on all of their engagements with their clients. And this is, again, another direct quote from one of those outreach workers' activities. So just to wrap up, again, like I mentioned before, Advanced Peace is only about a year into its first cohort, its first Peacemaker Fellowship. So it's premature, I think, for sure, to not only cut its funding, but to evaluate its full impact that it potentially will have after the full fellowship and program has been run for a full course. And we will generate an evaluation report after the 18-month fellowship is concluded. And we'll include the kinds of data I just mentioned, again, on the participants, the outreach, and those community conflicts, And of course, once we receive the updated Fresno PD data, we'll be able to analyze gun violence data and test using really, I think, more robust statistical tests than just a mean or a percentage change from year to year, which we know really may not be fully represent the impact that the work might be having. And we'll try to distinguish whether it's a unique contribution of advanced peace or whether there's something else going on in the city, whether it's from the police or other social programs that may be contributing to any changes in firearm activity that we might see in Fresno. So thanks for giving me that extra time. I'm happy to answer questions and more information on our website at UC Berkeley. Thank you again.
Council President, I would like to make a few comments. Again, I am Amelia Reyes, and I serve as the CEO of Fresno EOC, an agency born out of the civil rights movement to fight poverty. Today, I also stand as a sister of a murder victim. 25 years ago, my only sister, Lupe, was driving down to work at the Fresno Dialysis Center from Mendota. As she was entering Fresno, right down Whitespitz Road, passing Chandler Airport, 2 men fired 3 random shots to her vehicle, and 1 landed in her head, ultimately killing her. To this day, our family has never received justice. My sister's death was tragic, senseless, and my first exposure to gun violence. Needless to say, my whole entire family was impacted negatively. Me, it changed me forever. I deal with her pain, trauma, and hurt every single day. Unfortunately, my story is like so many other stories you heard today. The death of one person negatively impacts everyone in that family and community. Advanced Peace Fresno is not just about reducing gun violence. It is about saving lives and saving families and community from a lifelong journey of trauma. I've dedicated my 20+ years of my career to being a public servant and a good steward of public funds. I take that role very seriously. As public servants, we have a duty and a responsibility to invest in programs where we receive the greatest return on investment for the community based on data and outcomes. If Advanced Peace was ineffective, I would not be standing here before you advocating for this program. I shared this with the city administration last month, where they stated and shared they would not honor the city council's approval of the $950,000 of Arpa funding for Advanced Peace. At that same meeting, we also discussed data and agreed that the African American homicides did indeed decrease. As Dr. Corbin just stated, if we prevent just one shooting, we save $1.2 million of taxpayer dollars. If we prevent one homicide, we save $3 million for the city of Fresno. The program works. It is effective. It saves lives. And it pays for itself. Why would any public servant ever cut a program that saves lives and saves families and communities from a lifelong journey of trauma? And most importantly, for my fiscal conservative friends, it saves taxpayers' dollars. We know there are concerns about Advanced Peace Fresno, specifically about a former employee. Like any new program, we've learned from our past and made improvements. The data speaks for itself. We have the community support. Thank you, Pastor. And now I ask City Council to support this program for the $950,000 you committed of ARPA funding for Advanced Peace Fresno to continue saving lives and making Fresno a safer, healthy city to live in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to come back up here to the dais now. We're going to go in order of folks punched up. First up, we have Councilmember Carbasi, followed by Councilmember Soria.
I punched up yesterday, thank you. No, thank you, Mr. President. Okay, if I can have the chief, if you wouldn't mind. First off, I want to welcome back Captain Martinez, who we have missed in Northwest. He has been out at Quantico training. I don't think he's here right now, but I'm glad to have you back. Can you tell us about the street racing component in a little more detail? And the reason why I ask about that is it's something that's very, very important in Northwest. I know other parts of town as well, but my real push on this started with a very unnecessary and tragic incident at Palm and Bullard. Christmas of, I believe it was 21, where you had 3 members of a family that were killed, I think 2 days after Christmas, which was really, really just tragic and avoidable. So can you tell us a little bit more about the unit and how they're going to be able to work with other agencies and rove around? Because I believe that we're working with CHP, Sheriff's Department, and Bureau of Automotive Repair as well on Stay Safe, Don't Race.
That is correct. So the addition of these members would allow us to create a street racing impaired driving team. It's not just street racing; it's also DUIs, which we had a lot of here last year. And I have the numbers handy, but last year, as I stated earlier, we had over 16,000 traffic complaints, specific traffic complaints, either some type of traffic violation or aggressive driving or whatever else. And 8,000 of those turned out to be, or half of them turned out to be related to street racing. So we know that this is a major issue. It's not just an issue here in Fresno, it's an issue in other parts of California. And so we have to be proactive. And that and the fact that, traffic fatalities have gone up. They've gone up. Right. It was by about 38% since 2018. So at the same time that we're trying to address violent crime, we also have to look at other dangers in our community. Yep. So this team would work closely with the California Highway Patrol, other state entities, the Clovis Police Department, also FSO, as we have in the past, to share information when groups are coming to our city to be engaged in street racing. Right. So we've had several deaths directly related to this, including people getting run over at one of these sections.
In my district as well, quite a few.
So it has been a significant issue. We've been trying to stay on top of it, but resources would really be helpful in this area.
Well, I've learned a lot over the last year. These groups are very organized. They're very fast. They can move very quickly. But it's a lot of people from out of town coming into Fresno. Would you say that's correct, Chief?
That is correct. People come south from the Bay, and people come north from Bakersfield in southern Cal. So sharing information, a lot of times they go on social media, or they go on applications that the average person doesn't know about, and they try to organize these events. So definitely doing some investigative work is important to get ahead of this and preventing some of these types of incidents. The other thing that we're also doing is we're training our police officers so they can be more knowledgeable in other types of violations. When you're going to the grocery store or whatever else and you just hear an overly loud exhaust or a vehicle that's traveling way fast, obviously there's been some modifications, which, by the way, most of them are illegal in the state of California, to their vehicles to engage in street racing. So we're training our police officers so they know how to recognize this, not just to be able to hear it, but to be able to get under the hood and under the car and cite these violations. So if we find individuals that are engaged in street racing, we're going to make arrests. Last year, we were able to make 341 arrests and almost 10,000 speeding citations. That's significant, but even with that, you still see it in all parts of the city. I do. When I'm driving around, I hear the noise, I see the tracks, the skid marks in just neighborhoods, right. And that's creating a safety hazard for us.
Yeah, I don't remember growing up here it being this bad, where it's just happening in random places, random neighborhood streets. And like, I don't want to be a stickler and start finding people, but the bottom line is innocent people, pedestrians, are getting killed. A homeless woman was killed in District 2. So we have to be aggressive. Now, one of the things I really like is the impounds, because that takes the car off the road for 30 days. And they can be significant penalties. So would this enable more of those impounds with these operations?
Oh, with this team's focused on this, it'll pretty much double this, and then we can start making a real impact. And I've been pretty vocal about this, as I have about other things. When it comes to public safety, I have to be. And I really want to make Fresno one of the most unattractive cities to come and do street racing in.
Oh, I appreciate that. Okay. Just a couple of things to DC Cooley. I don't know how you've been able to get these vacancies filled, but thank you, because we were looking at it was a really, really bad place, and all the advertising you've been doing. Whenever we go to the graduations, the diverse group of young people joining the department, it's fantastic, and it's going to change the face of policing in our community. And I'm very grateful to you.
I agree with you 100%.
So the other thing is, there was a it could have been tragic in Oso del Oro Park. It's a park off by Malik Elementary off of Faulkner in Northwest Fresno. Last night there was a shooting, two parties, I guess, exchanged gunfire. Fortunately, nobody was hit. But it just really, I've been getting a lot of calls this morning and last night from residents really concerned. It's very frustrating because even in a park for the disabled, unfortunately, we have these cases. But the response was very fast, so thank you for that. But it's unfortunate. The crime we have in our city, it's everywhere. I mean, I will say this though, you came in a very, very difficult time. But I think you've done a very good job. I'm very grateful. Job's not done yet, of course, but you've really turned things in a different direction.
I appreciate that.
So the numbers are going down, which is great. I do want to ask you a few questions about the subject matter today. I'm a little disappointed that we're talking about this important issue on the same day of the PD budget versus the Parks budget, but that's just the way it went. Can you tell me about Operation No Fly Zone? I know it was in the media. We had the Attorney General here, Rob Bonta. But can you go into a little more detail about the overall operation and how it pertains to the issue today?
Sure. It was an operation which lasted approximately a little bit over 5 months, almost 6 months actually. Okay. And it started after we had a shooting on April 25th actually of last year in an apartment complex where is really known as not having a gang affiliation. So we were able to do some investigation, further investigation. I can't reveal some of that information, but we determined that two very violent gangs were kind of joining forces and not just using human trafficking, but also the sale of guns and drugs to just further their gang organization. So we started a big wire operation, which turned out to be, at the time we didn't know it, but it turned out to be the largest of its kind in California history. And it involved a lot of individuals. I believe the total number were 62 guns taken off the streets, a lot of them ghost guns, and over 42 arrests made. So it was a huge investment. Some of the people that we were able to clear at least 4 homicides and 25 shootings.
All related to this one operation?
All related to this big
operation.
operations, that's correct, yeah.
Wow.
So not only that, we were able to, I know that these two gangs were being looked at in at least 35 different shootings, so significant violence. I was given some of the information, some of the transcripts and some of the audio files that I was able to listen to, and pretty scary. It was a criminal organization that on some days did nothing but just plan out shootings, shooting of others. There were 2 mass shootings that we were able to stop. The reason that we know we were able to stop them is because we got intelligence that the shootings were being planned out. And we had a location, and it went as far as one of the gang members actually called his sister who was in the location and told her to get out because they were coming to do the shooting. Apparently there was a couple of dozen rival gang members outside the establishment, so they were just going to come and actually spray the whole place. This was actually the day before the Sacramento shooting. We didn't have a lot of time, but we had to take immediate action, and we sent various police units, Park police units, who got there ahead of time, and we heard them making the phone call, sending the text, read the text, that they called it off after that. So that was 2 different ones, actually at the same location, and like I said, very violent.
Are you able to reveal the location and what part of town it was in?
Some of that information is going to come out in the jury trial, so I would rather
Okay.
not. And
I
I know
won't-
that
I won't ask you that then.
the district attorney's office and the U.S. attorney's office has me on a very short leash as far as what I can reveal.
Was there, based on the information you have, potential for people in the area to be struck by fire, by fire?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
That's kind of the concern I had with the shooting last night at the park. Okay. How does Operation No Fly Zone pertain to the issue with advanced peace? And there was mention of one bad apple a few times, but is
Right.
it really just one?
Yeah, and before I give any information on that, council member, if you would just please excuse me, because I do have to qualify this information. Number one, I'm not here to advocate for or against advanced peace and any funding. This is not in my budget. It's not part of my budget. I can also tell you that when I first got here in January 2021, I was one of the biggest advocates for advanced peace. I believe in these types of programs. I believe that if you're going to count on the police department to reduce violent crime and to increase the quality of life for everyone, we're not going to get there. It takes more than the police department, because the police department has consequences and they're punitive. You commit a violent crime, we're going to find who you are, we're going to arrest you, we're going to hopefully send you to prison. That's about the only hammer that we have. And if you're going to build a strong community, you need more than just a hammer. You need other tools. So I believe in the youth outreach. I believe in the gang outreach. I believe in the street outreach. Getting out there and building relationships, I think that this is very, very important. That is why on the very first week that I got here in town, I became a supporter and an advocate. And I instructed my team to work closely with Advanced Peace. Sadly, during this investigation, yes, it was revealed that one individual was criminally involved in this operation, and it resulted in the murder of a human being. And I think that's something that's been downplayed just a little bit. Somebody lost their lives.
Well, that's what I wanted to get into, because okay, we can make it isolated if you want, but here's my concern. We talk about these terrible things, but we don't always focus on victims. So there's a family that lost someone, and I'm very concerned whether intel that was shared with an organization funded by the taxpayers from this city helped kill someone. I'm sorry to be so dramatic, but I don't want that happening again.
I don't know either.
And I'm on the same boat you were, because I initially supported Advanced Peace.
Right. So I'm going to try to just not be very descriptive, but at least paint the picture as far as what I know. And, I do appreciate the support, and I also appreciate the support for the community, because I've had a lot of conversations with EOC and Aaron Foster, and some of the individuals who are here today have been in my office, and us trying to collaborate together and bring peace to this community, because that's the end goal. And frankly, I don't care who gets the award or the accolades. It doesn't matter to me, as long as we're saving lives. That's the most important part. But what I'm getting to is that we did information was revealed through this operation. Number one, that one individual who was an employee of Advanced Peace was indicted for conspiracy to commit murder. And it's a very solid case, I can tell you that much. It is a very, very strong case. We also uncovered that some of the information that we were sharing with the organization was used in a manner that was not supposed to be used. Two more points. We also believe that number one, we know that at least one city council member was threatened, potentially two. And I had one-on-one conversations with those individuals. I'm not going to name them. Obviously, that's not my role to do that. But I had to explain that information, that not only did I have to worry about this big operation, but then I had to worry about protecting a city council member, because potential threats were made against them. And then lastly, we received information that basically some of the members, okay, I have a working relationship with others. Some of the members were proactively trying to stop some of these involved folks in violent crime from cooperating with the police department. And that's the issue that, as a police chief, okay, it violates my duty to move forward at this point. Okay, I'm not an elected official, so I'm not here to win a popularity contest. I'm here to do the right thing. Okay, my job is to bring justice to people who can't get it for themselves, to victims, to the family members. Just like Emilia didn't get justice for her lost loved one. Okay, it's my job to bring them justice. And anything that anyone or anything that gets in the way of that, I can't deal with that. Okay, I can no longer work with that model the way it is, because ultimately it is my job to bring justice to people who deserve it. And that doesn't mean that I don't believe in these programs. I do believe them. I think they're important. But obviously, trust was highly and severely violated. Okay? Right. And my pastor always told me, trust is given, mistrust is earned. Okay? So mistrust has to be, or trust has to be built back. And I didn't create that. Other people did.
Right. So I just want to be focused right now. This is about trust with Advanced Peace Fresno, not Advanced Peace national or statewide. It's just the model that we have today led to some of these incidents taking place where the trust has been broken.
I've had conversations with the EOC. I've had conversations with Aaron Foster. I look forward to sitting down one day and talk about some serious revamping of the program to add some accountability measures. I think that's important so this doesn't happen again. But at this point, knowing that the information we're given to them was being used against us, how can I, in a sound mind, proceed forward with continuing to work with them? Can't do that.
Okay, and the last question is the...
1 second, hold on. Hey, listen, we're going to have order in this chamber. The conversation right now is between the chief and the council member. Public comment is over. So we'll have order. Let's let this conversation continue.
Can the model survive, I don't know if you're able to answer this question, without cooperation between the police department and Advanced Peace? Because if I recall, that was critical to be able to communicate with each other.
I believe the best model is when the police department and organizations such as Advanced Peace are working together. I believe that type of cooperation, I've heard a lot of good information today, including that there's some places that they can get into that we can't. That's true. Mm-hmm. That is 100% true. That's why I loved the program when I first came in here. And that was the intention, is to work together, for us to share information, for us to say, look, we had a shooting last night, and here is who we think is involved. Can you bring peace? Can you go out there? Can you make communication? Can you bring them to the table? That's the best way for this model to work in cooperation. And Advanced Peace members aren't snitches for the police department. That's not their role. Their role is to bring the right people to the table, to diffuse the situation, to de-escalate it, so there won't be another shooting. Because I agree with them 100%. The best situation is prevention. The prevention of shootings and homicides. That is the best scenario.
Well, that's the dilemma I face, because it's that point of view that got me to support the program. But I'm just really concerned because there is a victim of a homicide. I don't know what their criteria was for bringing on this person. You can't always control people do. But it's whether or not there are others spreading information, either not to cooperate, which, again, there are nameless victims out there and I don't want to be a part of the process of creating more trauma in the community. So anyways, that's my only questions for you at this time. Thank you, Chief.
Next, we have Councilmember Arias, followed by Councilmember Chavez.
No, oh, okay.
Was it Soria? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Council President. And for those of you who are going to wait for the Advanced Peace conversation, I'm going to ask you to wait. There is a $35 million request in the police department's budget for this year, and I really do think that we ought to discuss every single aspect of that budget increase. Advanced Peace is not in his budget, but I will get to that afterwards. But to your budget, Chief, I know I gave you a heads up on some of the line items. So on the page 128, it looks like you guys are requesting on the clothing and personnel supplies a $1.3 million increase, which is an increase of $1 million. I know your staff probably had some clarification on what that's associated to.
Okay, I have the line items here in front of me. 56-101. This is basically, it's part of the equipment. It's not, buying people new clothes. This is basically equipping new police officers. So that covers the duty belt, the uniform, really everything that you see on my uniform, and a vest and things like that. So these are as we added staff and added different units, that's what the cost breakdown is for those additional personnel.
Okay. In the line item 59305 on page 129, there's an increase of approximately $1 million in your liability self-insurance. Is that due to settlements? Or what's the charge of an increase of $1 million?
The way I understand that is anytime that we add personnel, we pay in more into workman's comp. As far as the liability is concerned, Tina Griffin here, she may be able to answer that for
There's
me.
another line item for workman's comp.
Yeah, so the 52601 workman's comp, that's the way it was explained to me, $1.6 million. We have to pay in more because we have more personnel.
Understood. But I'm in line item 59305, liability self-insurance, which has increased by $1 million for this upcoming budget.
I don't have that in front of me, but I'll get that answer for you.
Okay. Budget manager, do you know what that line item is? Is that settlements?
So normally, the ISF charge for liability self-insurance charges is on a rolling average, I believe. For how many years? 3-year rolling average. And so if the claims over the last 3 years have increased, then the charge goes up. So it's based on a 3-year rolling average.
Do we know if that line item is specific to that charge? Just need confirmation. I know
I will. I'm 98% sure, but I will get you the other 2%.
Okay, my finance manager is saying yes.
Yes, I trust her. She's been here for a while, so. Okay, in the same page, your line item for facilities management charges are increasing by $832,000.
Which line item is that?
Line item 59309, facilities management charges, it's an increase of $832,000.
Yes, that's the, would be new vehicles for the new units, for the motorcycles for the street racing unit. Those are budget expansions. They're part of the new positions we're asking for, and that is usually housed in fleet's budget. The 5.9s are generally ID charges, and those are dictated usually by other departments, not by us.
So facility management charges, is that another department?
Well, that would be if I say we had a window that broke or AC went out, then we would use that line item to pay for those repairs.
Correct, but you're increasing it by $830,000 in 1 year.
Council member, so they don't get to select the charge. It's a charge that is charged to them by the facilities management division.
Understood.
And, I'm sorry.
But understood, but what I'm asking
Is what the increase is.
historically, that charge has only been about $300,000 to $400,000. Now it's 1.1 million.
Yeah, we'll go back and get I do know that we have increased service in that division dramatically to be more proactive with maintenance, so we don't have multi-million-dollar systems fail, and instead improve our preventative maintenance, but we can get you the more specific breakdown of what those increased charges are.
I know we're all getting increase in rents by the central folks passed on to every budget, but 832 is a pretty big number. So it seems to me that's a significant increase. And what I'm interested in, is that ongoing, that you expect to be at that level? Is that a new baseline for facilities management costs, or is this a one-time thing from one station coming online?
We'll get you something in more detail.
Thank you. Now, to your other budgets, Chief, let me start off by just saying that you have a tough job. I think your job as chief is tougher than Mayor Dyer's was. The environment has shifted. Expectations have shifted. Community demands have shifted significantly. So you do have a really tough job ahead of you. But I want to call attention to a couple of things. In 2018, the police department budget, actual expenditures were $169 million. In the proposed budget, and the expenditures for 2021 were $198 million. That's a $28 million increase in actual expenditures. Your proposed budget is at $233 million. So we go back from when I arrived on this council to now, it's a $64 million, $356,954 increase. So for anybody in the universe who says that we're about defunding police, it's a $64 million increase in that 4-year span.
Councilmember, that was, I know we've done a trade memo on this in the past. A large portion of that was from the fleet fund that had previously rested within the department, which had been moved out and was moved back in.
I understand that you've taken departments out, but you've also moved around other charges.
Right.
So you've also have more officers being applied to facts that you did a year ago. You also have other officers applied to DPU that were hitting enterprise funds. What I'm saying is, from actual expenditures in the police department, there's been a significant increase in 4 years. Is that not accurate?
No, because the fleet charges, so I guess theoretically, if you're saying the fleet charges were for the police department, regardless of whether they were in the fleet division
Correct.
or the police department, there may be some validity to that. But it makes it sound like the budget has increased and we've got, 150 more officers and all of these other operating expenditures when it was more of an accounting function of moving the charge.
The expenditures have increased for police. Isn't that simply put, the expenditures have increased, whether the cars were assigned to the fleet department or now assigned to the police department, the expenditure is for the police department, correct?
I see where you were going with that, and I don't want to agree to that without going back and pulling the numbers out and looking. But what I hear you saying, it seems a logical explanation, but I want to go back and look at the numbers just to confirm that that's an accurate
And
statement.
I'm not trying to write a narrative or play gotcha. I'm just trying to point out the fact that the department has seen a significant increase in expenditures in the last 4 years. Some of them are associated to making our police officers the highest paid in the Central Valley. Some of them are associated to a record amount of overtime, a record amount of officers on long-term leave and workman's comp. Some of them are associated to a record amount of contracting out at Apple and Walmart. There's a whole list of reasons why, but the expenditures in policing has increased. So what I'm wrapping my head around is, at the same time, we saw crime increase in those 4 years for a variety of reasons. I'm looking at this memo here, and the homicide citywide, 2019 was 45, 2020 it was 74, 2021 it was 74, now we're up to 26. What I'm trying to wrestle with, Chief, is when crime goes up, we tend to assign responsibility or blame to the community. Unemployment rates, stress, domestic violence, poverty, even the summer heat. We all know the variables, right? Super Bowl time, domestic violence calls go up. Historically, when crime goes down, we then associate that crime reduction to police. But from where I stand, when crime is down, the police department asks for more resources. When it's up, the police department asks for even more resources. I don't see the correlation between more expenditures in the police department and lower crime rate, a lower murder rate. And I don't fault the police department. It's multiple variables that, drive crime in a city. I'm just trying to understand this whole notion that the data is clear. There is no direct correlation between more money and a direct reduction in crime, at least that I've seen.
I have a partial.
Go ahead, Chief.
I have a partial answer for you, and it's partial because I wasn't here in 2019 and 2020. Obviously, 2020, we know that was a COVID year, and we really took a we backed off on violent crime, and that really hurt us. In 2021, yeah, we had the same number of homicides, 74, but we were on pace for 134, and we didn't let that happen. This year so far, we're at 26. We had 34 this time last year. So homicides are down 30%. So we're definitely going in the right direction. I think the economy's getting, it's down and up, and that affects us, and we can't put our finger on that. But yeah, obviously adding positions, I will say this, since I've gotten here, we've proposed or added 50 cop positions, and that's expensive.
Yeah, and I recall the council has approved all of them and added even more beyond what the police
You
department
have
has
never heard
requested.
me say that this council has ever tried to defund the police. Never.
Thank you. So is it fair to say, Chief, that the truth on what leads to lower crime rate is in between? That not one group is completely responsible for the rise or the reduction in crime.
I do
either
agree
the
with
police
that.
department or the community.
I do agree with that. And I've said it from day one, that if we're looking solely on the police department to cure all the ills of this community, that's not going to happen. I think there's a lot of ills that we can't cure, and a lot of it is related to poverty, mental health issues, just trauma in people's lives. Those things, we have very few tools to address that. So no, it's definitely a collaborative effort.
Appreciate it. And I do want to point out that in Fresno, mental health is the primary responsibility, and the mayor have had this discussion of the county of Fresno. But as a city, we've never invested. It wasn't until the pandemic that the city started investing in public health. It wasn't until the pandemic that we started investing in, PPE supplies. We had to step in because we saw the crisis costing too many lives. I think personally, this city will have to wrestle with, investing in mental health where the county has continued to fail. And it's going to have to come from somewhere. I do have a concern on your proposed budget, Chief. I still don't see a dedicated officer to Motel Drive. We've discussed this. As a city, we've housed all the homeless residents in Motel Drive. I've been trying to get contracted policing. That hasn't worked out. If we have 10 bodies to deal with drag racing, and we have bodies for Apple and Walmart, when will I get a dedicated police officer for Motel Drive?
What we need to do is we need to start making specific assignments and make that a micro beat. So we did that in downtown. We added Fulton 1, and it has helped with crime. We did that in the Tower District and added Tower 1. We were averaging almost 24 auto burglars a month. Right now we're down to single digits, way in the single digits for several weeks in a row. We need to do the same thing in Parkway.
So your budget doesn't include that. Do you need a motion from us to dedicate?
I don't need a motion. We can start assigning somebody up there because it's important. I met with some community members recently about that part of town, Live Fresno again, and the majority of the people that they serve, the kids that they serve, the women in crisis that they serve, they all live there, up and down. Yeah. And they told me directly that was an issue as well too, is that people should feel secure there as well.
Okay. Well, we'll circle back on by the time the budget's over whether we need a motion for that, because I've been asking for 2 years. For 2 years, we've been increasing the police budget. I still can't get a body there. So the days of asking are coming to an end for me for that area. Your CSOs, you've increased them, and you're proposing to run parks rangers similar to CSOs. Let me tell you what my experience is with CSOs in general. Good entry-level position. When you call them, because there's some activity at a park, they'll drive by, they don't stop, they don't walk the park, they don't intervene with the situation they're called for. Is that how we plan to run the parks rangers? And secondly, I'm concerned with the parks rangers, and I'm still wrestling where I land on this. My gut tells me they don't belong in the police department because the police department has a long justified reason to pull resources away from any special unit whenever violent crime increases somewhere in the city. However, I'm at the parks pretty often, and I see that some of the more aggressive homeless residents that are openly doing meth and crack are not going to be dissuaded by somebody with a green uniform. But my concern remains, right now you have them answering to every precinct captain. Every precinct captain does things differently. Every precinct captain is responsive differently. What kind of expectations should we have from these parks rangers? Similar to CSOs, or do we expect to have them walking parks, interacting with people, or just driving by?
It's a good question. Number one, we're designating them CSOs because we don't have a city classification for park rangers. We have to create one. And I think that'll be, once we start this, in essence, it's a pilot program because it's brand new. And once we do that, we can have a full actual classification for that position. The reason we selected CSOs is simply because of the duties, the ability to write police reports, the training to be able to use a police radio, the ability for them to write citations. All those are the same functions as a CSO. The vehicles that have been selected for the park rangers are vehicles where, we're also going to include bikes in this, where they can be approachable, where they can be engaging. I believe all the vehicles are either hybrids or some type of electric vehicle. Obviously parks.
But again, my question is, are your captains going to pull them and reassign them for other duties?
No, they're not. Although I have 5 different district captains, they only work for one deputy chief, and that deputy chief has worked hand in hand with one of my lieutenants to create the essence of this program. The expectations and the duties are going to be quite a bit different. You know, what we want them to do is we want them out there to engage with the public. We want them to inform. We want them to educate. You know, if somebody's out there, you know, drinking openly with glass bottles, something that's not allowed in our park, their job is to go and engage with them and say, hey, did you guys know that you're not supposed to do that here, and try to get compliance first. We also have property crimes at our parks. We want them to be visible so people aren't vandalizing our parks.
I know you're now requiring officers to log in their activities, which I'm sure it's helpful. Are you going to have the same thing for rangers, where I would be able to audit, the city would be able to audit, the Measure P folks can audit the park ranger program, and they can demonstrate that they were at Roding Park for an hour on Monday, they were at Tetsi Wills for an hour?
100%. So part of the evaluation of this program to see if 20 CSOs or park rangers are even enough is to check their activity. So yes, I re-implemented activity sheets, and not just in patrol, but for our CSOs, because I want that data too. I want to know where the activity is, where the demand is, so we can allocate our resources accordingly. So they will have activity sheets, and we're going to have high expectations for them.
The last couple of years, an issue for me has been the lack of your police substations being open to the public. Your budget requests a few $1 million for a new police headquarters and a few $1 million for a new dispatch center. Are those, all the substations in the city, now open to the public where somebody can walk in and be serviced?
They are. People can walk in, they can ask questions. I have a report taker at every policing district, including downtown. So if they have a need, if they need a service, if they have a question, they can walk in and get their needs met.
Okay. On a couple of other budget questions for you, Chief. Do you anticipate, you've made publicly noted that you will now be fully staffed until probably end of 23, correct? Based on your current hiring?
Yeah, absolutely. By the end of 2023, yes.
So is there a reason that we continue to redirect officers for the Walmarts, the Apples, the Bobby Salazars, when we don't have officers to staff special units or patrol?
The last figures I got from our police matrix, which is all the staffing and patrol, is that we have more officers right now assigned to patrol than we've had in 4 years. Okay, I made a commitment to not just the council, but also to the union, that we would start making patrol a priority, and that has happened. What we've also seen happen is that the overtime money or need, expenditures, has been going down. Why? Because we have more police officers, therefore we don't have to do mandatory order back, bringing them back to work. The advantage that we have in the contract law enforcement is that, for example, a Walmart, which is a big superstore, a lot of people, when you get a lot of people, you tend to have more calls for service. They're going to call us anyway. They're going to pull a police officer off the street that could be responding to a violent crime, and they're going to have to go to Walmart. Why do that when we can have a police officer there and they're willing to pay for it? And that's the important part, is that I don't pay for those police officers. Walmart does. So there is a significant advantage. I can tell you that if we stop that practice, it is certainly going to hurt our response times, because those officers are going to be tied up going to those lower level priority calls at places like Walmart.
You do see the predicament that puts us in, right? That those that can afford to pay for police twice get immediate response, while the rest of us wait around for an hour for police to show up.
That's an issue. I think we need to lower that. And having the CSOs, that helps us. It helps us because it doesn't have to be a police officer every time. Frankly, having the park rangers is going to help us. When there's a car burglarized at a certain park, it doesn't have to be a police officer. That police officer can respond to whatever call is holding. So that's getting better. And we've seen it where it doesn't happen overnight, but it is getting better, and we're getting to the point where we want to be.
A couple of things on your facilities, and I've told the mayor this in passing, that I'm not prepared to support the full allocation for your headquarters or your dispatch center until I see actual plans. You know, when we were talking about the fire training facility, we were told $25 million was the full scope of it. Now we're being told it's $125 million. The animal center was $5 million, then it's $20 million. I'm not willing to open Pandora's box for unchecked amount of money until I see a full proposal. I know this budget sets aside up to $10 million for a dispatch center and about 6.7 for headquarters. Secondly, I've called 911 probably half a dozen times in the last year for fires, each time I'm on the wait between 2 minutes to 10 minutes on hold. When exactly, we have approved everything you've asked for when it comes to 911 dispatchers. I haven't seen an improvement in response times and pickup times from the dispatchers. What's not?
We're not near there yet. And we have about 8 to 10 vacancies right now in dispatchers, and we're asking for 5 more. Because as I stated earlier before lunch, the call volume is just significantly high, almost 1 million actual calls and about 435 calls for service. So that puts a big strain on them. We definitely need more of them. So as I said earlier, the state standard should be 95% of those calls should be answered within 15 seconds. That's not happening right now.
So Chief,
so we have ways to go.
Why not ask for more dispatchers instead of more officers?
We don't have a place to put them.
You can't rent facilities?
They actually don't fit in our current location. That's why we asked for a new communications center so we can merge fire and police and we can house. There I can expand. Where we're at right now, we don't have the room for them.
So you don't have any additional room for the bodies?
I don't have enough workstations in there as it stands.
You're asking for 5 additional positions and you have 10 vacancies. Don't you have sufficient vacancies to fill additional spots?
So, yeah, -8, and this will give us -12. 13, sorry.
So I guess what I'm getting at is why, and this goes to my overall question, why keep on asking to add positions when we have vacancies that are unfilled? For me, it seems like we're telling the public we're doing something about it, knowing that all we're doing is growing the vacancy rate.
Right, but we have a lot of vacancies for police officers, but yet this time next year we're going to be fully staffed. So the goal has to be set. We have to set the bar high, and we have to strive to hit it. But if I don't have those actual positions, then it doesn't. I can never meet the goal.
So let me ask you this: we can't recruit for them. We can't recruit.
Then, City Manager, why not ask for additional dispatch positions once you have the facility problem addressed? Why ask for it now?
Well, it'll be both. I think to the chief's point, the vacancies and the additional positions that he's asking for now are going to not even get us close to the 15 seconds. I think once we get a new larger dispatch center open, there will be a request for additional positions. But I think what the chief is requesting is just to get us to that level of service that is a little bit status quo and a little bit better, maybe. But we are constantly recruiting and we are constantly getting more creative. But those are positions that are recruiting open till filled, I believe. And so if we do go through points where we are able to go on a hiring spree, where we have a social media post that hits, and all of a sudden we have a whole bunch of people start applying, and we're able to fill them. We have to be able to have those other positions ready to go and be actively recruiting for them.
So at this point, you're just asking for additional positions in case you can fill them.
Well, it's not so much that retention is extremely difficult, even more difficult than police officers, because there's a high burnout rate. So I got to have the room to be able to fill them, but until we
Chief,
get adequate staffing.
I completely agree with you. That dispatch job is horrendous. It's hard. But why not ask to pay them more money then if retention's a problem like we did for police officers? Why not ask to make our 911 dispatchers the highest paid in the Central Valley like we made the officers?
I don't think that's a bad idea at all.
So, Mr. Manager, why isn't that in your budget request?
So, Council Member, we already have a contract with the labor group. That wasn't something that was negotiated. I believe that contract was signed, I don't know if it's been a year yet, but it's one of the newer ones. It wasn't something that was in discussions as having a serious recruitment problem at the time. If we want to have a conversation about paying, generally when we go out and do those efforts to be the highest paid, it's when we have a very serious recruiting problem. So we'd have to have a conversation about how bad the recruiting problem is for those positions. We have, as you know, we do have recruiting problems with various positions throughout the city, and we are doing our best to address those as they rise to the top as being, okay, we have a serious problem here, we need to deal with this position. But keep in mind, they are part of a larger bargaining unit. And so going in and addressing just one position within an entire unit that may not be having recruitment problems.
I understand that, City Manager, but just last week we gave a pay raise to engineers because we had a problem with engineers. We didn't use the fact that they're part of a larger group as an excuse not to act on that recruitment
Right.
gap.
So once again, we did add some things within the labor contract that had to do specifically with recruitment with, I believe, a couple, I don't know if it was the supervisors, TJ, I don't know if you remember. But if the department is telling us that, and personnel is telling us that we're having a serious recruitment problem with those positions, absolutely. I have no problem bringing that forward. I know TJ was involved in the negotiations.
Correct. We also have a hiring incentive for all of our employees. If you refer somebody who has if you refer somebody to apply for an emergency services dispatcher, you can get reimbursed.
Thank you, TJ. All right, well, just know it's on my radar. I think it's a retention problem. It's a pay problem.
It's definitely a retention problem.
Remind me how much they get paid to do the most stressful phone calls in the Central Valley?
Not enough, but I'll get you a figure.
TJ, do you know what the hourly wage is?
Let me look that up.
Thank you, if you can get that for me. All right, Chief, those are all the questions I have for you. I'll just address advanced Peace now, and I know that's not under your purview, so thank you for the time. And just in closing, Chief, know that I reached the maximum, and 64 million is a lot of expenditure. I'm gonna be very interested in seeing outcomes, measurables, deliverables, just like we asked of the community. Show us your reduction, show us how it's correlated directly. I appreciate you bringing back and restoring some of those services in downtown, Tower, and other places. I think what you're going to hear from this body is we all have specific needs, and we want those addressed. Not sometime, not if I get these resources, not if I get fully staffed, but we keep on playing this cat and mouse game. Sometimes, if you approve this budget, I will get you that
That's
resource.
certainly not my intention, but I can tell you this: next year, I think the council is going to be very happy with the results, especially from our DCIS teams that are going to be starting today at each district. It's really going to give us the ability to do a lot more when those problems pop up or that particular problem area to address them quickly.
I would ask one thing, Chief. I know we're kind of COVID's not over, but it's easing off in some places. The department used to do a really good job of having community meetings in each district. That went away during the pandemic. We haven't had that. I think our captains and lieutenants need to hear directly from the public that they're serving, so they can hear directly from them the problem areas. If you can make that a priority as COVID resents a little bit. But
we certainly will.
And
I look forward to being at some of those meetings myself.
Yeah. Thank you, Chief. On advanced peace, here's where I struggle with this conversation. Seems to me that when the community, especially the community of color, asks for resources, we tend to have a double standard. When an officer is arrested for misbehavior, we say he's a bad apple and we deal with him. Right? We've had a couple of those instances this last year. When it happens to the community, we say we have a problem with the whole structure. When the community has a program that's been operational for a year, we expect results and evidence-based results. When the city has a department for a year, the administration says we need more time. It's only been a year. When crime is up, we ask the community to help us in reducing crime. When the community develops its own strategy on how they want to be policed, we then all, start arguing about how valid the numbers are. And I appreciate your position on it, Chief, because you're walking into this space where we've, I think, successfully done a very good job of addressing the defund movement by establishing better relationships. The Commission on Police Reform was a big component of that. We've tried to develop trust and relationships during the pandemic when you shouldn't be interacting with one another. But I keep on going to this double standard. When I ask for evidence of how much millions of dollars in ShotSpotter has resulted in actual convictions, I'm yet to get one case where somebody was convicted as a result of ShotSpotter, and we poured in millions of dollars. Is there a value for ShotSpotter as identifying the location of shootings and attending to victims? Absolutely. That evidence is clear. But there isn't any direct evidence that it leads to convictions in that software, yet we spend millions of dollars. When we are yet to spend, $150,000 on a community-led effort, we're all now second-guessing, why should we be doing more of it? So far, what I've gotten from the facts are these. Advanced peace has reduced gun violence. To what extent, it's up for the researchers to argue over. The city of Fresno needs more gun violence programs, not less. The mayor today made it clear that he supports advanced peace. It's also clear to me that advanced peace, EOC, the mayor, the administration, all of us recognize and you that changes need to occur for advanced peace. Programming, oversight, we need improvements. It's also clear to me that City of Fresno needs more evidence-based allocation of public safety resources. I would love the day that you could show me a statistical analysis by a third-party researcher to show that a bike unit in Tower or downtown has reduced crime. I know it does, right? But I'm not the analytical researcher from Berkeley. I would love the day that we would be able to allocate resources in that way. I'm very conscious that there's a perception of safety that is created when we have press conferences where guns are laid on the table. And then there's the actual safety when you call 911 and somebody immediately comes to your help. Our officers have the toughest job in the Valley. That's why we made them the highest paid in the Valley. They have a lot more work than we have bodies to address. That's why we all argue over special units in certain places. But I'm still struggling with this whole notion, and since it's been brought up a couple of times about council members being threatened on this program, let me be very upfront that council member was me. And let me also be very transparent that in my time as a council member, I've been threatened by the Proud Boys, by the insurrectionists, by mentally unstable individuals, and by a police employee. But at no time have I advocated to defund any of those places, much less the police department, right? I've taken the position that everybody else has. You have a bad apple, you deal with it. And not that I don't take my safety serious, because I have a responsibility to my family. But we can't simply settle on the perception of safety. There has to be actual safety. There has to be actual reduction in crime. And I find it very hard to simply dismiss a program that may not be working to my expectations and simply walk away from it. There's plenty of things that I wish would run differently in every department. I wish the grass at the parks was greener, but I can't defund the parks department. That doesn't fix anything. It doesn't address the lack of green grass. So what I'm gonna ask for administration, I'm gonna make a motion to make advanced peace eligible for the $950,000 in the parks department. Wait a minute. There's no clear winners today. We have a responsibility to do what's right by everyone. So we'll make advanced peace eligible for those funds and for other gang prevention programs. And we will request that those funds not be expended until that program comes to this city council for approval. Nobody gets a blank check in this world, whether it's a community or whether it's a department. And
I'll second that motion.
And I want to request that we come back within 30 days with the proposal, and here's why. I genuinely think that our mayor, as much as sometimes we disagree and jab at each other, his heart is in the right place for the city. The police chief is doing the best he can with the resources he has, and the community has come up with an alternative that we cannot replicate at this moment. And with that, I am hopeful that the community and the city staff and the mayor will get in the same room, figure out what adjustments have to be made, and come back with a proposal, because ultimately, we cannot be one Fresno. We're divided. And the work of gun violence is too hard for any of us to take on our own. So I am really hopeful that we will find some middle ground, as all things are necessary to come forward. And if the guy who got threatened allegedly is willing to, reach out with the olive branch on all departments, then we have to, do that. Multiple times, this administration, even our city manager, has asked us for grace. She's been in it for a year. Mayor's been in it for 18 months and 40 years plus. And what the community is asking today is for grace. It's been a year. They have some adjustments to make. Let's not, walk away. Instead, let's get closer together with all the pandemic conditions and being honored and find a solution. Because I like you, Chief. What keeps me up at night is every time a 5-year-old is shot and killed in our city, or a 10-year-old walking to school.
That's right.
And it's on all of us to do it. So we all have time. Put your, bats aside, get your pencils, and let's work out a solution that works for everyone. Thank you, Chief, for your time.
Thank you.
Councilmember Soria, followed by Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Chief, for your presentation and the updates on a variety of different positive changes that we're seeing and investments that you want to see in the police department. I do have a couple of different questions. Some of them have already been answered that were made by my previous colleagues, but I did want to ask, and I want to say kudos, and I'm impressed by the recruitment efforts. For me, last year and over the last few years, that has been a big issue. And so kudos to you to really to see that in about 12 months, we will have hopefully those 83 vacancies filled. And I'm glad also to hear that the attrition rate is much lower than what we were seeing. Again, I think it's a testament not just to your leadership, but I think a testament to the fact that the city has recognized the value in an investment in our department because our community does need it. And so I want to thank folks for that. I did want to ask and I know the other issue that has been important for me that in the past, I think Councilmember Bredefeld and I really pushed for the increase in emergency service dispatchers because it is a critical, obviously, resource that we need. Otherwise, we can't get police officers to respond to what is happening in our community. What is the timeline for the recruitment in the police dispatcher process that you have in place?
So as far as the challenges, I'll talk about that first because I was just updated. This year so far, we've and by the way, we're about 92% filled, 92.36% filled department-wide. But it doesn't change the fact that we've hired 10 dispatchers this year, but we lost 5. So keeping them is the biggest issue. One of the things that I really try to stress with my staff is just making this a great place to work, valuing our professional staff, especially our dispatchers, and I'm very open about the fact that I couldn't do their job. So they are valued. We are really focusing on making their environment, the best place possible to work, and that includes a new communications center. I can tell you that if we really push really hard, we might be able to get these filled by the end of the year. But with the attrition rate right now being fluctuating up and down, I can't say that for certain.
Okay. And this is an issue that for me is important, obviously, as someone that has supported in the past an increase in numbers. I think similarly to what we've done to enable you to retain and attract more police officers, I think that we have to make a very intentional investment in, if we're serious about filling these positions, to one, really look at what the salary is. That was another question. So I'd like to know at some point really what we pay our dispatchers.
Sure, I actually have it right here, and it goes from A to E step. So dispatcher 1 position goes from $40.57 a month to $47.91. So the starting hourly pay is $23.40 at step 1 and $27.64 at E step.
Actually, I'm sorry, that's not with the new contract. Starting is $24.52, and for the top step is $31.85. So that equivalates at the entry level, $51,000 a year. At the top step, $66,250 a year.
66, okay. I think that given the situation that we have, and I know I've heard this from the past because I've talked to a number of dispatchers. I've actually gone through the dispatch center. And because of the levels of stress, I think that it is important that we figure out, I get that we've amended the new contract, but that we really look at what are we going to do to make sure that we're attracting and retaining our dispatchers. You know, is 60,000 really enough? You know, I don't know if I would do that stressful work because I know how stressful some of those calls can be. If you're only making $16,000 at the top end, because I don't even know how long will it take someone to get to the top?
I believe 5 years.
So minimum 5 years. Yeah, so I would really, I'd like this body and with you, Chief, to really look at a plan, similarly to what we did with, for the police officers, to see what can we do. Is there, should we be looking at, if people are coming from another agency, a lateral agency, like is there a way to incentivize to come here? If they're not incentivized by the pay, that should tell us that that's an issue, right? And so what are other mechanisms to really fill that out? So I'd like to see if you could come back to us.
Absolutely.
In the next, 60 days to figure that piece out. Because otherwise we're going to continue to see the problem. You're just stating, the issue of the fact that, you hire 5 and then you lose a bunch more.
Yeah, and just so you know, this is an issue throughout the entire valley. I'm part of the Fresno Madera County Chiefs Sheriff's Association. We've discussed this before openly, so it's been a challenge to the entire valley. Another thing that people fail to recognize is that they're also considered first responders. To be on that telephone and to be hearing the trauma that is going on the other line or on the other side of the line is a major issue, and we have to recognize that. I like your recommendation. If we've been successful in hiring police officers during this aggressive campaign, then we pull all the stops for this too and do the exact same thing because that's been successful.
Well, yeah, and that's going to make our department even better, right? Because we don't want people to be waiting on a call much more longer than they need to be to get an adequate response. So I'd really like to see a plan to get more aggressive on that.
Council member, one thing I've been thinking about a lot of what we've been talking about with our positions, and we don't have to, just something that's come to mind as I've been hearing this conversation, I think we need to consider putting something in our salary resolution that allows us flexibility when we're coming to a situation where we're having a hard time recruiting, that gives us the ability upon a resolution by the council to have some sort of immediate retention incentive plan that we can kick into our hiring process without having to go through a lot of rigmarole, or I'd be interested in maybe talking with a couple of you, because this is a perfect example. This is the position. As you know, we've had the engineering positions. To be able to have the administration to have some flexibility when we're having those positions, to be able to quickly move would, I think, maybe not be a bad idea.
Okay. I will be open to being part of that conversation. I think that if we can do it through policy, through the budget. I know in the past we've done policy through the budget, and so if that we can craft a motion that would give us that authority, I think that it's a good idea.
Yeah, we could make it part of the salary resolution.
So. I know last budget cycle, Chief, we also talked about allowing our police officers to drive vehicles home. Where is that in motion? Is that happening?
We have not started the take-home car program. We're going to. Part of the issue is the fact that we were unable to get cars. Supply chain issues have really hurt us, and I know the fleet's been working really hard to try to get us vehicles. The first batch of new Durangos are supposed to come in July. So we're about to start that, and we are putting together a plan. We'll have enough vehicles to do the program. I think it's important. It's also an incentive. I want that visibility out in the communities to have a police vehicle parked in driveways in neighborhoods, and we have the stats that show that visibility can reduce crime, but also those cars last longer because they're assigned to that officer. So I'm sorry I don't have better news. I highly believe in that program because it's, you know, I was used to that program at previous agency. We simply have not got the cars. I will tell you this, we were very fortunate to go ahead and secure the contract with Dodge because there's a lot of other major cities that basically Ford and Dodge called them and just canceled their orders altogether because they just didn't have the vehicles available.
Okay. Is the program going to be focused? I know that there was a lot of conversation around making sure the presence is in some of the more challenged neighborhoods, which I highly doubt that our officers live in challenged neighborhoods.
Well,
but I kind of want to know what is the plan in terms of, is it only officers that live within the city limits? What's going to be your plan?
We don't have the actual policy yet since we haven't had the vehicles, but I'm creating that now. Actually, about 42% of our police officers live in the city of Fresno. We're going to start with South of Shaw, and that's going to be the first priority is for those patrol officers who are off probation, who are working, you know, in those districts, they're going to get the first set of cars, so we can have them physically visible south of Shaw. I would like to expand that program at some point citywide because I think it's also an incentive for recruiting. With gasoline being so high, it's obviously a monetary incentive.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that update. One of the other things that I've been a big advocate is for the bike teams. And so I will tell you, Chief, that I'm a little bit disappointed because you promised us a staff report earlier this spring. And I think we got a memo today that is kind of a plan, but not. I don't really.
Well, it's actually a very specific plan, and the council, several council districts wanted bikes, and you're getting bikes. Okay, when this plan is unveiled, once we're able to double the Metro bike team, we're literally going to have probably the most robust bike team in Central California. And that's not, I'm not downplaying it, I'm not just exaggerating the numbers. We're going to have an entire team of 10 bike members that are going to be part of the Metro bike team, but we're also going to have designated police officers in each district, the ones I laid out earlier. Obviously, we're going to have them downtown, we're going to have them in Tower, we're going to have them in El Dorado Park and Kings Canyon, but then I've also applied for a grant, and I know City Councilman or Vice President Maxwell mentioned, you know, it's not signed, sealed, and delivered, but we're making a strong point to try to get this grant, and we have a really good chance of getting it. That will allow me to assign even more bike officers to each particular district, and we won't have to pay for 100% of those positions.
So 10 folks for the Metro unit,
Mm-hmm.
and then 2 more for like the Tower. I'm trying to
Sure.
understand
It's going to be a total of
methodology.
10. It's going to be 2 police officers assigned daily to each one of those areas, and then adding an additional 3 to each of those districts. And then at that point, we might be able to expand it to.
How do you?
Okay, sure. It's 10 actual officers for the Metro Bike Team. We are effective today. We are assigning 2 police officers to the areas that I described earlier: El Dorado, Tower, Kings Canyon, and then with this grant, we're going to be able to add an additional 3 police officers. And I highly believe in this program because you get that face-to-face engagement that you just don't get in a police car. Not only that, there's a lot of events during the city, a lot of police community relations events that we respond to, and they're a great tool to have them there. I'd like to have them at the fair, you know, assign some officers at the fair. So that is the long-term plan, and that's laid out in the memorandum that you guys received today.
Okay. So how often are they going to be there? Is it going to be 7 days a week?
Yeah, they're going to be assigned every evening mainly on second shift. But
What is second shift?
it is 4 to 2 in the morning. But we're going to allow them to flex their hours when we have a special event, when we have some type of a community thing. We want them to be present at those two. So we'll be able to flex our hours a little bit. But those are just the ones assigned to the district. We also have the Metro Bike Team, which can be deployed wherever we need them.
At any time, those will just kind of be shifting around the other additional
Wherever
three?
the problems are, and that's, that's what happens typically is that, we'll get an email from one of the council districts saying, hey, we got this event going on, or we have this problem, whatever, theft, and then we can deploy those teams. They've been highly efficient and effective. I have stats on them. I can tell you that they make a lot of arrests, and they know a lot of the individuals who are maybe walking the streets, vandalizing things, stealing things, because they have that one-on-one engagement. So they're extremely proactive. They're probably one of the most proactive units on the department.
The two officers, I'm assuming, that are going to be stationed in in those areas specifically, are the two same officers that are going to be staffing?
They have to be
or-
bike certified officers. So we'll have a pool of police officers that we use. It's not just anybody. They're bike certified officers. Each district captain is going to put together their main areas. For example, in the tower, hey, what are the problem areas? What do we want them to do? Who do we want them to engage with? So they're going to have a preset guidelines. It's not just going to be just random patrols or hey, just show up and do whatever. So if we're going to devote these types of resources to important places like the tower district, we want to make sure that we get our money's worth.
And when we're talking about the tower, I'd like to, I guess, understand your map. There's actually a very detailed map that we have the tower district boundaries, but I'd like to get a sense of what is the coverage? Is it just Olive, 1 block north, 1 block south? What are the east and west boundaries? Because the Tower District is a fairly large area.
Right.
It encompasses, down to Belmont, all the way up to Shields Avenue. It has, the Fresno High area, which has that other kind of little commercial corridor where Ampersand and all those other restaurants and commercial spaces are located on Van Ness and Echo area. So I was just wondering, what is going to be their coverage?
I don't have that map either, but that's something that we can discuss, and perhaps the district captain can work directly with your office about figuring out what those boundaries and where we want those bike officers to be, where they're going to be the most visible, the most useful.
Okay, and then what date can we expect them to be out there?
Should be working tonight. It's the
Okay, I'm going to
20th.
go check it out, make sure that they're there then.
Okay.
So, Wednesday?
Sorry, we start Wednesday. The memo came
Okay,
out
okay,
today.
because if I was going out there, they wouldn't be out there today, okay. So tomorrow, mental note. Okay, I also saw obviously SROs returning back to Fresno Unified. What's the status on Central?
The status on Central is that we are, I don't know what the status of the contract is. Burke, do you know for Central? Oh, don't.
Central put it before the board last week as an information item.
Yeah, please.
Here.
Thank you. How's this working? Okay, Central brought it before their board as an information item about a week and a half ago. They're bringing it back next week to vote on it. It looks favorable to put 2 more SROs in the middle schools at Central Unified.
So we already have high school included. Now we're looking at middle schools, is that?
That is correct. There are, the 3 high schools are staffed, and we're looking to staff 2 middle schools.
And so the staffing would then occur at the beginning of the school year in August? Is that when we anticipate? Or are SROs year-round?
They actually have them policing some of the sites during the summer, and the ones that aren't, we're going to use them for police-community relations and to help with running youth programs. The plan right now, because of the new police officers that are going to be finishing the field training officer program, is to give Fresno Unified 5, and then to go ahead and fill 2 that Central wants. The following semester to add the other 5. So I don't have the staffing to do it all at once because I mean, it's literally, robbing Peter to pay Paul as far as resources. But that's what the plan is, to do it in increments throughout the next year until they're fully staffed. And that will put police officers or student resource officers in each one of the middle schools in those 2 districts.
Okay, thank you. I forgot to ask when I was talking about or giving your kudos on the recruitment of officers. Just out of curiosity, where are the recruits coming from? Like, who are they? Are they young folks that are just going through the academy? Is it a combination? Are we getting a lot of laterals?
DC Cooley or Captain Alvarez, do you have that information?
Are we getting a mixed? Are we getting experienced officers, or are they all newbies?
I believe we've gotten about 8 laterals, so some of them have been experienced officers, but a lot of young, diverse police officers. I'll let DC Cooley answer that.
And I think also, I'd like to, I don't know if a memo would be worth it for this council, but, I know that you guys have invested a lot of money on billboards up and down the 99, all the way, I've seen them all the way to like Stanislaus or up in Merced County and out on even kind of the west side area. Just wondering where folks are, like, right, are those billboards really working?
Yeah. Well, I'll give you some information on the billboards. And last year, we had $50,000 allocated for marketing, and I believe we had a little bit of money left over from the previous year. We went with a local company, and we paid for X number of billboards here in the city. This particular company is a strong supporter of the city and the police department. And they made the commitment, not something I asked for, that when they have a vacant billboard, they would put our recruiting billboard up there just to generate. So that's why you've seen them in far places where I didn't even know where they were at, frankly. But I don't know if it's been successful in drawing those people there, but I know that we're certainly making our mark as far as visibility.
Just to give you a quick analysis of what happened over the last year. Last January, we had 958 applicants apply for our cadet position. However, the problem with that is that we only got 20% of those applicants. Just last month, we had 168 applicants apply for our Cadet 1 position. They're coming from all over the valley. One of the acronyms that I've kind of created is called ABC. Always be recruiting. Our business cards, we have the QR codes, we're on every social media outlet. And right now, and the chief's not going to mention this, but a lot of the other major city chiefs are jealous of our recruiting efforts because, like the chief said, by this time next year, we're going to be turning people down. And maybe that's a good thing, but right now, we're well on our way. So we average about 58 to maybe 80 events throughout the year, throughout the state of California. We go to junior colleges, recruitment fairs. We're all over the map. So that's been one of our successes.
And in terms of like the current batch of folks that are coming through, I think you mentioned you have a few in the academy. Are those mostly like younger folks or that are going through the academy, like straight out of high school, or who are those folks?
It varies. We have some college graduates. We have a former professor out of Merced who graduated in our last class. In 2 weeks, we will be graduating 22 cadets. We have 38 that will graduate in October. And this time, also in December, we'll have 22 more. And in September, we'll probably have an academy class of 30. So Fresno City College has told us to slow down because we're basically on this fast-moving train.
Okay. What's the level, I guess, of the rate of folks that go through the academy that actually end up in our department? Is it 100% of these folks?
Not necessarily, but what we try to do, once our cadets are within the city, we try to get them geared up and get them into the academy class. And right now, our class 168, which is the one that graduates in October, we have 38 out of the 44, there are folks. And believe it or not, our success rate, once they start with our cadet program, is 96.7% that they will pass the academy as well as the FTO program.
Council member, as far as that particular stat, I can tell you that is by far one of the most successful stats as far as our Cadet 1s. And that's the advantage, is that we can hire a Cadet 1 as an 18-year-old, newly graduated person. And that's the focus, is to find students, youth here in our community who want to be police officers, get them in as a cadet 1, they can graduate to a cadet 2. The fact that we have a 96% success rate, I've talked to other police departments that are literally have a 45% success rate. They invest all that money and they either drop out of the academy or they don't make the FTO program. So I asked them to check it twice when I first heard that, because I thought that can't be right. So it's a highly successful program, and that just allows us to not waste money, because we've put a lot of money into these cadets once they've graduated from the police academy.
Awesome. So then continued kudos. Keep doing what you're doing. I appreciate that. I like hearing that, because I know that there has been a lot of frustration, at least in my time here, that we continue to see all these vacancies. And every year, even though we added a few more, because we knew we needed ultimately to have a certain level of officers or number of officers to provide a certain level of service, that we're finally getting closer and have a real tangible plan to fill these vacancies. So very impressed. Thank you. I also just wanted to address the street racing crew. Kudos, I think, to my colleague who has been very vocal about this issue. It's been also an impact west of the 99. And I think it has really to do with the lack of presence and sometimes how disconnected west of the 99 neighborhoods feel from the rest of the city. And I know, Chief, I've brought it to you, just personally, some of the desires of constituents that live west of the 99. And it's a little bit harder even for our officers, right, to travel all the way out there. We're a very large city, I think over 121 square miles. So there's a lot of ground to cover with not enough officers. But I'm trying to figure out and I know that some of the street racing, maybe officers will help with some of them, because there are some issues of racing that is happening west of the 99, probably because they don't see a lot of cops out there. They just don't. And so wanting to ask what neighborhoods will be prioritized, and when will this street racing crew begin its work?
I don't have a solid number as far as when we're going to be able to fill those positions. Keep in mind that I have about 14 vacancies just in motors right now. But we do have a plan, and certainly by this time next year, all the vacancies should be filled. So we're hoping sometime in the fall to start putting this team together. That's when we have a big batch of recruits who are going to be getting off of the FTO program, and then we'll assign them to patrol, and then we'll announce the positions so police officers can go through that. Basically, what I plan on doing is assigning them to the areas where there's the most number of complaints. So wherever we have those complaints that there's congregations and individuals, groups involved in street racing, that's where we're going to go. I think you're 100% correct. What happens in Fresno is that the majority of the black and whites, your visible police officers, tend to stay around the areas where the call volumes are. So wherever the violent crime is, they're going to be in that area because that's where the calls are coming out. Therefore, places like west of 99 maybe don't get that much attention because you don't get a whole lot of violent calls there. But yet we still have street racing and other issues like that. There will be an operation and SOPs basically put together as far as how we're going to do that. I don't have an answer to you yet, but I can certainly craft a memorandum and let you know how we're going to deploy those. The simple answer is wherever the problem areas are at, that's where we need to have these units deployed.
Yeah. And I know that the city is growing pretty fast. I recognize also the challenge with just being having four districts right now?
It's 5 districts.
5 districts with the central, sorry. Yeah, 5 districts. But because of our growth, we're going to have to go to 6 soon? And
the way it was
long
explained
is
to me is that the impact fees as far as the population is that every 100,000 personnel or residents living in our community would add an additional policing district. So I haven't heard the latest census. I mean, last time I read up on it, it was 542,000, but certainly at 600,000, it would be a viable option, probably a good idea to expand to a 6th district.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more, especially because, again, with the separation of the highway, it makes it much more challenging, even though we do have, say, for example, the Northwest District responding to some of the issues that are happening west of the 99, that just because of the geography, it makes it much more challenging to create meaningful presence in that area. My desire would be to, at minimum, like I pushed for a Tower District writing station, that we find a similar place for west of the 99, so that when our officers are out there, they don't have to go back all the way to and have a place that is visible in our community. I don't know if it's possible, City Manager, and I don't know what we are doing with the Cornelia and Swift old fire station. I know for some time it was being used as some storage. I don't know if it was for PD or what, but it's an old fire station. It's a house. It's right there on Cornelia and Swift. I'm not sure what it's being used for, but it's a public asset. It is in an area where I just had a community meeting not too long ago. Folks were asking, hey, we need more presence west of the 99. Like we never see cops in this area. And so I'd like to see if you could report back to what that is, and if maybe this is a potential starter so that we can then build from that. Obviously, I would like that at some point we do have the 6th district, and that it encompasses west of the 99, just because of the geographic location and the level of services that those residents deserve. Just because maybe it doesn't have as much violent crime, I don't believe that my residents west of the 99 deserve a less level of service than folks that live east of the 99. So I do want to make a motion that we do find a place, so some kind of, I don't think we call it a substation, but some kind of place where we, that's kind of the starting point for having additional presence west of the 99. And if it's Cornelia and Swift, maybe it'd save us some money, but otherwise, I'd like to look for a place west of the 99, maybe and the goal should be within the next 6 months, have it up and running.
I'll second your motion for the sake of time, Councilwoman Suarez.
Thanks. I'm sure they can find the money. So those were all my questions. Thank you, Councilmember Chavez, for the sake of time. I did also just want to thank the community for showing up and for giving us their input on advanced peace, and for learning that there's still a commitment from the city and from the mayor in terms of having additional dollars to do violence prevention, with hopefully getting a state grant. And I will say that our budget, there's no shortage of money. This is probably one of the, well, this is my last budget, but one of the budgets that there is no shortage of money. I don't care what anyone says up here. I get it that we have to be smart about the dollars and how we spend them, but there's no shortage of resources. And that it's imperative that just as we're investing in rebuilding our department to a level where our residents will get the response level that they deserve, that we also equally invest in our community and in the human capital that makes this city what it is and what it can be. And so that I'm hopeful that over the next weeks and hopefully, I don't know if it's going to be accomplished, what did you say, month? When is your motion? 30 days? That we can problem solve. Because I know that that's what people here get paid to do every single day, to problem solve and make sure that we invest in the most innovative types of programs and investments that will really curb gun violence in our community, because that's what everyone in this community deserves. And so I'm looking forward to whatever that is with your guidance, Chief. But also with the input of community. Because again, the only way that you build trust is if you have the community at the table. And the only way that we make sure that our community is safe is if our community is telling us, what we can do in improved ways. So I'm hopeful for that.
I look forward to it.
All right, so we have Councilmember Chavez, followed by, this can't be right, Councilmember Arias again?
No,
Okay,
I'll
that
make a
can't be
motion
right.
to stop that.
All right, yeah, so Councilmember Chavez, followed by Councilmember Bredefield.
Thank you for that, Councilman. I'll be very brief. I know it's been a long day, Chief, and you got your whole team here, and I was ready to support your budget until I heard something very alarming, that you're going to order Dodge Durangos. That's an interesting choice for cars.
Yeah, it is interesting, but we actually took them out to the track, and they seem to respond and perform a little bit better than the Fords.
Well, as a Ford guy, I disagree, but we'll agree to disagree. First of all, I want to thank you, Chief, for that presentation. I know it's been a tough 2 years. We've had the pandemic, as you mentioned, and then obviously a number of issues. I know today we're focusing specifically on murders and gun violence, but you also know that the majority of our calls from residents are burglaries, break-ins, especially the break-ins and the stealings of catalytic converters right now. I think that's a big issue in our community, and our officers have been obviously trying to keep up with that and struggling. And then if we're being honest, I know there's been a lot of also some state initiatives that have not helped, right? With early release and some of those other challenges that we're trying to work through, and not providing rehabilitation services for those folks. And by the way, our city grew by about 50,000 people. So we've had to deal with a lot of those issues, and I want to thank you. I want to thank our officers. I know that you guys are not the flavor of the month right now, but rest assured that the majority of residents appreciate the work that you guys do every single day in keeping our community safe. And I also want to thank a lot of the advocates that came out today and worked, particularly Aaron. I heard him called Eric Foster so many times. I want to correct people, but his name is Aaron Foster, for the record. Thank you, Aaron, for the work that you and your team have been doing. I know it has not been easy, and on that note, I just want to share a quick story. And I think there was somewhere in this conversation, the consensus was lost. I think everybody agreed that advanced peace does reduce gun violence. It does reduce deaths in our community. And that somehow got lost. And I know that firsthand. Aaron, you remember this conversation we had out in Southeast when we invited you to break bread with us, and we had the mobile vendor that unfortunately and sadly was murdered. And there were some racial undertones going on with some of our gangs, Latino gangs, African-American gangs, and you were right there. And you're right there in the middle, working and facilitating and making sure that things didn't get out of hand. And I can tell you from the chatter we were picking up, that had the potential to do that. So I know the work that you guys are doing is worthwhile and great. But there are some concerns, obviously, as the chief flagged, but I'm confident that we can work through that and make sure that we keep your folks working out there in our community as well. And on that note, Chief, the question that I had, I guess, for you is, and I know that we're going to be coming back here in 30 days and having this conversation. I guess the question for you is, what measures would have to take place in order for you to reestablish that trust with the organization and continue that work and making sure that we are stopping gun violence and addressing that issue in our city?
Well, I think that's a great question, and I can tell you that the conversations have already started between myself and Aaron. Somebody who I highly admired and look forward to working with more in the future, but also with Ms. Reyes, who have not just a professional but a personal relationship with. I believe in what EOC is doing and what they're trying to do. I think we need to rework the program. And there was a opinion piece by Pastor Lewis this weekend, which kind of outlined some of those things. There has to be a sense of accountability, and that was something that fell by the wayside. And we have stats, we have numbers, and I'll say this about the stats for advanced peace. I don't think we'll ever be able to quantify the changed lives. And a lot of that stuff doesn't come in numbers, the relationship part, and lives that are better now because of their involvement or our involvement. And any reduction in violent crime, I think, has definitely been a collaborative effort. And she'll tell you the same thing, that nobody does this alone. We do this together. So definitely a sense of accountability and some performance measures. I'm glad that the doctor from Berkeley was on earlier. I can tell you this, is that I found out about some of the gaps in information and data about a month ago ago when Ms. Reyes sent me the information, their stats for advanced peace, and we were trying to validate the stats together, you know, as a police department and them as an organization, and that's when we found out about those gaps. So, you know, while they were presenting, I was texting Deputy Chief Mark Salazar because his team is now responsible for providing that information in a timely manner directly to Berkeley. That way there's no delay, there's no gaps, and they can explain that information. Some of that information changes, you know, as far as, you know, cases are solved or we determine a different suspect or whatever else. So some of that information does change. But definitely those performance measures to see how the program is going. And I agree with what was said earlier. It hasn't been long enough. It hasn't been long enough to quantify and say, okay, here's an actual reduction. Here's where we can pinpoint what actually is a driving force in reductions of crime. We do have to reestablish that trust, and I think that happens through time.
And that's fair, Chief, to have that perspective, and I'm really interested in that data as well, because it's so hard to quantify. It's so hard and difficult to quantify prevention, right? Because you don't know what work they're doing that prevented something. But it's the same approach we use with our police department, right? Like, how do you know that a patrol car patrolling a certain neighborhood prevented something from happening? So I think for me, I'm gonna want to see some of that data. I think the gentleman that was on the Zoom call provided a couple of slides. I'd like to see some of that data as well, and then maybe huddle up with you. I'm definitely gonna be reaching out to Aaron and his team to talk a little bit about what that would look like. And then the last question I have, because I know everybody is a little bit tired today, is Ms. Reyes. Just one question for you, if you could just, because you mentioned the safeguards. You know, and you don't even have to come up. Maybe if you could just like send something over. You mentioned that you had implemented some safeguards to prevent some of the issues that happened. Maybe you could just send those to council. I think those would be actually very helpful for the conversation that it's about to happen in the next 30 days. And then with that, this is totally out of order, but I got a couple of requests. I'm gonna make a motion to put into the hopper. I'm gonna make a motion give direction to the city to acquire the northeast corner of Sunnyside and Church for future park, and the parcel that's on Tulare and Fowler that we had talked about previously for the ADA park. We got that request from constituents. So, clerk, did you get that? Okay. Yeah, two separate ones. So with that, Chief, thank you for the work you and your officers have been doing. Special shout out to our Southeast folks. I know that they work really hard out there in our community and keep our neighborhood safe. I really do appreciate that work that they've been doing the last couple of years. I know it hasn't been easy, but again, thank you. I think what was really, and I'll say this to close, what was really, to me, inspiring was the fact that we have everybody here working to make our community better, whatever that looks like, right? Whether you're down the streets, and I think one gentleman came up and spoke, and he landed it perfectly. He said there's some space that the police department can go in that we can't, and there's some space that they can go in that your officers can't get into. But it's that marshaling of resources that I think is going to keep moving us forward as we work through this challenge of gang violence in our communities, and especially when I think people that share their personal stories with what's going on in our community, because oftentimes we see stats, data, but it's about people, it's about faces. Particularly, Ms. Reyes, thank you for sharing that. I had no idea about that story, and I think it's personal for a lot of people, which is why you see a lot of emotion, and it should be that way, because I think the minute we stop feeling that way is the minute things we get complacent, and we don't want that. So with that, Council President, I think I have the award today, the Brevity Award, for not going on, and I'm hoping that my colleagues that follow will have that. Councilmember Bertfeld.
You get a chocolate chip cookie, Councilmember Chavez. They're right over there.
He also made the most expensive motions.
Well, the meeting's not over yet. Councilmember Bredefeld, and that's going to be followed by Council Vice President Maxwell.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Chief, for the presentation and the fact that you're getting our police officers at the levels that you wanted. I remember the last time we discussed this, it looked more bleak and there were a lot more empty positions, and you had a higher attrition rate. That's come down. and now you're filling more positions, and you've got it in the hopper, and I think that's fantastic. You mentioned about the 8 to 10 dispatchers that you need, as Councilmember Soria and I have talked about for years. Waiting on lines 10 minutes is, as you well know, is just completely unacceptable. You put in the budget, you said you're asking for 5, you need 8 to 10. I think we should do 8 to 10 if that's what you need, and get it there, even though I know it's difficult to recruit. I think we should, this should be a top priority for this council. Now, we're building the dispatch center, right? I believe it's about $10 million.
All in for design and construction.
When would that dispatch center be online?
I think I wish Scott Mosier was here. I think we're probably 18 months at least.
That's the timeline I got, 18 months.
Okay. I wish it could happen sooner because obviously somebody calling 911, we don't want to be waiting 18 months to get it where they should be having a quick response. I'd like to make a motion. Do you need 8? Do you need 9? Do you need 10? What do you need?
I have 8 vacant spots, and we're adding 5. Again, the number you give me is kind of arbitrary if I can't fill the positions, quite frankly.
Okay, but if you're needing 8, though, and that's what you're saying, right? You have 8 vacancies?
I have 8 vacancies.
Oh, you have the position. Okay, good, fine.
There's no space either. That's
Right.
what the city manager said.
Right.
Even if we want to put 20 more, there's nowhere to put them.
How long until that's, good question, how long until that space is built out?
18 months.
A year and a half, 18 months.
Okay.
Yeah. We just did that. On the mental health triage, what kind of mental health personnel are going to go out to these calls?
So what we're trying to do is we want to establish partnerships with some of our mental health care providers here in the city. I know that we have a contract with County Mental Health, but there's also some other ones that we've used. We don't have that completely figured out yet because we still have to look at some other models like the one that was mentioned earlier with STARS in Denver, so we could see what other cities are doing and successfully implementing their program.
Okay. So I want to talk about, obviously, advanced peace and what's gone on, because I have a lot of questions about how this got presented, how we funded this, but then, in a sense, defunded this in this budget. I want to first recognize, of course, the advocates who have come out, and Aaron Foster, who I consider a friend, and his sincerity and caring and the hard work that he does along with all the other people that work with you. I mean, I know it's of a sincere nature. I've expressed to you through the year or two, the concerns and hesitations I have, which I still do. But I want to ask, the doctor from Berkeley presented a lot of data. And I know it's, being a psychologist, I've worked with data a lot, and I know it can be confusing, and it can be done very well, and it also can be done very misleading. I'm not suggesting any of that, but I want to know, from your perspective, you put out a memo in relation to some of the data that you've gotten from Berkeley, and Berkeley alluded to that, some of the information they've got has not been either timely or it doesn't seem consistent with some of the other things, but what is your perspective specifically? And I'm a very pointed question. They're saying they have stopped shootings, and data proves that. Do you feel that way, Chief, that the data proves they've stopped shootings?
I don't doubt that. I haven't seen the data to confirm that, but I don't doubt that. If Aaron Foster tells me that, he met up with a group that was intending to commit a shooting and they were able to talk them down, and then I validate that.
Okay, but
But I haven't seen the actual data, no. What I've seen is their stats as far as engagements, hospital visits, things like that, and that seems to be very robust. Again, I wish we had more than, less than a year time to quantify, the success of it, because I don't think it's long enough.
Okay, so at this point, the data, at least according to you, Chief, does not demonstrate that there are preventative shootings. You hear it from Mr. Foster and perhaps others, and maybe it very well may be the case. I'm not saying it isn't. But in terms of data, if we're looking at this just in data, you don't feel that's there yet?
Well, I feel it's data that's been reported to Berkeley, which was up there yesterday. In the PowerPoint that was shown by the Berkeley doctor, that's new to me. I had not seen that yet. I do look forward to looking at it. I believe that the best set of stats would be some that we do collaboratively, and that's why Ms. Reyes reached out, and as we were trying to quantify whether this was working or not, for us to validate some of their numbers.
Okay. So in the memo from the city manager, first of all, this council funded almost $1 million for advanced peace last year. I guess you expressed reservations and hesitations following this operation that took place, Operation No Fly Zone, and then the city manager put out a memo that said you were adamant due to the criminal indictment of an advanced peace member for conspiracy to commit murder, threats made to at least one council member, and the misuse of sensitive information provided to advanced peace, Fresno PD could no longer partner, share information, or work with advanced peace under the current model, and she said she stood firmly by that decision. So in essence, this administration did not fund advanced peace based on your feelings about this. Is that correct?
That's true.
Okay. So the question I have then is, Councilmember Arias says the mayor supports advanced peace. Mayor, maybe you can clarify this, because your administration did not fund advanced peace. Mr. Arias said you support advanced peace, and you said you know for sure that they've stopped shootings. And if you know for sure they've stopped shootings, I don't know why you would not fund them.
Well, the question posed to me, do I support advanced peace? The response was, I have no doubt, in my mind, in my estimation, based on information I've heard, like the police chief, I haven't seen data, but I have no reason to doubt the fact that when Rod Wade or Aaron Foster say that they have intervened on a shooting, I got to take that for their word. I don't believe they're going to make that up. There's no reason to. So the question was, or the answer was, I have no doubt they've stopped shootings. Whether or not I support advanced peace depends on the model and the criteria that is established that gives us the assurances as a city that criminal investigations are not going to be hindered with information provided, that the dollars that are being provided are being used in an efficient way or a way that satisfies the city concerns fiscally, and that there is appropriate training provided, expectations set forth, so that we don't have any gray areas in terms of what can intervention specialists do and not do. So I think there's a lot read into one answer that I'm confident that shootings have been reduced, just like I'm 100% confident that Operation No Fly Zone prevented shootings. However, that was based on individuals that were on the way to a shooting scene, were stopped, and guns were taken, and the intelligence they had is real intelligence. So I think oftentimes in law enforcement, you never know the crime that is prevented, but you know crime's being prevented based on certain strategies. So I believe what they do is very effective in our community, no question. The gang members that they interact with, critical that we have that. And we've been doing this now in terms of intervention, probably 10 years in our city. And it really began with Armando from Project Hope. And he dealt with this. And I have no question that they intervened in countless shootings and prevented them. So the process works. But that's not to say that the end justifies the means. There has to be safeguards put in place to make sure that it's done in the right way. And that's, I believe, what the motion was today.
Okay, and so that's why I wanted to clarify, because your budget defunds them.
Doesn't defund. It still left $950,000 in the budget for violence prevention. That's in the parks budget. However, it removed the name attached to it.
Well, that's defunding
so that
them.
we could have this budget hearing And in my estimation, we needed a request for proposal to be done, parameters to be set in place before we fund anyone.
I understand that, Mayor, but this says we cannot work with Advanced Peace based on what was going on.
Under the current model.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. I don't want to mislead these folks because it felt like there's just a kind of a two-step and a three-step going on here all over the place. This clearly said we can't work with Advanced Peace, and if that comes back in a different way, if it's a change of a model, if it's putting in safeguards, that's fine. But that's not what the memo was saying, which is your administration.
That's right.
And I just want to be clear with those folks. If there's something they need to do, they need to know what they're going to do. If there's a possibility that the city's going to work with them, that needs to be. But it was clear from this memo that wasn't the case.
So let me say this in clarification to address that. Had I, under my budget, blanketly said we're going to leave $950,000 in there for Advanced Peace, right after the information was provided to us as an administration, that there was an ongoing active criminal investigation, that a member was arrested for conspiracy to commit murder, that other folks involved in Advanced Peace were sharing information that hindered investigations, and then for me as the mayor of this city to just say and dismiss that, and to say, well, we're still going to give them $950,000 without having this process, I would have. There's another 50,000 people in this city that would have criticized me as the mayor.
Right.
So I'm in the middle of this. I'm going to do what's right, but I think we cannot blindly give money to anyone without having certain safeguards in place, and that's the process of what we're talking about.
And I'm in complete agreement with you.
Yes.
It just felt like something else was being conveyed here when you were being asked some questions.
Correct. 100% agree with you, Councilmember. I felt that when I walked away, so thank you.
Okay. I appreciate that for clarification. I also want to talk about, just say a couple of things in relation to some of the challenges you have to face, and we never really talk about it. You and your officers have insurmountable job. It's difficult. Why? It isn't just because there is rampant crime. There's an issue of why there's rampant crime. And that really never really gets addressed on a local level. We have Prop 47, Prop 57, AB 109, no bail policies, a governor that let out 70,000 criminals into our community, and then we said, you guys and ladies go police. So it's a very difficult task that you have, and there's a lot of policies that get placed, not so much here on the local level, but frankly on the state level, frankly in the federal level when we have open border policies and we have drug running and sex trafficking and criminals and terrorists coming across the border, and they're going somewhere, and some of them end up here, and you all are on the front lines having to deal with that. When we have businesses that have been shut down or were shut down for a year and a half, when schools and children were locked down and they weren't open and they struggled, all of these things have an impact on creating an environment where people feel desperate, they don't have resources, and some engage in criminal activity. And that's part of the struggles that you all have. And I personally, and I know I represent many people, and I know we all represent many people that absolutely admire what you do as law enforcement personnel. It is a challenging, difficult job, sometimes with few rewards and a lot of criticism. And I just want you to know that I personally appreciate law enforcement. I will always support you, defend you, have nothing but respect, and my constituents feel the same way, and I get told that all the time. So in spite of the attacks that you get, that you don't do enough, or you're racist, you're systemically racist, you want to just beat up people, I don't buy into that notion. I respect and admire the service you provide to this community. Without you, Lord knows where our community would be, and that's the way my constituents feel, I can assure you. And I would like to get to, if you could put this chart up, Brianna. This is the chart of the cost per shooting for homicides and injury that is put out by the UC Berkeley professor. I want to address that because we hear this number thrown around a lot. It gets to, for the homicide shooting, it's $3 million per injury is 1.2 million. When I look at your chart, and I don't know if the doctor is on, he can certainly address this. When we look at the cost of actually city of Fresno, what I'm seeing from the crime scene is $9,047, and I see $8,400 for a police investigation for a total of $17,477 related to city of Fresno for a homicide. They have in here, hospital is $90,000, criminal justice is $151,000, which is the DA. Incarceration is state, and victim support is state. So I'm seeing a lot of county dollars. The way I estimate it, $2.8 million of county dollars, and less than $20,000 from the city. I don't know if the doctor is still on. Is he on? He is not on. Is anybody here representing UC Berkeley at all, or EOC? Oh, it's taxpayer dollars. I agree. But if we're talking, they always talk about the city. It costs the city per se. Well, the way I'm reading this, it costs the county $2.8 million, and it costs $20,000 for the city. So I'm wondering, why is the county not paying its proportionate share if they want to have advanced peace and we want to save dollars? Why is the county not putting in $2.8 million? And maybe, Aaron, I don't know if you've talked to the county, or the hospitals are $100,000. Now, if we just look at the injury shootings as opposed to the homicide, it's even less. But proportionally, it's the same for the county. So the reality is, this is not costing the city of Fresno $3 million. I just want to be clear about that. And this is according to the UC Berkeley study. So, did you want to say something from the, okay. So, I just want to be clear that there is a cost to all of this. I don't know if that number is accurate or not, but I believe proportionally it is accurate. And the county should be involved, because the county, when there's a shooting or a homicide, they have dramatically larger costs. Certainly hospitals do. And I would encourage Advanced Peace to be pursuing that, using this data to get support. Because proportionally, the county does provide all of these services, and there's a real cost. The city is proportionally less. I just want to make that clarification. There's still tragedy involved in this, of course, homicide, injury shooting. But if we're looking at data, and this is what it is, we need to be honest about what that data is telling us. And that data is telling us that county is providing $2.8 million, it's costing $2.8 million to the county every time there's a homicide. And really about $1 million when there's a shooting, to the county, not to the city. And I think that's very important to start talking about that in a realistic way. Lastly, I just want to say, you know, my struggle with Advanced Peace and these kinds of things in terms of people who've been in trouble with the law. I'm a firm believer in prevention, but I've always been a strong believer in prevention with people before they commit crimes. And I think often what lacks in our society on a lot of levels is accountability. And based on the weakening of criminal laws throughout this state, there really is very little accountability for people committing crimes. We see that when they go into stores and break windows or just steal things and walk out the door. They don't even run out anymore. They got a waiting card. They take all the stuff off the shelves. There's no accountability. The laws have been weakened, which makes our law enforcement, their job, incredibly difficult, and it makes it difficult for our society to be safe. If you don't have accountability, it's hard to be safe in a society. And until we really address that, I don't think we're going to be safe until we strengthen our laws. And frankly, when we strengthened our laws some 20 years ago and had real 3 strikes, crime went down dramatically, and people felt a lot safer. So again, I appreciate the work that you're doing, Aaron, and I'm open to hearing more. I've told you before, when we get data, let's see the real data. I'm hearing that there's conflicting interpretations of the data, and but I'm open to looking at the data. And again, I appreciate Chief Balderrama, what you've done in a year and a half. Great respect for you. I think you're really doing a phenomenal job, and I love our law enforcement, and we'll continue to support you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. I'm not used to going last, Chief. My thunder has been stolen for the day. But I'll just kind of wrap up today by saying, with the lion's share of the budget comes the lion's share of criticism, as I'm sure you well anticipated. But,
Yes.
That being said, you and I started office roughly on the same day, and I think in that year and a half, you have already risen to be one of the best police chiefs in the state of California, and you have one of the best teams that I think you could ask for. I've worked with every single man and woman out there, and I've never been disappointed with an interaction.
The
with
latter
them.
is true. Thank you very much.
The former is true too, I can assure you. So I appreciate everything that you do. I know even last night we had a critical incident in the district. You're on top of it. Your staff is great about relaying information when it's asked for. You reach out to me to be proactive in certain areas. And when it comes to criticism, I sat over there last year and I told you some things I wanted to see. I didn't know you very well, Chief. I was a little skeptical of whether you would implement some of these things. The mental health unit, you delivered. And I appreciate the administration and your work on doing that. Something the community's been asking for a long time. I take your recommendation very strongly when it comes to violence prevention, when it comes to crime. And I respect the fact that you're from out of town. If Fresno had all the answers on how to solve crime, we would have eradicated it by now. We haven't. We needed that fresh perspective. And I think it's been a breath of fresh air having you and your team this last year and a half.
It's very kind. Thank you.
I do want to revisit and rehash the bicycle unit team. That's something that's really important to me, and I want to make sure I'm crystal clear on it so I could talk to my constituents about it. I don't think I am crystal clear on it yet. So you mentioned earlier to Councilmember Soria that this bike unit was 10 total 10 folks on bicycles?
Right, so our current bike team, which was formerly the Downtown Policing Unit, has been renamed to the Metro Bike Team because of our intended employment or deployment of these officers to various parts of the city. Obviously, centrally located where Tower and some of our functions are is important, but they're really citywide. So right now I have 1 supervisor and 5 police officers, and I'm telling you, the stats are just off the chain. You can read the memorandum yourself. They're very proactive. We're going to double that. So now we're going to have 2 supervisors and 10 team members. That's going to make their scope and their capacity much bigger.
Beginning July 1.
Yes.
The number 10,
Well,
that's where that comes in? Because
Right.
I see the memo says 5 officers, 1 sergeant. I know
Right.
you mentioned the number 10 to Councilmember Soria earlier.
Right, a total of 10, but that's not all. There's more.
Okay.
We are assigning the 2 district police officers to those areas which we discussed before. Tower, El Dorado Park, and Kings Canyon. Those are dedicated units that's in essence bringing your bike team back that we had to do away with before, not because we wanted to, but because it was all hands on deck on violent crime. So those are coming back. So we're doubling our Metro Bike Team. We're bringing back, in essence, 6 bikes. There will be 2 team members assigned every evening. Besides that, we have applied for a grant, which is looking very favorable right now.
Remind me when we find out the results of that.
Des, do you know when we find out about the COPS grant?
Okay, thank you.
And that's just to expand the unit, 3 more, and not just in the 3 areas, but I'd also like to give that bike flexibility to the Northwest Station for their problem areas, so they can address bike. Imagine having 3 bike units in Northwest, where a lot of times there's not a lot of coverage, and then some of our other areas. To be real honest with you on that one, I hope I get the grant, but even if I don't, I'm going to add those bike officers because I do believe in the engagement. I do believe in their ability to get around crowds. And the bike team that we have now has been highly effective. So, when something's highly effective, you don't stop doing it. You do more of it. So that's the long-term plan. And again, I'm not joking around. We'll have the most robust bike team in the Central Valley.
I appreciate that, Chief. So we're looking at about, in the immediate future, about 10 units.
In the immediate future, right. Those officers have been added, 2 and 2, that's 6. And then as soon as we can fill these positions, we actually have a timeline which corresponds or correlates with our FTO program. And we literally have like a timeline of when we get these officers off of FTO. As soon as we get them, and that's why we did that this month, is because I believe we got 20 bodies this month. As far as off FTO, we can assign them to patrol, and then we can fill specialized units, and we're doing that this month.
So you've identified 3 major corridors or locations, being Tower District, El Dorado Park, and Kings Canyon Boulevard. That's 222. So does that mean that there's going to be 2 folks in each of those areas constantly during their second shift?
Yes, yes, with the ability to flex those hours. Once
And
we get
elaborate on that, flexing those hours.
depending if we have issues, and believe me, a lot of our specialized units, they do that. That's why they get special pay, because if we have an anticipated gang shooting, guess what? I bring all my magic team early. It doesn't matter what day it is, doesn't matter if they're off. You know, we bring them in early, whatever time we need them. Same thing here. If there's some type of a big event going on at X location, it gives us flexibility to bring them in. You know, I'm sure you've noticed that we've had 0 to no activity at Fashion Fair. We met, we sat down, we strategized resources which were focused on that area. I haven't heard a peep out of that, and that's good. That's the way it's supposed to work. But if we ever do, we don't wait till the resources are there. We'll have another bike team, the Metro bike team, that we can move to those areas and allow for that high visibility so we can calm things down.
I like giving you flexibility to move things around as needed citywide, but realistically, how often can I expect these El Dorado bike units actually in El Dorado Park versus being taken out to fill in for another area?
No. The Metro bike team gets moved. Your guys go where we need them. So you'll see them moved if you're having an event at a park and you want the bike team there. Well, then we could if we have enough notice, we can schedule accordingly and have them there. But those folks are there every evening.
What if that request isn't coming from me? Might have to compete with the events from my 6 colleagues. When they have something big, those are going to be pulled and...
No, because you have 2 designated bike members, you know, for your district, the Metro bike team are 2 and 10. That's the bigger, more proactive unit. Those individuals, we put them where we need. And you may call me and I may say, well, sorry, Council Vice President, but we have a big issue going on here or whatever else. But those 2 are designated for your district.
Okay, that brings me a lot of relief. I wasn't sure about that. You mentioned this is second shift, 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. I mean, realistically, we're not going to have folks on bicycles after dark, right? So, I mean, is this more realistically like a 4 to 9 type of program and not?
We can flex those hours. We can do a 2 to 2 in the morning, or well, that's actually 12 hours, 2 to midnight. Or we can flex them however we need to. We actually haven't worked out those details. I don't know if DC Farah is back there so he can address it. But by the way, I've gone ahead and released all these folks, so they're here because they want to be.
You may find this hard to believe, but I actually was a bike patrol officer at one point. Might have been a few pounds ago, that might have helped.
I've seen those calves.
But what we had was lighting equipment that allows us to operate after dark. And sometimes your bikes are even more effective at night because we can sneak and peek in places where folks are looking for a car and they're not expecting us. So whether it's alleys or walkways, parks, apartment complexes, the bikes can be very effective after dark.
That's not going to put our guys or gals in undue harm's way?
No, it's a lot of fun.
Okay.
Yeah, catch the bad man. And, you know, we're trained for that. There's bicycle safety schools that our officers will be going to, the appropriate equipment they will have, tactics on night riding versus day riding, and a lot of practice too. Those curbs and obstacles come up a lot quicker after dark. But you can be very effective after dark. We used to have very good success when I worked in Northwest Fresno, especially in Pinedale, and in certain apartment complexes that were high crime, high narcotics trafficking areas. We were very successful there. And yeah, it was a lot of fun.
I appreciate the input. Thank you, DC. So bottom line, we have 2 dedicated towards the district that will be focused in El Dorado Park.
2 dedicated to be 5 at some point.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was crystal clear on that. And so hearing you say that brings me relief. I appreciate it, Chief.
Great.
A couple other questions. We funded 20 CSOs last year, I believe, up to 20. That's going to be separate funding, separate positions from the park ranger program, right? We're not going
Right.
to be overlapping
That's
those.
actually the park ranger program is being paid through Measure P. The 25 CSOs, which by the way, I believe we have 5 vacancies. We're at 20, and we're doing interviews right now to fill the other 5. Those are 5, 25 at each district. And what they do is they take reports and they help us with community events.
So we'll keep those on top of the park rangers, the full amount, the 25.
Right.
Okay. Last thing I wanted to talk about, Chief, was catalytic converters. As you know, that's one of the biggest issues in our community and one of the biggest reasons for break-ins and thefts in my district. What proactive measures is your department taking? I know that we have some rebate programs where you could go get a number etched onto your converter. I don't think a lot of people are taking advantage of that.
I don't think so either. What we have done, and a lot of this has focused on the north side of the city, northeast and northwest. I can tell you that if Captain Casto's still here, her team has been very proactive as an investigative unit to go out there and make cases. They were able to work closely with the Clovis Police Department to make a case on an individual who was literally transporting millions of dollars in catalytic converters to another state where he could pawn them off. That is one of the reasons and motivating factors for bringing DST back. And that's an additional 5 police officers at each one of those districts to add to the 3 that are already there that are going to address all issues. Now, they're going to work robberies as well. What we had to do is we had to decentralize our robbery unit to do this. But they're going to work robberies and they're going to work everything else that is important to the district. So if there's a ring of catalytic converter thieves, then they'll focus on that. And that's a pretty good squad of good investigators working to problem solve. And again, I think, I know I'm right, but, we'll confirm this next year when the city council as a whole is a lot more satisfied with the responsiveness of the district because of these teams, because the individuals that are being hand selected to work in these districts are rock stars, and they're very engaging, and they communicate with our business owners, and whenever there's a problem, they can immediately start looking into it.
Your best guess, Chief, what percentage of catalytic converters stolen in the city are sold within city limits after they've been stolen?
Within the city limits?
Yeah, are most of these being stolen and then sold right away within the city, or are they taken out of town and sold?
I don't know. This big case really opened my eyes. I believe that they were being transported to up north somewhere, Washington, where the laws are a little bit more lax. That is one area where I think we need to be more proactive as a state, is to simply regulate this a lot more. There's a lot of junk dealers. Could we do that
locally?
I believe we can. I believe if we enact a muni code, a city ordinance that prohibits what you can sell or whether, it's pretty obvious. When you show up with a catalytic converter and it's sawed off on each side, like you didn't just take that off your car, you stole it from somewhere. That should not be allowed.
So there's not currently something on the books here locally that prevents clearly stolen catalytic converters from being purchased?
Go ahead.
On the microphone.
Back when I was the senior CSO assigned to our pawn unit, we handled the pawn shops and secondhand dealers. We had a uptick in catalytic converters back then, and that was probably 2013, 2014. And basically what was occurring is someone steals someone's catalytic converter. They can take it to a recycling place. And by law, they're supposed to hold the item for 3 days before the person can come back and collect their funds. But if the item is inscribed with any identifying information, like a driver's license number or their name or phone number, they're not supposed to take it, or they're supposed to secure that person's driver's license, fingerprint, but apparently that's not being adhered to because obviously we don't have the staff to go out and enforce these with our recycling companies.
Is that the major purchaser of these items, is recycling companies?
Back then it was.
Today?
I'm not sure of today because I'm not sure where our pawn unit stands on that. But
Gotcha. Okay. Chief, would you be willing to work with my office on drafting some legislation if it's not already existing to
absolutely
crack down on this?
Absolutely. What other units or what other police departments have done is they've created a pawn unit solely responsible for investigating these types of crimes. I don't think it's necessary here because of these teams that we're sending out to the district. So those investigators at each district can work closely with all the recyclers within that district to enforce that. And I think that's something that needs to be done because the problem's not going away. The precious metals in those catalytic converters are just keep going up in value.
Yeah, I agree, Chief. I don't see this issue getting better anytime soon. It's getting worse. It's the major cause of break-ins to my businesses in my district, including nonprofits who rely on their vehicles to go do outreach.
Absolutely.
As well as their grant funding. If they can't perform those duties, they can't get funded. And we're seeing a decline in funding to a lot of the CBOs in my district. So I will be reaching out.
Please do.
Serious about putting something tough on the books to address this because I think it's something that's been tolerated too long. So
I agree.
that'll conclude my question, Chief. I appreciate, again, yourself as well as your department. I think you guys have been doing a great job.
Thank you.
Council President, would this be an appropriate time to make my other motions?
Let's hold off. I have a couple folks punched up. I want to make sure we're done with PD before. So I have Councilmember Carbasi.
So I'm on the same boat. I want to make motions as well, unrelated.
Okay, yeah, got it. All right. Well, let me ask a couple questions, make some comments, and then we'll wrap up PD, and then we'll go through our motions. We're barely holding together a quorum here. Anybody feel free to round up the rest of the. Actually, so we have Sergeant at Arms. Can we go find them? Find the three
I'm
council
sure
members?
we could. We got plenty of cops here today.
Yeah, they're hiding somewhere in the building, I'm sure. There's one back there? Burke? All right. Chief, so again, I'm impressed with your pipeline of folks coming in and recruits. Again, when the mayor had first presented the budget, or when I first found out, I was not happy to hear about more general fund positions because we had trouble filling the existing. But once you presented the data and where we are currently on recruits and vacancies, if we're down to 51 vacancies, you said. I mean, that's about a one-third decrease since January.
Yeah, when you subtract the 32 people that we have on FTO right now, yes, it brings us down to 53, I believe.
Yeah, well, I think we were at 76 back in January.
Oh, we were a lot higher than that.
Higher than that.
In January, yes. This time last year, we were in the triple digits.
This January, yeah.
Right.
So, I remember that number very clearly because we were trying to get the contract done for our rank and file.
Yeah, we'll have 51 vacancies, 51.
Okay.
So even if we add these 37s, then that'll create 88 vacancies. But still, having 82 people in the academy right now, and that's not accounting for any future academies early on next year, we're in decent shape.
Yeah, no, I mean, relative, I think we're in great shape. So you set our expectations, I hope you exceed them. I think you will. So again, I just want to say I'm impressed by that effort because the last couple of years, it has been discouraging, right? To kind of, hey, this is where we are. And we hear you talk, we're like, well, I guess we'll see. And we're seeing now. We're seeing the fruits of the labor really are finally growing and coming to fruition. So again, congratulations there, and we'll see where we're at next fiscal year. With respect to advanced peace, we've heard a lot about it. A lot of the folks aren't here anymore. But there's some possibility based on the motion and where we're going. There's some possibility that the city council will go that direction and wanting to work with the program. And what I want to communicate to you, Chief, is you said that there's no way to work with the model. I think there are accountability measures that need to be built in. And I'm going to ask you to continue to be open-minded about the model. Sounds like there were some problematic people, right? There are problematic people really in every sector. Not just with respect to this program, not just law enforcement, any profession. You and I are both privy to confidential information and briefings about the situation, right? And so I think we have some good insight about what that accountability might look like. You and I are both privy to confidential information and briefings about our own department and individuals within that department. But when things go south, we lean in, we figure it out, and we move forward. And that's really what I'd like to see us do in this particular case. Again, one life is saved, it's financially worthwhile. And I have no doubt, just like the mayor, that there is certainly more than one life saved in the last year we've implemented this program. I reject the notion that the program has resulted in a net increase in violence. I mean, it's certainly gone the other direction. So just like we've done with PD, we've leaned in and tried to build in accountability measures. This council rejected those voices that for 2 years were saying that law enforcement is rotten at its core. It's like we don't believe that here. We don't. But we responded to calls to increase accountability to the best of our ability. In that same respect, we're going to reject the notion that advanced peace is rotten at its core. I reject that. I think that there's hope, and that hope begins with us as leaders. We just got to do our part. So we got work to do. I'm not sure exactly what that process is going to look like, but we got to lean in and find a way to fix this. And that's not all incumbent on you. It's really, I think you've heard from the community effort. Council's got to do its part, but I think we can find a path forward. And I hope you'll stay open-minded as we do.
Oh, absolutely. And again, I've been very, and sometimes my candor and my honesty does get me in trouble, but I was very open to say that, very supportive of the program, still supportive of the street outreach concept. That needs to be done. That is critically important. In that memorandum that the city manager put out, it was worded in that way. That model without the accountability measures is something that me as police chief, I simply can't do it. It violates my oath. It violates my duties to protect the police department. And sharing certain information can be very valuable as far as the feuds and the issues and the hot spots. So if we can't get in there, maybe a program like Advanced Peace can get in there and bring peace, because at the end of the day, EOC wants the same thing that Fresno PD wants, and that's a community that is healthy, where there's a much lower violence, where there's assistance and resources for people who need it, and I think that part of it's lacking too.
Okay, all right, Chief. Well, good. That's good to hear. So, I want to switch gears just a little bit, and just in speaking to.
You're going to ask for bikes too?
Too late. Yeah, we can always make a motion for something later on. I mean, I don't have necessarily this large entertainment district. I hope we get to a day where bikes make a lot more sense for a place like Blackstone, where bikes make a lot more sense for a place like Kings Canyon, and Belmont, right? I have some of these key corridors. We're working there, right? And we're trying to plan and redevelop in a much smarter way than we have in the past. I mean, that's half the problems we're dealing with as council members and elected officials in the city. It's just sort of, decisions that were made decades and decades past. And here we are. That's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to make decisions today and plant trees of what's the shade we may or may not see, right? And preventative measures in the department and our public safety approach. So on that note, I believe might have been last fiscal year or the previous fiscal year, we approved a whole bunch of CSOs, community service officers. I think before there was maybe 1 to 2 per police district. I think now we're up to roughly 25, I think 5 per.
Yeah, so we have 25 on the books. We're looking to, we have 20 that are actually hired, and we're looking to add 5 more. That way it gives each district, and these are district CSOs. We have others assigned in other areas. But I find them, this is a new concept for me, but I find them to be very useful. They do a great job of writing police reports. A lot of times they can get to they can get freed up easier than a police officer can.
No, they're very useful, and they're more versatile than folks think, right? They may be civilian employees, but their presence is of great support to our sworn officers. Really frees them up to handle that, the I wouldn't say it's all real crime, but just sort of those more serious calls, right? That can't be handled by civilian personnel. So I wanted to ask, out of those 25, you say we have about 20, so we got about 75% filled right now, or 80%. Can't think that. How has that increased our ability to engage in the neighborhood watch programs? I know that was, to my understanding, one of the functions of the CSOs. I'm not sure if it's prescribed anywhere in writing, but just in my time engaged with those folks, that has been a function. So I wanted to ask, what,
Sure.
say that right now there's about 4 in each district on average.
Right.
What percentage of their time is allocated to engaging that community
I'm going to
outreach?
ask DC Farah to come down here and explain that, and or maybe even Captain Casto. Here's what I can tell you is that typically the CSO that's in the office during the day helps a lot with that. They help with our residence police academies. One of the things that we started doing here that we weren't doing before I got here was actually tracking those community events. You guys see them all on Facebook and on social media, actually getting out there to the community. That can be midnight basketball, that can mean a lot of different things at parks. But in 2021, when we started tracking this, and I really leaned in hard on this to tell my district captains, look, every single week we should be doing something with the community. In 2021, we participated in 571 different events with a attendance of the public of 26,966 people. That's a lot. That can be the chief going out to an elementary school and reading to a group of kids, or that can be, Frank H. Ball, the big deal that we do at the park on the southwest side, which is supported by us. So far this year, we've participated in 277 events with 10,903 in attendance. So we're doing a lot of it, and our CSOs are pretty critical in coordinating that. But I'll let DC Farah talk about how we use them.
Sure. So each district has one CSO whose primary responsibility is our crime prevention or community outreach CSO. They're responsible for meeting with victims of crime, helping them harden their targets. They set up neighborhood watch groups and hold neighborhood watch meetings in the areas, as well as organizing other outreach events with the assistance of district staff. So that's one CSO in each of the districts that does that. The other 5 that are assigned to the rest of the districts handle calls for service. They go out and make sure that the burglary calls, the theft calls, those calls that don't necessarily need a gun-toting police officer get handled in a more rapid fashion. Some of those calls can be handled over the telephone as well. So that's the model that we're working with right now.
Okay, so it sounds like we have roughly 1 per district. You described the variety of functions, DC.
We have a total of 32, by the way. 5 are being interviewed right now to fill those 5 vacancies. So 27 actual people working for us as CSOs, 5 in the pipeline. That gives us a total of 32.
Oh, okay, so the 25, I think we must have added 25 at some point. That's
right.
what it was.
So it's 5 is crime prevention that were already existing. We added 25. Those are all patrol that handle calls for service.
Okay, yeah, and I get it. I mean, the department has always, traditionally been stretched thin. You have these civilian personnel that could easily be absorbed into, just the general standard day-to-day crime-fighting efforts. But you describe one person per district roughly with those variety of functions. I think, that variety of functions is in my opinion, a bit stretched thin, because to organize a neighborhood, organize neighborhoods, it's a full-time job. And in my opinion, some of the most successful neighborhoods in the city are those neighborhoods that are very well organized.
Agreed.
And they rely on a volunteer or two within those neighborhoods, right? To kind of be that glue, that glues the social fabric together within the neighborhood. So I would like to see us really lean into that neighborhood watch. Stepping into this job, I was a little bit skeptical about the concept, but ultimately, when I first ran for council the very first time, my opponent ran on just sort of this like citywide neighborhood watch thing. Didn't work out for him, obviously, but it was one of those things I always thought, hey, he really believes in this. Let me take a look at it. And in my experience, it has been successful. And we've got really a handful in my district, not enough in my district. I suspect there are maybe more in others. But again, those are the most successful neighborhoods, the ones that are organized. And so, yeah, sure, we're lucky to have some great volunteers and great neighbors who might be retired, might have the sort of financial luxury of not, having to work as much or being, just not, and having the time to put in. But there are a lot of neighborhoods in my district that don't have that person. And so that responsibility becomes incumbent upon us, right, as a city, to kind of go in there and do the best we can to find some folks, activate some folks that'll bring it together. So my 2 cents, right, on just our level of community engagement and neighborhood watch specifically.
I think we're walking with you, Councilman. We recently asked our district commanders to give us a list of all of the active neighborhood watch groups and neighborhood watch block captains that are in the areas. And then we've asked our crime prevention CSOs to focus on developing new neighborhood watch groups and tracking each one of those. Our focus is to focus on the large apartment complexes where we hold one meeting and we hit 200 doors. I don't have a problem going to a cul-de-sac and meeting with 10 residents. That's not a problem. I'm happy to do it, and so are my captains. But we're much more effective when we go into apartment complexes, higher density areas, where calls for service tend to be a little higher and the need is a little higher. So that's our focus this coming year. So coming out of COVID, being able to meet in person again, getting Neighborhood Watch up and running under our new leadership, new president, as you're well aware, Mary Haskin and her board. We've had a lot of work to do, but I'm really pleased with how it's going and looking forward to what the conversation will be next year.
Sounds good, DC. Yeah, and I'm going to make some motions here in a bit, and I want to put some funding towards just kind of expanding that effort, and hopefully plugging in the existing CSOs into this expanded effort, and again, doubling down on this effort. So I'm looking forward to seeing what happens this fiscal year. Together.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, that'll be it for now, Chief. If I think of other things, I'll shoot you a call or an email. Appreciate you just always being responsive, and Council Vice President is right. I mean, you've done a great job here in the last, how long has it been?
18 months.
18 months. Okay, yeah, 18 months. So I don't think the jury is out anymore. I think we're in a solid direction. Thank you.
Well, I thank you for your support, and I have felt very supported because I think everybody realizes this is not an easy job. My officers, my staff, they don't have an easy job either. But unlike a lot of other cities, there's a spirit of collaboration and just working together because I think we all want the same thing. So thank you very much for your support because it's not an easy job. Every decision I make every day is definitely going to make somebody happy, but make somebody upset. So I can't keep everybody happy, but what I have to do is I have to do the right thing when it's in my ability to do it. And I thank you for being supportive of that.
All right, thanks, Chief. Appreciate your time. And your whole top brass here, being here all day, even after you release them. Yeah, so again, appreciate all your time.
Yeah, I'd give them the day off tomorrow, but then no one's going to run the city, so thank you.
Thank you. All right, so let's come, huh? Yeah, I'm getting there, yeah. Yeah, you're good, Chief, thank you. All right, so we're going to go in this order. We got a few non-PD items. We're going to drop some motions here across the board. The order I had was Councilmember Carbasi, Councilmember Soria, then I had Vice President, and then, where you went? No, he was up before me though. Okay, so we'll go Vice President, then Carbasi, then Soria. Jeez, okay, all right. Why am I even here?
Ladies first.
Okay, yeah, you go for it, Councilmember Soria.
Just want to confirm, you're done with PD? Can I send them on their way?
I did,
Okay.
I told Chief we were
Thanks,
good.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. So I wanted to clarify one of my previous motions that I had made during for the economic development. I just want to make sure that it's clear. So my motion is to allocate the $2 million for small business support and eviction protection to be outsourced for disbursement through trusted community-based and economic development-focused local organizations, which the City of Fresno has worked with in the past during the COVID-19 relief time.
Second that motion.
And then also wanted to clarify my motion on the Fire Station 12. So motion to identify funding to begin design and construction of Fire Station 12, which is in District 1, and Fire Station 10, per Councilmember Arias, that's what he had asked additionally. But I did want to also add to allow us to bond up to $60 million to complete the Phase 1 of the fire training facility.
Second.
Okay, and then my next motion is for parks. So last year, I was going through the fiscal 2022 budget motions, and I had made a series of motions, which did pass, but I'm not sure what happened to the dollars. City Manager, I had a motion at that time to allocate $8 million for Quigley for the construction and reconstruction of the existing park. It did pass, but I'm not sure where that went.
Do you want me to answer you now? So at the end of the budget process, when all of the budget motions are added up and we are multiple millions of dollars of over budget, that is when we have conversations. At that time, I believe it was with the Council Budget Committee, and we went through and sort of reconciled, and some things fell off because we didn't have enough money, and if there was, I'm guessing that was one of them. I can go back and double check, but just know that budgets get made and passed, but they're in excess of the money we have available.
I do believe I remember, because we had 2 Prop 68 applications, maybe that was the issue. We did get one, but we didn't get the second one. So maybe that was the case. But so then my motion this time around would be to add $4 million to begin the design, environmental plan, and at least have some starting dollars for the construction of the renovation of Quigley Park. If you guys remember, Quigley Park is the #1 park in our park master plan that needs renovation. So at least that will help us with a complete design. We have kind of the schematic that we worked with the consultant when we applied for Prop 68, but I want the official design that will then be environmentally reviewed so that we can start construction. So $4 million for that. And then that was my motion.
Second.
Then I want a motion to carry over. We put $1 million of funding that was previously approved in this fiscal year 2022 to complete the design of and work necessary to convert the Emerson Median Island into a neighborhood linear park and walking trail. I have been working with Public Works, so I just want to make sure that that money is carried over to finish out the work this next fiscal year. That's my motion for that. Is there a second?
There was a second over here on the.
Thank you,
Yep.
Mr. Bredefeld. And then lastly, just to, I know that we had some conversations, and I want to make it into a motion, though. Motion to identify the funding and contract out for increased landscaping services of the City of Fresno parks, to be determined of the duration by the city manager to get us up to par. Meantime, we hire all the positions so that the maintenance level can be increased.
Second.
Second, yeah?
I seconded it, yeah.
Okay. So I'll give you the timeline in terms of how long we will outsource, but I think there is a desire from the council, and I think the mayor also, to get our parks kind of up to par quicker.
We met already last week, and Scott and Aaron have just sent a plan over to me that I haven't had a chance to read, but everybody understands, everybody shares the same goals, so.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, city manager. That's it for me.
All right, who is next?
I'm sorry, council member, just on your first motion, I just want to make sure, crystal clear. So you said $2 million for the small business assistance. So I just want to make sure we're clear, because originally we had $2.5 million, and we were going to put part towards facade and part towards small business assistance. So this would, if we do $2 million for small business assistance, this is just going to leave $500,000 for facade. And I just want to make sure you're okay with that split.
Okay, so maybe, sorry, and I totally forgot about that, so thank you for bringing that up. So let's do the 2.5, because I do believe that we have to do both in that same composition. 1.5 for facade.
Yep.
And then the 1 for the small business. But if we can just work with our local partners, that would be great.
Yep, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, all right, let's move on. Who's next? Council, the Vice President or Carbasi?
We'll just go down the line. Go ahead.
All right.
All right, I got a couple of motions here that were written by attorney, so they're going to be a little long.
Read them off, and again, we're for all of us today, we're making motions. Let's make sure we get them in writing to Henry and the clerk, please. So just reading them here is just the formality, obviously, for the record.
Administration, remind me, currently it's suggested that we carry over our unspent DPW dollars and add an additional 500,000 on top of that, right?
Hold on, which DPW dollars are you talking about?
Infrastructure dollars.
Oh, yes, correct.
Okay, I'll make a motion to zero those out for each council district and restart the baseline at 500,000.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
I want to make a motion to create an ad hoc committee of 3 council members consisting of Councilmember Bredefeld, Councilmember Carbasi, and myself for the limited purpose of working with Fresno Metropolitan Flood Control District to formulate policy goals and appointments and to formulate an agreement to use its basins as our parks. Got a couple more.
Keep them coming.
I'm going to make a motion to allocate $21,000 in ARPA funds to EPU Child Center for a security fence, which benefits the city by providing support and therapy services to children with special needs and their families. The fence would improve their outdoor space and security. EPU has been impacted due to the pandemic's increased demand for services and changing operational needs, as well as declines in revenue sources such as donations and fees. And lastly, Councilmember Esparza, I want to make a motion to dedicate up to $50,000 for a study on the feasibility of a dedicated bus lane on Shaw Avenue.
Second.
That'll be all. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so let's just go down the line. I make a motion to instruct the Parks Department to apply for a grant through Kaboom for a tot lot within the Trails End Mobile Home Park community. If the city is not awarded the grant, then the funding source will be the general fund. I don't think it qualifies for Measure P, so.
Second that, Councilmember.
Okay, thank you. This next one is from last year, and Council Vice President Maxwell was my second. I want to amend Motion 104 from fiscal year 2022 to allow rebates for the security cameras to be awarded citywide. We'll discuss that more. Yeah, thank you. Motion to allocate $500,000 and instruct the Public Works Department to begin preliminary work on the realignment of Beechwood Avenue and securing additional parking for Orchid Park. And I'll email all these. They're already written.
Second that, Councilmember.
Thank you. To allocate $20,000 towards the purchase of speed radar signs or similar technology for use in Council District 2.
Second.
I'm open to letting people borrow those, though. Next one, and we're almost done. To allocate $20,000 for the purchase and installation of cameras at Palm and Nice in the San Joaquin River area to be accessible at the Real-Time Crime Center. Is there a second? Oh, thank you. Okay, this next one, actually, I'll come back to that one because I have questions for the city manager. This next one is to allocate $100,000 towards the purchase of a mobile resiliency unit, which will be housed at the Northwest Police District. It's a mobile resiliency unit. It's a mobile trauma unit for the Resiliency Center, but basically, it's something that I've talked about before, where it's a mobile unit where they will go to calls from police to provide services in real time to families in need or face trauma. It's like a nest. Okay. It's a mobile nest. Just call it a mobile nest. Okay. I'll send the writing to you on that. Is there a second? Second. Okay. The last one, so similar to Councilmember Soria, I have a little concern. Last year, we allocated, there was a budget motion for $1 million to be allocated towards the River West project, and this is in conjunction with the Conservancy, but there's access going to be granted for the San Joaquin River through Palm and through Riverview Drive, and we had a press conference, in fact, out there, if you recall, Mayor, where the council approved unanimously $1 million towards neighborhood improvements for that project. And I think there was a miscommunication because it was maybe taken as, well, that's the direction we want to go, but I want to make sure that money is actually secured, because the one thing I'm concerned about, City Manager and Mayor, when you first came on board, beginning of my first full term, we had a meeting with that neighborhood. My biggest infrastructure priority in District 2 is going to be being able to cross the street in Audubon. They've been wanting that for the last 3 council members. I think this is the time to do it, but I can't wait till 2025. Frankly, it should be, bless you. Frankly, it should have been done yesterday, but I want to make sure I have the support, and however I have to word this to make sure I get the support that isn't just instruction, I have the commitment that we're going to do this as soon as absolutely possible and move it up the priority.
Yeah, so there is funding for, unfortunately, as you know, there's always the design and then the construction. So there is definitely money in the 23 budget for design, and then scheduled money for the 24 budget for the actual construction. So we are definitely, the administration is committed to the project. I know that it's not as fast. We are working closely with the Conservancy on the grant application that we applied for that would provide, some additional funding. So short of, you could make a motion to, allocate $2 million in 23, but we couldn't spend it in 2023. So I'm trying to be realistic, similar to what we do with positions and not fully funding positions that we know we can't fill. So we're going to get the design done in 23. If we can move it even faster and pre-bill for the construction, we can do that. And we'll move just as fast as we can, but I don't know that we can do more than the design in 23.
Okay, here's my concern. It's like every year I'm negotiating with the same thing over and over again. The reason why I wanted the money set aside, and yes, I know we can't use it. It's great to use it for other things, but with a lot of these public works projects, they're funding driven, and we're going to get some funding from the Conservancy to pay for this. But if there's no funding in there, then we can't move forward. I want to be assured this is actually going to get done.
So what I'll tell you is, from the administration perspective, it is in the capital improvement plan, just like any multi-year project is for any district. So the administration is committed to it. It's there. If the council, approves the budget, the only thing that could possibly happen is in 2024, the council would have to make a motion to cut the funding. So the money will be in there as far as we're concerned, and we're moving
Well, it depends how
forward.
they feel about me in 2024.
I know. But I won't whisper in their ears to make sure that that's a possibility. But we're committed to it. When we put something, a multi-year project in the capital improvement plan, we're committed to it.
Right.
So short of the council changing direction, that's the path we're headed down. We're committed to it 100%.
Okay, I think then we'll talk a little bit more afterwards and then
Okay.
try to work something out. So then I'm going to hold off on that last motion. We'll talk about it and rework
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Okay,
Sounds
that's
good.
all. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, here come mine. Short, sweet, no preambles or post-ambles or anything, but I got a lot of them. So first motion is going to be to allocate $300,000 to amplify our neighborhood watch efforts.
Second.
Next motion is going to be to continue the 2-person District 7 litter cleanup crew. The costs of the 2 full-time personnel minus the cost of the capital that has already been purchased last fiscal year.
Second.
Motion to allocate, what was it? Motion to replicate the motion from last fiscal year that allocated dollars for the Blackstone P-bid exploration. It might have been 100,000, but we're basically copying that motion from last fiscal year.
Second.
Going to make a motion to continue the senior citizen online fitness programming on a year-round basis.
Second.
Going to make a motion for $75,000 to provide training to all of the staff in our city homeless shelters, training on, and it will be anti-discrimination training with respect to the LGBTQ plus homeless population.
Second.
I'm going to make a motion for $150,000 for Manchester Park improvements based on the community feedback and surveys that the Parks Department received.
Second.
Going to make a motion to repave First Street between Tulare and Olive Avenue.
Second.
A motion to repave Peach Avenue between Olive Avenue and McKinley Avenue.
Second.
A motion to repave Chestnut Avenue between Kings Canyon and Highway 180.
Second.
Here we go. We're almost at the tail end. We're at the last quarter of it.
Pave District 7.
A motion to repave Fresno Street between McKinley and Divisadero. I'm emptying the mayor's pockets out. I mean, we're not saying all these will pass, but I'm going to try.
All right.
Second.
I got to fight for my community.
It's like Paul Capriolio again.
Oh, man. All right, so a motion to repave the neighborhood bordered by Dakota on the north, Shields on the south, First Avenue on the east, and Fresno Street on the west.
Second.
Motion to repave the neighborhood north of Tulare, south of Highway 180, west of Chestnut, and east of Peach, minus the county islands, obviously.
Second.
Can we get a motion to repave District 7 as a whole?
Motion to install a shade structure on the playground at Lafayette Park.
Second.
Very reasonable request. And a motion to install additional field lights at Lafayette Park.
Second.
All right, that's all, folks.
Council President, may I get clarification?
Nope. Please.
The one on the $75,000, tell me again, the training on the LGBTQ, this is on the city, the homeless, the motels, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, essentially, anywhere we provide staff, right, that is bankrolled by us. I know a lot of it's outsourced, technically.
But even if we outsource, we want them to be trained.
Okay, so we already have existing contracts with our providers, so you're asking for us to perhaps go back and renegotiate that contract to make sure that those staff are trained or sensitive to LGBTQ?
Sure. I mean, I'd hope it's a very simple ask. I hope it's not something, that they would fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
okay.
yeah, so this, yeah.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right. We have nobody punched up. We finished all departments, pat on our backs, and again, past almost 6 p.m. and barely holding together a quorum. So appreciate all of you who are still here. That'll conclude budget hearings. The next time we meet will be on Thursday for the council meeting. At that meeting, we do plan to vote on the budget motions, and we have a scheduled budget vote for the last meeting of the month on June 30th. Thank you.
Don't forget to send in those motions.
Send in those motions or else it never happens.